Are you ready? Are you ready for the final drawer? I'm so ready too. Oh, I can't wait. Let's do this. The final drawer. The beginning? Oh heck, what does that mean?
Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix, la voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre.
Okay. Okay.
J'étais dans les ténèbres et toi seul me prenais en pitié. Je me noyais.
I brought you some food.
Sans essayer de comprendre ta haine. En fait, j'aurais dû vous faire face depuis.
You have to eat something.
Gisèle.
You barely touched your food yesterday.
Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix.
Come on,
La voix de la
please.
sorcière que j'étais le seul
Just leave it there. Her hands aren't bound. She can eat whenever she pleases.
toi seul me prenais en
But
pitié. Je me noyais. Je me laissais porter sans essayer.
he's not going to last much longer. I feel like these are the three,
En fait,
maybe.
j'aurais dû vous faire face depuis longtemps. À Gisèle, à toi.
The boy has a point.
Je n'arrêtais
If she won't eat, we lose our supply of blood.
sorcière que j'étais le
That's not what I meant.
J'étais dans les ténèbres.
Leave it there.
Seul me prenait en pitié. Je me noyais. Je me laissais porter
Well,
sans
we'll
essayer.
be back.
En fait, j'aurais dû vous faire face depuis longtemps. À Gisèle, à toi. Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette
Oh, is this Nellie?
la voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre.
Do you really have to go?
Dans les ténèbres, et toi seul me prenais en pitié.
Yeah, things are pretty hectic right now.
Je me laissais porter.
And when do you suppose you'll be back? Tomorrow, same time as today.
J'aurais dû vous faire face depuis longtemps.
And you'll have enough time to talk then?
À toi. Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix.
Will you?
La voix de la sorcière
Yeah.
que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre.
Are you hiding something from me? You're acting kind of funny.
Je me laissais porter sans essayer de comprendre ta haine.
You're my sister. I wouldn't keep anything from you.
À Gisèle,
You're not yourself though. What's so different about me? Well, you're not acting much like a prince. Ah, right. Of course. Don't worry, I'm still your prince, same as always. Good night, Nellie. My princess. How did I end up in this mess? I never wanted this. All I wanted was a quiet life. Someone get me out of here. Take this thing somewhere far away. Tell me, I'm not the bad one here. Oh God, I'm begging you. Just make it all go away. Someone, anyone get me out of here.
Look! The stars, they're beautiful. Though with it so bright out, I worry someone might see us.
Everyone's wrong gone.
I hope so.
Are you ashamed?
A little, but I want to be with you.
Have you ever considered leaving the covenant?
You can't just stop being a nun, you know. It's not that simple. I've made vows, sworn my life to the service of God.
This is just like World Ends With You. World Without End. It's completely different. Oops. I was not aware.
If I were to leave the if I were to leave the church, it would have to be in my next life. I'd like to be a normal girl, lead a normal life, get married, have kids, and before I know it, I'm an old lady. thinking, it was an uneventful life, but it was the best I could have asked for. That's my dream.
That sounds very peaceful.
I hope we can be together in our next lives too. Have a nice, quiet life together. It'll be a city on the water, looking out over a beautiful, glimmering emerald sea. Blue sky spreading as far as the eye can see. The sound of seabirds squalling by the port. The two of us sitting shoulder to shoulder, just looking out over the city. Doesn't that sound wonderful?
It certainly does. I would love that. Heck, that'd be cool. God damn it, Burpage.
Quick flip, ban him. I can't break the immersion.
The Harvest Festival, on the day of the festival. "3 days until her death." Interesting. Wake up. Please wake up. Come on. Open your eyes. Michel. Oh my god! Oh my god, I love it. I love why do they keep doing this? So bright. I'm outside. The light feels like needles in my eyes. The first thing I see beyond the mansion's darkness is blinding light. The sun glares mercilessly overhead. A gentle breeze blows past, and I can hear birds chirping from several different directions. Each breath I take fills my lungs with the scent of earth and grass. So much time has passed since I've been in the light. I almost feel like I'm alive again. No, not almost. What's going on? What on earth? Is this the era Morgana lived?
Michel?
Huh?
Ah! Oh, thank goodness, you can hear me. Good morning, Master. I hope you slept well.
Giselle, is that voice really you?
I swear it's me, 100%. Not that mean old phony. So don't you worry.
No, I believe it's you. I just was not expecting to be able to hear you here.
I did say I would always be by your side.
I'm relieved. But where are you, Giselle? I can't see you anywhere.
Well, I'm not exactly sure myself.
You don't know?
She's gonna be our ghost companion for a bit. I don't know how to describe it. It's pitch dark all around me, like a black smoke churning in the darkness. It feels a lot like inside the mansion, but I don't think I'm actually in the mansion.
So you're still trapped in the void then?
I can see a shimmering light off in the distance, through the fog, and I can hear sounds coming from that direction. It's like the outside world is leaking through the light. I can see trees rustling and hear birds singing. I can't see you though, so I assumed I was seeing through your eyes. And I thought I'd try to get your attention.
So that means you can see everything I can.
It seems so. Though I don't think I can see quite as clearly as you.
Oh no, she's in our head! We gotta collect all of the monsters and put them in our heads and then fight with them. I wish you could be here to feel this too. Experience it in my place even. It's a bizarre sensation. While I could see and feel the worlds through the other doors, it was strictly in the capacity of an observer. We were merely watching, not actually present in the tales. But this time, it's like I've been resurrected and dropped into the world as a participant. It's all so vivid. Everything the mansion lacked, it's all here and I can feel it so clearly. I wish you could have been the one to experience this.
It's okay, Michelle. I know you'll dispel this darkness I'm in, won't you?
I will.
I'm more than happy just being able to hear your voice. And being able to see what you see is like a miracle.
I too am glad to know you're there, to have the chance to hear your voice again. Thank you so much for saving me. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't be here.
Oh no, I should be thanking you. I was overjoyed to learn how much you really cared about me. There's so many things I want to say right now. So many things I want you to know. So many thank yous. So many I love yous. Hey now, that's really the best response you've got. Surely you could do better than that.
You're embarrassing me.
I am somewhat disappointed by one thing though. I can't get any hugs or kisses since I'm not there in person. His face. Oh, come on. You're not very good at this, are you?
You're not very good at picking up on how much you're embarrassing me.
I'd expect at the very least, a me too.
We should start by figuring out when and where exactly this is.
You're not even trying, are you?
Doing the best I can. Please don't ask any more of this for me.
It's okay though, I might not be able to see you, but we're together either way. You know, Michelle, I think I might be able to help too. While I can't be there in person, I can give you ideas, another point of view when you're not sure about something. With the two of us together, we'll find a way through this.
Yes, we will.
Where to begin? What do you say we get our bearings? List out exactly what we need to take care of.
That's not a bad idea. I'm a bit frazzled at the moment, to tell you the truth. What? Why? I'd assume we would just be observers, like with the other doors, searching their memories for clues. I never expected I'd actually be thrown into their era.
True, it's not at all like the other doors.
No matter how the rules may change, I'm seeing this through to the end. If our guesses is correct, and we have arrived at Morgana's past, then we need to uncover the truth behind those events. Or rather, the three men's circumstances. What they felt, what drove them. My gut tells me there's something to be found there that even Morgana doesn't know. I could be wrong, and it's possible that even if I am right, what we find won't do anything to quell her hatred. But we won't be talking her out of it, that's for sure. Words won't break through that kind of animosity. We need something bigger. Something she could never have imagined. Something that will turn her entire worldview on its head.
Well, the white-haired girl might be a good place to start. She showed up at the mansion again and again, as though led here by some supernatural force. And she was involved with all three men in some way. I can't think of anyone else with such deep ties to both the mansion and the men. But at the same time, I have a hard time convincing myself that Morgana we know and the white-haired girl could be the same person. They're about as different as two people can be. Which actually leads me to believe there's something there. There must be something. Some secret we haven't figured out yet that we can use. So let's find it.
It won't be easy.
If we are in the past, though, I wonder, maybe could we change it? This could be a huge chance for us.
Change the past?
Yeah, we could prevent Morgana's death, or we could stop whatever led them down this path.
There's an idea. If it's actually possible, maybe we can do something. The question is this world really...
Now I'm getting kinda pumped. I've got my game face on and I'm ready to do this.
It doesn't do much good if no one can see it.
It's a figure of speech. Okay, first things first, we need to find the mansion.
I mean, if they rewrite Morgana not being evil influencer, I feel like they'd also rewrite Michel and Giselle's history too. But you know what? Let's see what happens.
Morgana should be at the top of the observation tower. The three men shouldn't be far off either. So the question is, where are we?
Do you recognize the surroundings at all? I never really left the mansion, so I'm not especially familiar with the lay of the land.
Give me a little spin, would you?
As she requests, I slowly spin around in a circle. And through the dense woods, I spot a cluster of what appears to be stone formations. Squinting to get a better look, I realize they're buildings. It's decently far off, but it appears to be the edge of a city.
I think that might be the village I stayed at for a while. Oh!
Back when it was a city. It's a bit big for a village.
Don't you remember what Amadei said about the village's history?
Amadei, that bastard.
Michel, you didn't think something uncharacteristically vulgar just now, did you?
Wouldn't dream of it. Yes, I remember. He said it was once much larger, and that it was destroyed in a single week by the witch's curse. Except rather than a curse, it was probably disease. If that's the same city, then it fits with what Morgana said happened.
I believe he also said something about there being a large bridge on the outskirts of the city, and that following the path from there would lead to the mansion. So, let's head down the city.
Alright.
You don't sound very enthusiastic. Are you nervous you might have to talk to someone? Don't worry, you've got me here.
Don't treat me like I'm antisocial.
You're not?
No, that's not what's bothering me. It's... something about this whole thing feels off. The world we're in. Never mind. I'm probably overthinking things. But now's not the time for that. We need to get moving. Let's go. Rather than wasting time fretting over details, we need to get to the mansion like she said. Everything else comes after that. With each step, I can feel the earth compressing beneath my feet. The grass flattening, as I weave my way through the trees towards the city. The sensation of having a living flesh and blood body slowly returns. Oh my god. He looks so much younger here.
A white-haired man just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah, we also never saw him face on, that's true. Oh, they're playing the music from the first... I really like this music too. Alright, doesn't Michel not like Mel? Oh heck.
And he's talking to himself. I gotta get away before he does something.
Hold it right there, Mel. You don't get to call me crazy and then run off.
How do you know my name?
How? Why wouldn't I? We were just in the mansion together. Michel!
Mansion? What are you talking about?
Right. He hasn't become the shadow in the mansion yet.
I doubt I would forget seeing someone as unusual as you. Who are you? And where did you come from?
Where? I'd like to know that myself.
Say something, Michel! It's not getting any less suspicious of you. You have to come up with some way to break the tension.
This is amazing! Of all the... They could have put Giselle in this spot, but they put Michel here. Oh no, poor Michel. Improvisation isn't exactly my strong suit. No! Why do I... No! I am God. I was sleeping in a tree? We're not using this. Not in this time period. No way, no how.
It sure looked like you just popped out of nowhere.
You imagined it. It was so sudden your mind misinterpreted what you saw. Is that too much of a stretch?
Yeah, you're right. I must have been seeing things. People can't just appear out of thin air. On nice days like this, I'll sometimes climb a tree and take a nap too. And then roll over and fall flat on my face. So I can relate. Michel, napping in a tree? I can't even imagine it.
Me neither. Also, it would seem that, like Morgana's, I'm the only one who can hear Giselle's voice.
But that doesn't explain how you know my name.
You know. You look a lot like an acquaintance of mine. Imagine my surprise when it turns out you have the same name, too. That's definitely pushing it.
Oh, yeah, that happens to me every now and then, too. Jeez, you had me spooked for a second there.
Well, on the other hand, I'm glad he bought it. I feel perhaps he's a little too trusting. Oof.
He's the kind of guy who just keeps on walking when he runs across something out of the ordinary, pretending he didn't see a thing.
Not the most admirable of traits, but we're in the clear.
I assume you're from the city then, if you're out here.
Actually, no, I'm, a wanderer of sorts.
Oh, did you come by to see the Harvest Festival then?
Harvest Festival?
You don't know about it then? 3 days from now, we're holding a festival at the church to celebrate the spring harvest.
3 days. Morgana died when the bell tolled noon on the day of the festival, which means she's got that much time left.
This will be the first time we've held the festival, so we're hoping to make it into a big event, something really memorable.
And a young girl is dying behind the scenes of this seemingly pleasant celebration.
If her death is 3 days from now, that might give us enough time to do something about it.
Could I ask you to show me the way to the church? I would like to join in on the festivities.
Sure, yeah. Of course. The church's doors are open to all, friends and family and wanderers alike. It's not far. Follow me.
Thank you. It didn't occur to me until now, but this really is a strange experience. This is a boy from a completely different time period who I would have never had the opportunity to meet. If he's here, then presumably the other two are as well, which means Morgana's wish for their reconstruction was actually granted. This Mel doesn't seem like any different a person than the one I observed through the first door. Yet he played a part in Morgana's imprisonment. I have trouble believing he would voluntarily involve himself, though.
I was scared for a minute there. That could have gone a lot worse. Plus, we managed to make contact with Mel in record time.
She's interacted with him and the others before, so I guess this doesn't feel as strange to her.
Oh, you don't want him to hear you talking to yourself again. That's why you're not saying anything to me, isn't it?
Actually, I think I can talk to you without speaking. Can you hear me?
Oh! How are you doing that?
I, have a lot of experience talking to ghosts.
That really drives home how bizarre things were for you in that mansion.
Were you not in a similar circumstances when it was you and Morgana together?
Yeah, now that you mention it. What a bizarre time we both had in that mansion.
Giselle, you're just now realizing this. So what's your impression of him?
My impression is that he's the same Mel as always?
In a little more detail.
He's an amicable young man, nice enough to show a complete stranger around.
I agree. In Morgana's version of the story, he betrayed her. But he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would enthusiastically do something so malicious.
He had to have some reason.
Well, we know it's because of his sister. I don't know. I feel like that would be strong enough reason for someone like him. Oh my god, my throat, my nose is getting so blocked for some reason. Hold up. I think what they mean though is, like, even with his sister, it just seems like something so extreme for him to do, because the way Morgana described it, it was very, like, I felt for someone like him that was really extreme. And we need to figure out what that was. The question is, how do we go about it? We hardly have enough time to earn his trust and convince him to tell us himself. I'll just have to put the knowledge I already have to good use.
Oh, that reminds me.
Something that might explain it?
No, about Morgana. When you were alive, she was always right there with you, like I am now, right?
Whenever it struck her fancy, yes. She didn't seem to care when or where. She would just start talking whenever she felt like it.
Whenever?
For the most part, yes. Anytime she wanted.
Oh.
Giselle?
You don't have to worry about that with me. I know when to keep my mouth shut, promise.
What?
You said you feel like you're alive again, right?
My 5 senses all seem to be working order.
Which means you'll also be getting hungry, tired, sleepy, and you'll, you know. You'll have to go to the bathroom. I'll be polite and close my eyes and plug my ears while you're doing it.
Thanks. What would possess her to bring that up? Does she even realize what she's saying?
Oh gosh, now I'm red as a tomato.
That answers that. Moving right along, we need to discuss how we're going to go about this.
Right, that.
The Harvest Festival is our deadline, which doesn't give us very much time. We need a plan for when we arrive at the mansion.
How about we spill their secret? Tell everyone about this girl they've got locked up in the tower and force them to set her free. Surely they wouldn't stand for that.
Perhaps, but would anyone believe me?
Ah,
If I walked in and said I came from the future and that I know what's going to happen, would anyone actually buy that?
sure, with enough convincing.
Even if I did manage to convince them, the tower door was locked in Morgana's rendition of the tale. You need 3 keys to get inside. Mel should have one of them, but stealing his alone wouldn't be enough to get into the tower.
True.
If Giselle is right and we can save Morgana and change the future, then that would indeed solve everything. But something about this whole situation still doesn't sit right with me. I have to do more than just set her free of that tower. I have to find the truth as well as I initially set out to do. Regardless, I would like to try and stay on everyone's good side as much as possible for now.
Okay, I'll do whatever I can to help.
I appreciate it. I mean, as you know, conversation is not exactly my strong suit.
Which means it's my job to hit the brakes whenever you say something stupid.
It's a bit too late if I've already said it.
Anyway, step 1 is to get ourselves into the mansion. We can't hope to make contact with the other 2 men, much less get Morgana out of there, if we're not staying nearby.
I'll do what I can. Yeah, this is why it needs to be Michel. He might not be the most conversational person, but I think he gets it at least.
Oh, we're almost there. See the big building in the distance? That's the church.
It is the same mansion, as I suspected.
Seeing it now, knowing what horrible things happened there, is so disheartening.
Happening, as we speak. In the tower we see in the distance, Morgana's locked up all alone.
I wish we could just march in there and set her free.
If getting into the tower were our only goal, we could probably force our way in with little work.
Is something the matter?
Mel, I could probably overpower him and get his key.
Hello?
But the other 2, that almost certainly wouldn't work for.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sorry. I was lost in thought.
That seems kind of strange, doesn't it?
What does?
I mean, it doesn't look much like a church. At a glance, you'd think it was some noble's estate.
So it does. Oh, right. That's why they had, like, the little chapel inside. It must have been a church. I spent so long there, it never even occurred to me.
I was pretty surprised when I first saw it myself. A peculiar place, all told. There's a chapel inside the mansion with this gorgeous stained glass window. It's quite the sight.
Do you know why it was built like that?
I'm, not actually sure myself, no. Anyway, I'll show you to the chapel. The Saintess should be there, so I can introduce you.
The Saintess?
You've never heard of her? Everyone around here knows her. She's a nun at the church, and everyone calls her the Saintess. She's practically her own religious figure.
Oh, he's not talking about Morgana.
You'll just have to see for yourself. Come on.
All right. On our way to the mansion, we passed through a courtyard of sorts. When I lived there, the area was overgrown with weeds. Apparently, they keep it in better condition in this era. Following Mel's lead, we head through the chapel entrance. Oh my. I'm at a loss for words when I see what lies on the other side of those all too familiar doors. While it was barely recognizable as a place of worship in my memory, just 2 columns of battered pews and some piles of rubble. The room I'm looking at now is unequivocally a chapel.
So this is what it used to look like.
I wonder how back this is from when we lived.
It has to be more than a decade or 2. Maybe 100 years or more.
The views and beliefs about the world prevalent in our times are not so different than those of this time. Perhaps the chapel was destroyed in the aftermath of the Harvest Festival. When I was first sent to the mansion, there were signs that repairs had been attempted.
The stained glass window is behind the pulpit, I'm guessing, so we can't see it from here.
And right next to it is a door to the observation tower.
Ah, there she is. There's no priest here, she runs the church. You'll want to talk to her if you're planning to participate in the Harvest Festival. I'll go fetch her for you.
Whisking his way between the pews, the boy disappears into the back of the chapel, returning with a nun in tow. When I see her, my face twists for a brief moment.
Good afternoon. You came to see the festival, I hear. It's wonderful to have you. Is that who I think it is?
It is Pauline. I'm all but certain at this point that all the major players from behind the 3 doors are present here. Not just the 3 men whose shadows remain in the mansion, but also the women who were important parts of their lives. Though dressed differently, the way she speaks and the way she holds herself resembles the woman killed by her lover behind the 2nd door.
They're all connected. What we thought were 3 separate tales, all stretch back to a single point in time before our own. Oh.
Yeah, I was expecting Maria to show up, but we haven't really seen much of the Lord yet.
Is there something the matter?
No, I was just thinking how unusual it is for one nun to be managing an entire church all by herself.
Oh yeah, that's the unusual reaction from visitors. Even I think this assignment's a bit over my head.
Assignment?
Well, I was in another church before this one. A smaller building, and I wasn't the only nun. But the Lord of the Land ordered me to transfer to a new, larger church he was opening. So here I am.
The Lord.
There's plenty of space on the property. More than enough to provide shelter for orphan children and aid for the sick.
It seems rather vacant from what I've seen.
Yeah, about that. We used to take people in, but circumstances have made that difficult of late.
What kind of circumstances?
It's not something I can discuss with an outsider, sorry.
I'm guessing it has to do with Morgana's imprisonment here.
You think she knows about Morgana?
I would guess not. The men swore to keep it between the 3 of them.
So she's being forced to oversee the mansion, completely oblivious of what's happening here.
Which isn't to say she's not connected to it in some way. If she's the girl from the 2nd tale, then she should be close with.
Is something troubling you?
No. My apologies. I got lost in thought.
You don't look it, but you're actually a bit of a daydreamer, aren't you?
Daydreamer?
Mel would fit that description much better.
Mel would fit that description much better. Oh.
Michel, you shouldn't say that out loud. What? Why? Do I really look like that much of an airhead? Oh, I can see that. Someone has to watch out for him, or he's likely to lose his head in the clouds. I really don't think I'm that spacey. I'm not trying to say you're spacey, I just feel like I've got to keep an eye on you at all times. It's a lot like what I imagine having a little brother would be like. I'm an oldest child, you know. What's the big deal? You don't want a big sister? Well, I want you to be my little brother. I don't want to just be a chapel sister to you? That's so stiff and formal. No, I want to be your sister. I'm a little old to be playing make-believe. Oh, come on. Oh, a capital S sister. They're quite friendly with one another, it would seem. Oh, I know. Why don't you become her brother then? Will you? I will not. Besides, I'm clearly the oldest one here. Why not? Oh. Why not? I don't think it matters who's older than who. You don't really act all that old anyway. I have at least 10 years on you. Haha! Your youngest child insecurity is showing. What? Insecurity? You two are pretty good friends, huh? We can discuss the veracity of that claim later. I would like to ask you a favor. What is it? I'll gladly help with anything I can. Could I perhaps borrow a room until the day of the Harvest Festival? I don't have anywhere to stay. Or a source of income for that matter. I know it would be taking advantage of your generosity, but I only mean to intrude for a few days. I would be more than happy to offer you a place to stay at any other time. But right now, I can't let you stay here. I'm so sorry. Well, damn, so much for that. Don't let one little no stop you. Keep pushing. Put on a show, earn her sympathy. She's a lady of the cloth. If you make her feel bad for you, she'll offer you her aid. Damn. Put on a show? You expect me to act? Oh, I'm having another episode. And I was so sure this church would be able to help. That's not gonna convince anyone. Quiet, Hugh. He was perfectly fine on our walk here. Shut your mouth, boy. As I said, we did once offer a place of respite for the ailing and needy, but regrettably, for the time being, we are unable to take anyone in. What I can do, though, is give you medicine. Since we can't let people stay here with the Lord's generous assistance, we've been handing out medicine instead. So all you do here, then, is give people medicine? Yes, I suppose that's what it boils down to. I'm honestly not sure why we're not allowed to offer shelter right now, but we are still able to provide assistance to those in need, so... I assume it's just a temporary measure, and we'll be able to take people in again before long. And with how much he's done for the church, it's not really my place to complain about his decisions. I truly am sorry. I hope you understand. I'm supposed to ask for a teeth in exchange normally, but just this once, it's yours, free of charge. Could you tell me more about this medicine, please? It's called Saint's Blood, and it'll cure any disease. Saint's Blood. It's not real blood, of course. That's just what it's called. It sure sounds divine, doesn't it? No, that's not true. Huh? It is real blood. What are you?
Sorry to butt in. Do you mind if I bring him back to my room? I don't think I mentioned it, but he's an old friend of mine. We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Alright.
Hey, come on, this way.
Well, that sure got quite the reaction out of him. And now he's incredibly leery of you.
When she mentioned the blood, I couldn't stop myself. I probably should have kept my mouth shut, though. Mel doesn't say a word the entire way. His smile has retreated, and there's a hint of fear lurking beneath his now stony expression. I spend the trek through the mansion's corridors pondering how to answer the questions I know are coming. How to solve the problem I put myself in. We enter their bedroom, presumably his, and he closes the door behind us. I can see the distrust in his eyes as he glares at me. I have to ask, who exactly are you? Why did you say that back there? That saint's blood is actual blood. In response to his pressing, Why? Why are there suddenly so many choices? I don't... Tell him everything? Surely, right? But would it be bad? But he knows he's done something wrong. He knows what's happening. Because I want to appeal to his character, too. Out of everyone, he's the most guilt-stricken. So, I feel like we can appeal to that at least. But I'm gonna tread carefully for now. We don't have much time, but it's in our best interest to tread carefully. There's too much we don't know yet. It would not be wise to make a rash decision. With him as tense and suspicious as he is right now, oops. It won't be easy to get his key or persuade him to tell us how he ended up here. Furthermore, my experience with the Three Shades tells me that if I'm not careful, I could be putting myself in unimaginable danger. A brief flash of what might have happened had I spoken too soon crosses my mind, sending a chill down my spine. If I want to get Mel on my side, I'm going to need something more, something decisive. Something that'll convince him he needs to come clean and set Morgana free. Regardless, being cautious isn't going to mean much if I can't get them to let us stay in the mansion. We need to be nearby to keep an eye on things, gather information. How'd you go about that, though?
Assuming he's not voluntarily involved, maybe all we need to do is ask for his help in setting Morgana free, and he'll work with us.
Perhaps. Being so direct will only invite more suspicion, but she's probably on the right track. When I met his shadow, it was burdened with great regret. He begged me to help him. My remark about the saint's blood was based on stories I once heard about a person whose blood was said to have healing properties. Stories? Maybe they haven't made it out this far, I don't know. But they tell of a girl born in a distant village, a saint and the daughter of God. I thought that perhaps the nun might be the saint spoken of in the stories, and I was hoping for the opportunity to see a miracle performed with my own eyes. Whew. I have to say, you looked more angry than excited. Oof. I didn't hide it very well, I guess. Maybe it appeared that way to you, but I've never had a very friendly face. If you say so. As long as you're telling the truth. I myself have to wonder. Why did my remarks seem to bother you so much? What? Is there something more to this saint's blood than you're telling me? No. Something that would make you want to get me alone and interrogate me? There's nothing. I just, I didn't want to scare anyone with all that talk of blood, since there's not actually any in it. And I didn't know about the stories, so... It's just medicine, I swear. As you say. It's got nothing to do with the saint in your stories. To change the subject, could I ask you to convince the nun to allow me to stay here? Huh? Weren't you listening? We can't take anyone in right now. Which is why I'm asking for your recommendation. You live on the premises, don't you? I'm more a supervisor of sorts. Then you should have some say in the matter. Why? Until the Harvest Festival is all I'm asking. Why not get a room at the inn? If you need money, I'll spare you some coin. I must stay in this mansion. But why? Those are my instructions. What? You know the stained glass window in the chapel, behind the pulpit. I was named after the archangel, Michael, depicted there. The angel came to me in a vision, instructed me to watch over the festival here. From where you were standing, you couldn't possibly have seen the window in that much detail. You couldn't... Oh, I get it. You've been to the church before and you're just acting like you haven't. There's a metal door off to the side leading to an observation tower. Yeah, you can see the tower from outside. Inside is a long spiral staircase, not made of stone but wood. There's a single door at the top of the stairs. How? What are you really here for? All that vision stuff is a lie. I'm not here to cause you any trouble. In fact, I am on your side. You show up out of nowhere and expect me to believe your nonsense? All I ask is for you to allow me to stay until the day of the festival. If you can do that for me, then I'll make you the promise I could not before. I've not forgotten your pleas for salvation. I know you want to be free. Let me guess, you saw that in a vision too. If you want to call it that, then you can. I've never once asked for you to save me. You're mad. But fine. I've got nothing to hide anyway. If I say you're a friend, the Saintess should be willing to accommodate you. Wait, I already told her you were my friend, didn't I? I'll try and persuade her. I don't know what your deal is, but try not to cause any trouble, okay? For your own sake. I won't. Only until the festival. You're not getting another day out of me or her. And this isn't your home, so don't act like it is. Of course. Thank you. You know, I never did get your name. It's Michel. Right. After the Archangel, Michel. Just like you said. I've never really cared much for Michel, to be honest. He weighs your soul in one hand on his perfectly balanced scales, then delivers his punishment with the sword in his other. He's not an angel of salvation. Oh. Out of curiosity, could you perhaps be... No, never mind. It's turned into a bit of a storage area, but there's an open room you can use. I'll show you the way. I appreciate your courtesy. Well, this is just lovely. There are cracks in the ceiling and the walls peeling off. There is a bed at least, but it's coated in dust. This was a storeroom when I lived here, as I recall. Sorry about the condition. I didn't choose a bad room for you on purpose, I promise. If you want to sleep somewhere more comfortable, you're not going to find that here. Not a problem. I'm grateful to have a room at all. If you say so. Well, I have work to do, so I should be on my way. I'll talk to the Saintess as promised. I imagine she'll make supper for you at some point. But do keep your crazy talk to yourself around her. I'll make a note of it, thank you. See you. We made it work somehow. Somehow. It's a lot of pressure being under that much suspicion, huh? My heart was pounding the whole time. And that the Archangel Michel came to me in a vision. Stuff. I never expected you to go there. What did you tell him that for anyway? Because I didn't think telling him, I know the future and I need your help to change it, would have gone over very well. Besides, those who yearn for redemption have a tendency to latch onto the spiritual. I thought taking advantage of that would work to our benefit. You know, I bet you'd make a pretty good con artist, Michel. Damn. I did what I thought was necessary. I know. Besides, you have every intention of keeping your promise, don't you? Whether or not Mel can be saved is up to him. I will lend him my hand, though. Oh, you say it's all on him, but deep down, you know you're on his side. We are complete strangers to this Mel, but I can't bring myself to think of him that way. We just met today, but it feels like reuniting with an old friend. He's the same old Mel. And you were actually there, a part of his life, which I imagine makes the sentiment all the stronger. You don't feel the same way? I don't think of him as a total stranger, no. However, nothing. I was about to say something incredibly cynical, but I caught myself. What? It's nothing, don't worry about it. Yeah, if you say so. I was always the one with nothing to offer, powerless to be of anyone's help. So if anything's motivating me, it's not concern for the boy, but a desire to prove that someone like me can do something. It didn't take much arm twisting to get him to give us a room, so who knows? Maybe he'll come over to our side easier than either of us expect. Him giving us a room was not simply out of kindness. Keeping me nearby allows him to keep an eye on me. He doesn't trust me, but he also doesn't know enough about me to decide what to do yet. He needs time, and doing this gives him that time. If he decides keeping me around is not to his advantage, he will act accordingly.
Do you really think he'll do anything to hurt you? Mel's a kind boy and, well, to be frank, I don't think he has the spine for it. It's hard to say, but even if he doesn't, we still have the other two men to worry about. Oh, yeah, we do. I'm just worried about Beastie Boy. That boy, I can't even predict. Nevertheless, his cooperation will undoubtedly be the easiest of the three to gain. We were fortunate to run into him first. What makes you say that? Did you ever have a chance to see the shadows trapped in the mansion? Shadows? I might have. But around the time Hayden Rhodes passed away, I wasn't really there anymore. I stopped thinking, stopped trying to make sense of the things inhabiting that house. I had become merely another part of the cursed mansion. I was only able to converse with them after I had reclaimed myself. I suppose much like the rules differ between the realms of the living and the dead, so too do they differ for those who have lost their grip on reality. As I was searching for a way to get you out of the tower, I encountered and spoke with the three men's shadows. Of the three, Mel was the least threatening. He bears a great deal of regret. He yearns for someone to save him. I heard him muttering, "This isn't what I wanted." He doesn't want to be involved in this. Someone else is holding the reins. My first guess would be the Lord, but regardless, they are not equals in this endeavor. If he wants out, then maybe he would have agreed to help if we told him we were here to save Morgana. Carelessly revealing our hand at this stage did not seem wise. It would have never gotten to this point if it were so easy to stop. So I guess our first task is to earn Mel's trust. Morgana's death is in 3 days. We have until then to get all 3 keys. It won't be easy. I mean, we weren't even present in this world until today. Exactly. We have no one to vouch for us, no one who even knows who we are. But we have knowledge, quite a bit of it in fact. We not only know what happens in this era, but you showed me their next lives as well. From that, we can deduce how they might behave and to whom they have ties. You're right, we do. We know things we should have no way of knowing. And we can use that knowledge to our advantage. Their various interpersonal relationships are where we can get our edge, I think. They each have their reasons for locking Morgana up, and if I'm right, they are doing it for other people. It's these powerful bonds driving them. Mel's driving force would be his sister, for instance. Are they mere bonds, or is it fate that ties them together? You're right. We should find and talk to his sister. Mel is more likely to act if it's coming from her than us. I agree. If his darling sister tells him to stop, he won't have any reason to continue his involvement. Knowing the first tale how the first tale ended makes me slightly uncertain. But for now, we can work under the assumption that he does genuinely care for her. Are we gonna die? I mean, that would work, probably. What do you want to bet? She's somewhere nearby? I mean, she will be. It was her death that sparked the chaos on the day of the Harvest Festival. Ah, right, it was. No, you are exactly right. But what I was going to say is that people tend to keep those they care most about close by. Ah. It would appear I have a bad tendency to focus too much on the facts. That was entirely unnecessary of me. Giselle did not need to be reminded of that. I'm sorry. What for? For being careless with my words, inconsiderate. No need to apologize for the truth. Besides, you and considerate are like oil and water.
And today you're the fire to my oil.
We have 3 days to stop this tragedy. Let's get to work.
Let's. We'll probably have more luck asking than just searching for her. If we can't find Mel, the nun might know.
Off we go.
I want to make some tea before we continue. Because I feel like this is going to be a... Oh, oops. Ah. Oops. Because I feel like this is going to be kind of a more longer, comfy thing. So.
BRB, tea break. Okay, we're back. We're back and we're ready. Okay. Let's see. We're going to find Nellie and figure this shit out. As I step into the chapel, I see an old man waving to the nun as he heads for the door. The man is practically beaming, and judging by the vial in his hand, he's happy about more than simply having the chance to see her. Is that Saint's blood? According to Morgana's account, a disease began spreading through the city at the Harvest Festival, eventually eradicating the population. In a time like this, where medical knowledge was so limited, a plague would be almost unstoppable, and a sight of so many people dying so quickly could appear to them the work of a demon or a curse. We come from the future, so we know just how dangerous this is, but they have no idea. Morgana described it as a tale that could have only taken place in the era of miracles and spirituality, and about that she couldn't be more right. Could we maybe warn everyone against taking the medicine? I assume the sickness was caused by them ingesting blood. At any rate, it's not medicines they're being given, but bottled disease, like some sick joke. If we could convince them to stop taking Saint's blood, then maybe they would prevent the city from being destroyed. But the fact that it's being distributed in the house of the Lord and peddled as a miracle cure plays right into their deep-rooted spirituality. Would it even be possible to convince them otherwise? And besides, it's not them we came here to save, but... No, that's veering too far off our intended path. We need to find the truth and save Morgana's soul. Putting ourselves out like that is only going to get us unwanted attention, make people suspicious. We don't have that kind of time. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. It's just, knowing what they're doing to themselves, I couldn't but think that maybe there was something we could do. Especially considering how it all turns out. I understand the sentiment. Or rather, I understand your reasoning. But for me, Morgana takes priority over any of them. And you over everything. Releasing Morgana's soul should save yours as well, Giselle. If we can eliminate the mansion's darkness, then you won't have to be trapped as its maid. I have no interest in being the hero of the masses. Let's go ask about Mel's sister then. Okay. I turn my gaze back towards the nun to find her kneeling in one of the pews. She bows her head and begins to whisper a prayer. There's no one else in the chapel. Now's the perfect time to ask. Hearing me approach, she falls silent and turns to face me, wearing her usual disarming smile. Hello, Michel. Mel was just here. He told me everything. Can't turn away a friend of Mel's, now can we? Sorry for turning you down earlier.
No worries, I did a poor job of explaining myself.
Oh, did you need something? Let me guess, medicine.
No, I'm in perfectly good health.
I figured you were lying.
I can ask her about Saint's blood some other time. And while I have a number of questions about the man she's close with too, right now, Mel's sister is priority. Are you familiar with Mel's younger sister? She has flaxen hair much like him.
Oh, you mean Nellie? Are you her friend too?
I would say we're more...
You're better off just saying you're friends.
Friends, yes.
What about her?
I would like to speak with her, and I was wondering if you might know where I could find her.
Well, Nellie should be down at the cottage, I believe.
The cottage?
Yep, that's where I stay too. I don't sleep in the mansion itself.
So you don't live here, but only work here?
Right. For one, there are men who live here. The Lord likes to show up on occasion too, and we can't have a nun wandering around while he's here.
So you and Nellie live together then?
Yep, we have for about 6 months or so, ever since she and Mel showed up. I wanted to let her stay with her brother, but since this is technically church property, we have to keep the boys and girls separate.
I see.
I'm so glad to hear Nellie's got a friend, though.
What?
Well, she's not from around here, so she doesn't have many acquaintances. And with how sick she can get, she doesn't spend much time outside. Which is a shame because she's such a sweet little girl. I'm her friend, of course, but I've got responsibilities. I can only be around so often. So I'm sure she'd be delighted to have someone else to talk to.
It would be my pleasure. Could you, tell me the way to the cottage then?
Oh, sure. It's not that far from here. You go down.
The directions I got from the nun led me to a place I know from my own time. It's the same building where the man who had been ordered to keep me under surveillance stayed. Sunlight seeped relentlessly through the trees, and I find myself having to look down at my feet as I follow the path. It's blindingly bright, painful.
How are you holding up, Michelle?
I'll be alright. The sun's past its peak. In a few hours, it won't be nearly as bad.
Don't push yourself, okay?
Okay. The trek is a reminder of just how inconvenient my body always was. Having this chance to experience being alive again comes with both the good parts and the bad. But now is hardly the time to complain about my sensitivity to the sun. It's not long before we reach a clearing, a small cottage surrounded by a small garden coming into view. And crouching by a flower bed picking flowers is a flaxen-haired girl. Are you Nellie? Though several details of her appearance don't match my memory of her, she still has that distinct hair. It could be nobody else. This Nellie is considerably thinner and looks rather frail. The effects of her being ill, I presume.
Who are you?
My name is Michelle. I have a few questions to ask you. Can we talk for a bit? I would have thought she'd have said something by now.
You're being way too blunt, Michelle. You've gone and scared her.
What else was I supposed to say?
You have to approach slowly, carefully. Go on, give her a smile. A nice, soft smile.
Smile? Oh no! No, stop. I'm only here to talk. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Okay, that is definitely not a nice smile. I can't even see it and I can still tell.
What did you expect? I can't just smile and demand.
Eek! It's a bad man! A bad man has come to kidnap me! Save me, dearest Mel, before this bad man does bad things to me!
Calm down, please. I'm not going to do anything to you.
Eek! Don't get any closer! I know you're trying to do bad things to me!
I'm not going to do bad things to you. I couldn't, even if I wanted to.
Don't move, or I'll call the guards on you!
Please, calm down. I mean you no harm, honestly.
That's what all bad men say.
Giselle, don't just watch. This would be a fantastic time for a little advice.
I got it. Maybe she'll calm down if you mention Mel.
You're a genius. I'm a friend of Mel's.
What?
He was telling me about you and how you wanted someone to talk to. He asked me to keep you company.
Mel asked you to come talk to me?
He did. Do you trust me now?
So that makes you his friend, then?
As much as it pains me to admit it.
Michel! What on earth possessed you to say that?
Slip of the tongue?
You and him, that's so.
Yes.
You're pretty old to be friends with my Mel. Are you really, really, really his friend?
Really?
Then prove it.
How so?
If you're really his friend, then you should be able to tell me all about him.
Oh, heck. Why in God's name would you ever subject me to that?
Do you not like Mel, Michel?
That's not it. We're just incompatible.
Okay, here we go. First question, what does my Mel like most of all?
Oh, heck no! There's no theater in this time. He wasn't that big on naps. I would say Nelly.
You think so too? You think I'm his favorite thing in the whole wide world? I like to believe that's what he thinks. I think it'd be wonderful if I could always be his number one.
Her excessive love for her brother is still out in full force, I see.
Second question, what kind of person is my Mel?
A sycophant! A spineless chump! I don't think she'd appreciate me talking bad stuff about Mel. I would say he's a nice guy, but maybe she knows. Maybe she knows that he's spineless.
That's right, he's a very nice guy. He can have his head in the clouds sometimes, but other than that, he's perfect. You know your stuff.
To be honest, I was just saying what you wanted to hear. Michel! Me and my big mouth.
Okay, final question. Describe what he looks like to me.
Well, he's got flaxen hair. I'm far better looking. I'd say he's pretty handsome.
Isn't he? He's like a modern day Adonis.
That might be a bit of a stretch.
Mel could be a prince in any fairy tale. He's got the most perfect face.
May I ask you something?
Hmm?
You do realize he's still growing, right? And that can change a man in unimaginable ways. He could end up 2 heads taller, shoulders twice as broad, covered in muscle before you realize what's happening. And body hair, lots of that, facial hair as thick as these woods. Would you still consider Mel your prince if that happened to him?
Mel? With a beard and muscles? I won't have it! That is not my Mel at all.
You're heading into dangerous waters, Mel.
My Mel will never ever grow a beard. I'll pray every day to make sure of it. And he won't get all big and muscly either. There's nothing princely about any of that.
Never ever. I wouldn't mind some muscles myself.
Out of curiosity, did you ever want to be buff like that, Michel?
Well, yes, of course. Every man wants to be strong and well built.
I don't think the beefy look would work on you. Well, that's the last of my questions. You're not a complete stranger, it seems. Sure, why not? You can be my Mel's friend.
Why, thank you.
This is great. I was sure you were a bad man.
Why is that the first impression everyone has of me? Is that I'm never someone decent.
Any friend of Mel must be a good person. No, an amazing person.
And that's quite the faith you have in him.
Why wouldn't I? He's my big brother.
That's some circular logic.
Is it just you? Is Mel not coming?
He's rather busy at the moment.
Oh. He's always has something to take care of, that Mel. He's hardly given me any attention these past couple months. But that's okay, because today, I've got you to keep me company.
Yes, you do. I can't stay long, though.
Alright, just stay until sundown then. You had something you wanted to ask me, didn't you? Well, if you're a good enough friend, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
And how do I go about that?
Talking. Lots and lots of talking. You have to keep me entertained.
You're asking far too much of me. She's not asking much at all. She just wants to talk. Do you think someone who spent 13 years in isolation knows the first thing about holding a pleasant conversation?
Hey now, I was there for a year of that. I'll help you come up with topics, so go on. Do you not want to talk to me?
No, I do. I'm just not much of a conversationalist.
Okay, then instead of talking, you can sing. I've never seen a minstrel before, but I've always wanted to know what kind of songs they sing. Will you show me?
Oh no. I've never seen one myself either, but I have heard second-hand accounts of the songs of traveling jongleurs. Very well then. I'll teach you a song of an old acquaintance of mine heard while traveling.
Whee! I can't wait.
Here goes.
Huh.
Oh. The silence is deafening.
I'm shocked. I don't think I've ever heard someone sing so badly.
Me neither. I'm flabbergasted. Well, let's hear you try then.
That's enough singing for today. I don't want my ears to fall off.
What a vicious little girl.
I know. Let's bake something.
Bake something?
Yep, come on inside. I made some nice jam earlier today, and I want to make some of it into a pretty little pie. You get to help me with that.
I'm not much of a... No!
Come on, get a move on. You either help or you don't get to be my friend.
As you wish. This is not going to end well.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How on earth do you manage to turn a pie into this monstrosity?
I gave it my best shot.
There's only one explanation. You're possessed.
It's true he is, but I'm a perfectly good chef.
Michel's just naturally terrible at it.
God, could this go any worse?
I can't give this to Mel. Jerk, dimwit, loser.
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we've got no choice but to eat it ourselves. I'll set the table.
What?
And I'll make us some tea while I'm at it. You know, I've always dreamed of this, sitting around a table with a friend, having snacks and just talking.
Oh, this poor girl. Oh?
Yep, and for that I can deal with a little awful, disgusting pie. It's just too bad I couldn't share it with my Mel, too.
I see.
For all her complaining, she seems to be enjoying herself. I can only imagine how lonely she is out here. While she may act all bright and cheerful, beneath it is a real sense of isolation.
And the same can be said about the girl behind the first door. As vivacious and pushy as she could be, you could see hints of loneliness behind it all. Her brother was practically all she had while she lived in the mansion. But if I were to guess, that's not the life she really wanted. I bet she would have preferred to be able to go out and play with friends. Being born into a noble family takes away a lot of your freedom.
Even in such drastically different time periods, she still is the same girl inside. Actually, maybe the parallels extend beyond her as a person and into the courses of her two different lives. Perhaps that means all those who were reconstructed at Morgana's wish are destined to lead similar lives. Though destined might be putting it too nicely. Nellie. Hmm?
I would be glad to lend you my ear, if you would like. You can talk about the weather, or your brother, anything you want.
You will? Great! Take a seat. I got lots I want to talk about. More than you can possibly imagine.
Sweet precious girl.
And you'll never guess what Mel said next. That I mean more to him than anyone in the world. So I'm growing flowers out in the garden, right? Well, when I've got enough of them, I'm going to make a big bouquet and give it to Mel. Back at home, we've got this really, really big yard with this huge tree that we used to take naps under when it was nice out. So what do you think about the tea I made? The flower petal's what really ties it all together. You won't believe what happened after that. Care for another cup of tea? I'll make as much as you can drink.
No, thank you, I'm fine. I feel like all I did was nod and listen. And the bulk of it was all about Mel, no less.
I haven't talked that much in ages, Time sure flew by, huh? The sun's starting to set.
Do you and the nun not speak much?
We do, but it's kind of, I don't know, not really the same with her. Just feels, I guess, like she's too important for me to waste her time, being the lady in charge of the church and pretty much the whole estate.
And what about Mel? Does he not visit you very often?
No, he does. He comes to see me a lot.
Then why?
He hasn't been himself lately. My old Mel would happily listen to whatever I had to say, but now he seems kind of distracted. It sounds like he's really busy. When he visits, he doesn't stay for long, and he has to go back to the mansion at night. I'll try to get him to stay longer, but it never works. He always avoids the question when I ask him why he can't. It feels like he's hiding something.
Knowing what he's hiding, I could understand why he wouldn't want to talk about it. You can never tell his precious little sister that he and two other men have a girl locked up in a tower, and that he's stealing her blood for her sake.
I wish things could have stayed the way they were before.
The way they were before?
When it was just the two of us living together. I know we're more stable here and I can get the medicine I need from the church. But I'd rather stay being sick than to be so alone.
You said you came here around 6 months ago.
Yep, it was just the two of us before that. Well, before that, at our old house, we had a bunch of servants. I never really liked it there either. With that many people around, I just felt more alone. I liked it so much better when it was just me and Mel.
Is that what you want? To be sick and in constant pain?
It's better than being alone. Mel just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand that the loneliness is so much worse. Or maybe that's just a guy thing. They don't get what it's like to be ignored. What it feels like to be left in the dark, not knowing anything.
We don't understand, no. We think saving their lives matters above all.
Huh?
Even if there's a cost to saving that life, we're incapable of gauging how great it is. We're unable to see how egotistical, how self-serving our actions are.
Are you talking about yourself?
The same could be said of Mel as well, I imagine.
Mel's still around, though. He's there, but it's like he's trying to avoid me. All I want is for him to be here, to be with me. That's all I really want. He doesn't even have to be a perfect fairy tale prince.
Have you ever told him that?
What?
Have you ever told him that he doesn't have to be the perfect brother? That you'd be happy with just having him there? Have you ever put those feelings into words?
I'm always telling him I want him around.
And that he doesn't have to be your prince to do so?
He's already said that he will be my prince. He always smiles whenever I talk about it. How am I supposed to turn around and say he doesn't have to be my prince anymore?
I know it's not your intention to force an ideal image onto him, but unconsciously, subconsciously, that's what you're doing when you talk like that. And Mel, he's trying to meet those expectations. Actually, he may not be conscious of it himself. He just believes deep down that that's the kind of person he's supposed to be. Or more accurately, he seems to have a need to make himself look good to others. He believes that if he's good to others, they'll be good to him in return.
Am I a burden?
I can assure you he's better off with you around.
But I am a burden to him right now, aren't I? Be honest with me.
Yes, you are.
Does Mel not like me anymore? Is that why he's been avoiding me?
I promise you that's not the case. At the very least, he's doing what he's doing now because of how much he cares about you.
You promise?
I promise.
I love him. I love my Mel so very much. Too much, in fact. To be honest, I know I do. I understand that, really. I know I'm making his life difficult. But Mel's all I have. She's the only person I can latch onto. And I can't control my feelings.
It can be difficult to tame your emotions at your age. There's nothing wrong with that. However, you should have taken stock of those emotions, sorted through everything you've got on your mind, and then sat down with him to talk it out. Even if those things you feel seem wrong or unspeakable. You should have opened up to him, taken the time to figure out what works best for the both of you. You two needed to face the things you carried in your heart, the things your brother carried in his. By not doing so, you end up never quite on the same page. Small misunderstandings piling up until it all comes crashing down. They had just talked it out, communicated their feelings to one another. Maybe their tragedy could have been avoided, even with Morgana's curse in play. If Nellie had only had a chance to come to grips with her feelings for Mel, then maybe things wouldn't have escalated the way they did. Her actions that night were arguably hysteric, but she wasn't always like that. I'm sorry. That was out of line. None of this is any of my business, I know.
No need to apologize. You're a very curious man, you know.
Huh?
We only met a couple of hours ago, but you talk like you've known me my whole life. It's like you can hear everything I'm thinking, see everything in my heart. Did Mel tell you all of that?
No. He did not tell me much.
I didn't think so. He doesn't know me that well. It's not too late, is it? If I talk to him, really tell him how I feel, do you think Mel will listen?
I know he will.
It won't make things worse? It won't make him uncomfortable?
There is a chance that rifts may form at first, but those cracks can be filled again, and I promise you the results will be something much better than if you had held it in. It will all work out.
Okay. Next time I see Mel, I'll tell him. I'll tell him he doesn't have to try to be my prince.
Good.
You really are a curious man. You're the first person to ever talk to me like I'm a real person. Everyone loves to say how sweet and adorable I am, but that's it. I was only ever the make-believe princess.
You are a real person, I assure you.
Thanks. You know, after talking to you, I'm feeling a whole lot better, like I can do anything. I'm glad you came by today.
And I'm glad I could meet you in person.
It's weird. It really feels like we've known each other our entire lives.
I've known you for some time. Or perhaps I should say, what you will become.
Huh?
Oh no, ignore me!
Was that supposed to be a pickup line? Bad Michel, I'm still too young for that.
No, I wasn't.
Now you're getting flustered.
I swear that's not what that was.
I know. Jeez, do you really think I trust you that little?
Sorry.
Oh, I just had the most wonderful idea.
Oh?
Yep. Instead of being my friend, I let you be something even better. You're my second brother.
Second brother? Why is everyone making him their brother?
Brother is much more special to me than a friend. Though obviously you can't be my number one.
I'm blanking.
She's taken a liking to you. This is good for us.
I'm not sure how I feel about putting so much trust in me so quickly, though.
The amount of time it takes isn't important. What matters is that you listen to her, you understand her, and you treated her like a real person. In her eyes, you're someone she can depend on. Do you not want me as your sister?
Actually, I was the youngest child, so having a younger sibling would be,
Would be what? Come on, spit it out.
it would be rather nice.
You bet it would. Who wouldn't want an adorable little sister like me?
That's a bit narcissistic, wouldn't you say?
Well, it's true, isn't it? Go on, tell me I'm adorable, dearest Michel. What? Don't just stare at me. If my Mel were here, he wouldn't bat an eye.
Please don't compare me to him. now might be a good time to tell her about Morgana. Part of me feels like I would be taking advantage of her newly earned trust, but it'll certainly be easier to bring up now, while she holds me in such high regard. She's much more likely to believe me.
You're right. I agree, now's probably the best chance we'll get. Especially considering how little time we have.
Can't shake the feeling I'm rushing things, but at this point, all I can do is go with it and pray it works.
If we had the time, I think we'd all like to hold off. Nellie looks like she's having so much fun. And even you seem to be enjoying yourself.
No, I'm just...
Nothing to be ashamed of. I'm having fun watching you myself. Let's do it. Let's tell her about Morgana. We have to do it some point anyway.
Yes, let's. Nellie, do you mind if I ask you a question?
What is it, dear smell?
Misha... It's just a gut reaction when she says dearest to say Mel.
What is it, dearest Michelle? Ask me anything you want.
Have you heard of something called Saint's Blood?
No, you mean the medicine?
Yes, except it's not actually.
I know. Yeah. It's actually the Saintess's blood, not medicine. But no telling.
You... what?
One day, before we moved here, when it was just me and Mel, the Saintess came to visit. My mind had been all foggy for a long time, like I was not quite asleep but not quite awake either. But when I heard her soft, pleasant voice, the fog cleared up a bit. And then, she performed a miracle for me. Blood is awful and gross and terrible, but the Saintess's, hers is different. Hers is pure.
So you're saying you know everything, Nellie? About the observation tower and...
Huh? The tower? What about it?
That's where they keep her.
What? No, the Saintess is always in the chapel. And she stays here with me. She comes back at nights. In fact, she should be here any minute now.
So, she thinks the Saintess is the nun and not Morgana. No, Nellie. That blood comes from...
I'm really, really grateful to her. She didn't just perform the one miracle. She's been taking care of me while I'm here too. So whenever I see her, I always say thank you. I thank her for sharing her blood with me. She always says it's nothing with a big smile.
Nellie, no. The nun has no idea. She just assumes Nellie's thanking her for giving her the medicine.
I owe the Saintess my life.
No, Nellie. She's not the one you should be grateful to.
Huh?
The girl you owe your life to has been locked up, suffering and alone even as we speak.
But Saintess is at the church.
The girl who came to visit you is not the same nun everyone calls the Saintess. Her name is Morgana.
What are you talking about, Michel? The Saintess is locked up? Stop that. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Everything I'm telling you is the truth. Please believe me. While you were lying in bed, sick and barely conscious, did you get a good look at the Saintess who gave you her blood? You didn't, did you? You couldn't make out any details because your mind was a haze. And then, when you arrived at this estate, you met a woman who people call the Saintess, giving out medicine known as Saint's Blood. So you assumed she was the one who had cured you. And that's a story you chose to believe.
If what you're saying is true, then where is the other Saintess, the one who came to see me?
At the top of the mansion's observation tower.
Poor Nellie.
The door to the tower is locked. She's imprisoned there.
And how do you know this?
Because it wouldn't be wise to tell her I'm from the future just yet. That would only serve to confuse her further. All I need to convince her of right now is that Morgana is being held in the tower. There's an idea. Perhaps I can borrow from the story the white-haired girl told Mel. I received a letter.
A letter?
There's a window, far out of reach in the chamber, at the top of the tower. A dove flew in the window, and so she wrote a letter, tying it to the bird's leg and releasing it in the hope someone would come to set her free. That letter ended up in my hands.
That's the case. And who locked her up? Was it the Saintess, the one I know?
No, I don't believe the nun is aware. I think she's simply doing her job in good faith.
And who? Michelle.
I know very well that what I'm about to say will likely crush her. I can't let that stop me.
Who would do such a terrible thing?
Nellie, I want you to brace yourself for what I'm about to say. There are 3 men participating in Morgana's imprisonment. And one of those 3 is your brother, Mel. I understand that that's the last thing you wanted to hear, but please believe me, I would not say something so upsetting lightly. I wish to save Morgana, the true saint. And I would like your assistance. Without your help, I cannot get her out of that tower. I need you to get through to Mel, otherwise both he and Morgana will remain entrapped.
That's not true.
Nellie.
You're lying. You have to be. My Mel would never do something so horrible. You're a terrible liar.
It's true, I swear to you.
You think I'm going to believe that? My Mel. My Mel's an amazing, wonderful person. He's not cruel and evil. He's good and kind, like a prince. And a prince would never lock someone up.
I know you're not blind, Nellie. You can see that all your prince talk has been putting pressure on him.
So, you think that's going to change my mind? He has no reason to do any of that.
But he does, Nellie. He's certainly not happy about it, no, but he's doing it for you.
What do you mean?
He needs her blood to keep you healthy. So, to ensure he always had a supply.
But no, he...
And despite that, Saint's blood probably doesn't even have healing properties. No one benefits from doing this. Not you, not Mel, certainly not Morgana. And I don't think anyone can stop him except you.
Mel won't listen to me.
Did you not just say you would talk things through with him?
Just shut up! Stop talking already. I'm done listening to you.
Nellie.
I'll never believe you. You're not my brother anymore. You're just a horrible, horrible man. Who do you think you are to march in here, try to make my Mel into the bad guy? And after I made you my second brother. What's wrong with you? I trusted you. I ate nasty pie and had tea with you. But you're just a mean, evil man here to turn me against my Mel.
I know you don't want to believe me, but I'm telling you the truth, every word. I beg you, open your eyes. Ask him yourself. If you don't believe me, then ask Mel about Morgana. I guarantee you he'll panic.
Enough! Enough already! Get out of here! Get out this instant!
Nellie.
Don't say my name! Just go away! Get out of here! Now! I don't want to see you ever again! I should have chased you off the moment I saw you. Get out! Now!
I pray you can find it in yourself to open your eyes and face the truth.
Get out!
One last thing before I go, Nellie. It was my only option, I know that, but I feel like all I accomplished was by telling her was bringing her more pain. It's a difficult balance.
You just have to pray that you were able to get through to her. I'm sure she'll come around.
If only we had a little more time. In 3 days, it will all be over. Morgana and the entire web of people connected to her will die. That's not enough time. Let's return to the mansion and look for Mel. I would like to speak with him. If there's a chance we can get even the smallest bit of Nellie's feelings through to him, maybe he'll have a change of heart.
Hopefully.
It's hardly going to be elegant, but it's what must be done.
Did you just get back? The Saintess was telling me you went to see Nellie. What do you think? Sweet girl, isn't she?
Oh, I thought he would be like really suspicious about that. That she is.
Though, she can be a bit of a handful at times. I'm glad you could keep her company for a bit. Now, to be sure, you kept a lid on all your crazy talk, right?
She treated me to some tea, nothing more.
Oh, the stuff with the flower petals in it, yeah? She thinks it's some kind of charm to make it taste better. Girls seem to have a thing for stuff like that.
Mel.
Hmm?
Could you spare a bit of time for me? We need to talk.
Sure. Can it wait a bit, though? I have to run a little errand after supper. When I'm done with that, I'll meet you in your room.
All right.
You think the errand is...
Bringing Morgana her meal, presumably. We might be able to catch the 3 of them opening the door if we trail Mel.
It's too big a risk. Mel's already very enough as it is.
I concur. And we don't know how the other 2 might react either. It's best to play it safe. No one's going to come to our defense if we're caught, not at this point in time. So we'd be better off waiting in our room.
Agreed. Oh, we had such a nice afternoon, and then...
Though winter has receded and spring is well upon the land, there's still a sharp chill in the air. Even with the window shut, the wind still manages to slip through the cracks, making the candle flame waver. Neither Giselle nor I say much of anything, but nevertheless, when she does speak, the sound of her voice, soft and pleasant, relaxes my nerves. The faint sound of her breathing reminds me I'm not alone, and she's there, always watching over me. They would just murder me. Absolutely. When the candle is about half gone, the door swings open.
Sorry it took so long. What do you want to talk about?
You didn't bring anyone with you?
No, I didn't. Who did you think I would bring?
No one. I was just checking. Now, I'll get straight to the point. You're afflicted with a great deal of remorse, are you not, Mel?
Pardon?
I know what you're doing, what you're involved in. I know the girl at the top of the observation tower very well. Her name is Morgana, and you have her imprisoned in the tower. The door requires 3 keys to open, of which you possess 1. You need her for her miracle blood.
How?
I came here to stop you.
How? How do you know any of that? It's not possible she could have told anyone. Did one of them tell you?
No, it wasn't them. I was told all of this by Morgana herself.
How could she?
What I am about to tell you is going to seem impossible, but every word of it is the truth. I am not from this time. Many, many years after her death, Morgana's soul told me what happened to her.
What? What are you even talking about? She's still alive. You're not from this time? What? Are you mad?
Can you come up with any other explanation for how I know everything I know? There's a single window in the room at the top of the tower, a small, insignificant thing that sits high upon the wall, and entirely useless for communicating with the outside world. In 3 days' time, during the Harvest Festival, Morgana will die. And I must prevent that from happening.
Prevent it?
To do that, I need your key. Will you give it to me?
There you go, talking nonsense again. You know, I warned you not to kick up any dust for your own sake. I guess that didn't get through, huh? I don't care who you are or where you came from. All that matters is that you intend to stand in our way. What? Did you think I was just a helpless little boy? That you could take my key without any trouble? Well, you'd be right about that. If it was only me, stealing my key and setting her free would be a trivial matter. But it's not only me. And the other two, they won't hesitate to kill you. Your life, anyone's life, means nothing to them. You don't know what they're like, how terrifying they can be. They're killers. I'll tell them everything you told me. I'll tell them you know our secret. And don't come crying to me when they come for you. I warned you.
Is that what you want? Will you find the comfort you seek by being their devoted little slave, keeping Morgana imprisoned in that tower?
What else can I?
If you feel at all ashamed about your part in this, if you want to do something to correct it, then you need to take that step. You can't fix this problem on your own, no. But I'm here to help.
I'm not ashamed about anything.
Don't lie to yourself.
Don't act like you know how I feel. What the hell is your deal anyway? You show up out of nowhere spouting all of this, I'll save you and I'm here to help rubbish.
You need to do this for your sister.
See, now that's ridiculous. If I wash my hands of this, I won't have access to the witch's blood anymore. And without that, Nellie can't get better. She'll die without that blood.
Her blood has no miraculous healing powers. You only believe it does, and making it appear to work.
You're mad.
Morgana's blood is not curing Nellie. In fact, it may well be killing her. If you keep giving her that blood, Nellie will also lose her life during the Harvest Festival.
What?
You're standing on the precipice of a horrific tragedy, and you're going to take everyone down with you if you don't turn back now.
What are you?
All three of you are going to lose everything on the day of the festival. And there's only one way to prevent that. You have to set Morgana free.
You're insane if you think I would believe that. Nellie's going to die? Could you have told a more mean-spirited lie? You're the one who's trying to kill her. I'm just trying to save her.
And you're going about it the entirely wrong way. Do you have any idea how lonely your sister is right now? You should be at her side. That's what you should be doing instead of stealing a poor girl's blood.
I've heard enough. What do you know?
If I lose Nellie, I'll have no one. My whole world will collapse. This is the only way I could keep that from happening. This was my best option, my only option. So no, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep Morgana locked up, and I'm going to keep stealing her blood. And I'll hand you over to the other two. I'll have them kill you. You'll regret ever showing your face.
Mel, is that really true?
What?
Do you really have the Saintess locked up?
Why? What are you doing here, Nellie?
That man told me I had to talk to you. That he said if I didn't have the courage to do it myself, to wait outside his room tonight because he was going to get the truth from you.
Oh, heck. You conniving son of a... You were planning this all along. Why would you tell Nellie? Why would you bring her of all people into this?
Mel? Tell me, Mel, is it true?
Nellie,
Are you really keeping the Saintess prisoner and stealing her blood? And you said you would have him killed. I never thought you were such a terrible person, Mel. I can't believe you would do such despicable things. No.
Oh, heck.
No, you're not my brother anymore.
Nellie. Michel, go after her. I don't think so. I don't think we should go after her. Gonna make another save though. But I don't think we should go after her. Oh, wait, what? We can't leave him alone, not like this. Or maybe we should have. I thought he was gonna run after his sister and then we were just gonna let that play out. Heck. Why did it have to turn out like this? Mel, calm down. You need to go after her, tell her the truth. Explain to her how you got involved in this.
Why?
Mel!
It's all because you had to go and spill everything.
You have to come clean and you have to do it now. Remember what I said. If you don't act at the Harvest Festival...
Everything was just fine the way it was. But then you had to show up out of nowhere and ruin everything.
Do you honestly think things were fine as they were? Of course they weren't, Mel.
Be quiet. Shut up, damn you. What the hell's your problem anyway? I told you to keep your head down, didn't I? If you hadn't said anything to Nellie. If you weren't here.
Mel, please calm down.
Mel, you ruined everything. You made a gigantic mess out of my life.
Go after Nellie now. If you explain yourself, there's still time to fix things.
What do you know? She's just a kid. A little girl who dreams about being a princess and having me for her prince. You destroyed that dream. There's no fixing it.
Mel!
It's all your fault.
With a savage roar, Mel swipes a candlestick off the stand. He rips the candle free, throwing it aside to reveal a metal rod with a sharp tip.
Michel.
Oh no.
This is all on you. I'll take care of you myself.
Don't do this, Mel. You're better than that.
Shut up. You don't know me. You don't know a damn thing about me.
I do. I know you wouldn't deliberately harm anyone.
Is that what you think? What did I tell you? You don't know me at all. I can too. You bet I can.
Put that down, Mel.
Everyone thinks I'm completely helpless, and I can't do a single thing for myself.
Mel!
Well, you know what? I can. It's not like I've got anything to lose now.
Drop the candlestick, Mel. Don't do this. There's still time. All is not lost yet. Put the candlestick down. Good. Mel's trembling from head to toe. I step forward slowly, trying not to aggravate him further. I reach out and grab the candlestick in his hand. I can feel his shaking through the cool metal. His fingers were not made to grip weapons. His hands not made to point them at people. Tools meant to cause others harm instead act upon him. Let go. Mel. The tension dissipates from his arm, and his grip on the candlestick goes loose. Go find Nellie and tell her the truth. She'll hear you out, I'm certain of it. You never wanted to be involved in this, and she will understand. You're a good man, and she knows.
You've misjudged me.
What?
Me? A good man? If I were such a good person, I wouldn't be holding this thing in the first place. Michel! 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 What's going on out there?
My gaze slides downward.
Oh, no, please, no!
And there, I see the candlestick spike protruding from my neck.
No, don't. You can't. Hang in there. No, please, why, Michel? No, no, no. Michel! Michel!
Blood trickles down the gold bronze shaft. As soon as my mind registers this fact, excruciating pain radiates in hot waves from the wound. I make to say something, but all that comes out is a choked gurgle. My ability to speak completely stripped away.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't actually mean to. I'm so sorry.
Mel, frantically apologizing, grows hazy. The world twists and contorts around me. I fall to my knees.
Michel!
And then the rest of me hits the floor.
Michel, please be okay. I'm begging you.
Giselle.
You're still with me. Good. We need a doctor. Mel, listen to me. Mel, you need to get someone. Why can I not get through to him? Why can't I be there? Why do I have to be stuck in here? Please, Michel, I beg you, hold on. I can't bear to lose you. Michel. No, please don't leave me.
Giselle. I'm sorry I failed you.
Michel. Michel! Michel.
I'm sorry I couldn't.
Michel!
get you out of...
No, no, you can't. No!
Ending 0. Well, I was so sure that that was gonna work out. Whoops.
Just goes to show how good I am at making decisions.
So, we're gonna go after Nelly. Apparently that's the best thing to do. We have to stop her, bring her back. Nelly.
Don't follow me. Just go away. Leave me alone.
Stop. If you run away from him now, Mel will never come back from this.
And why did you tell me? Why did you tell me what he was doing? If you hadn't said anything, everything would still be fine. We wouldn't be in this horrible mess. If you hadn't said anything, I could have kept on believing in him.
No, things wouldn't be fine. Why can you not see that? You shouldn't put your faith in your ideal brother, but your real one, the boy in that room stricken with regret. If I hadn't said anything, the facade would have ruined you sooner or later. No, in truth, your relationship was already broken. You were simply ignoring the spreading cracks. I know, on some level, you had realized that Mel was keeping something incredibly important from you, and that that secret was tearing you apart.
There's nothing good about this, though. We'll never go back to the way we were. We can never go back to what it was like when we were kids, just the two of us playing together every day, having fun.
Everyone's childhood comes to an end. The flow of time is impartial. You cannot fight it. What you can do, what only you can do, is choose how you change.
But...
I will admit, I am the one who opened your wounds, and now I'm putting the responsibility of tending to them onto you. It's cruel, I know. But if you don't come to terms with Mel and make him withdraw his participation, even greater suffering awaits you far in the future. It's not over yet, and you cannot let this be where it ends. The bonds you form over the years are not yet broken, and you can do what I was never able to. You can still repair your relationship.
I'm scared. Scared that my brother, that my Mel could do such terrible things. That he could say he would kill you. He used to be such a good brother. He was always so kind, so friendly to everyone. But it was all a lie. It was all a big act to fool me.
No, it was not all an act, there was truth to it. He is a kind-hearted boy, an ordinary young man, whose kindness was twisted by circumstance. And it doesn't matter how good a person someone is. Everyone has the potential to do terrible things when backed into a corner.
You think you know everything?
I know that much. Nelly, if you want your brother back, you have to act now. Please, you must take action.
I'm scared. What am I supposed to say to him? I don't know.
I'll be there with you. You don't have to face this alone. There's more to the story than we've heard. We don't know how he got himself involved in this. And I mean to get the rest of it out of him. And you need to be there to hear it.
When I hear what he has to say, I try to say something I shouldn't. If I try to say something that will ruin everything, you'll stop me? You're the one who told me to open my eyes and face him. You're the one who made this whole mess. What am I supposed to do if all of this destroys everything I have? You said you'd be my brother, right? So be a good brother and help me out here. Promise me, you'll make sure nothing goes bad. You'll do that, won't you?
Please let Michael make his own decisions here and not me.
Michel, just say yes.
We won't let this go bad. Have faith in yourself. I will do my best. I will do my best to make this work out. That's all I can promise.
Faith said you put their relationship on track to recovering. Promise her. Give her the courage she wants from you.
You have nothing to fear. I will be there for you, and I will help you both.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll go back.
Thank you, Giselle.
Oh, don't mention it. Now let's go see what he has to say for himself. Let's draw back that curtain.
Yes, let's. Nellie.
Mel.
What did you come back here for? To ridicule me? I'm not the brother you thought I was, huh? Not at all what you wanted me to be. It's all over. Everything Michel said is true. There's a girl imprisoned in the tower. A completely innocent girl. The girl who saved your life, in fact. Go on. Tell me how cruel and terrible and evil I am. I'm no prince. He has an idea. Well, why don't you make him your new prince? You can do it, Nellie. Ask him.
You have your reasons, don't you? You have some reason for being a part of this, right?
A reason? Yeah, I have a reason, all right. I wanted to save your life. I needed her blood to cure you, so I had her locked up.
Tell me the truth. I don't remember much about when the Saintess came to visit, but I do remember a little. I remember her saying she would gladly give whatever she could to the sick and needy. Which means you had no reason to lock her up.
It would seem the tale Morgana showed me was true. She really was a saint.
Yes, she was. Tell me the truth, Mel. Tell me everything.
There's nothing to tell.
There is, I know it. There's more to a story than just the facts. The things you thought, the things you felt, are all pieces that combine to make the whole story. Isn't that right, Michel?
You're exactly right. If you hadn't said anything, we could have gone on with our lives as normal.
No, Mel, we couldn't have. I thought so too at first, but it's not true. Our normal lives ended long ago. Tell me the truth, Mel. No matter what it is, I can handle it.
No, Nellie, you can't. A girl like you who dreams of becoming a princess couldn't possibly bear to see how hideous her brother has become.
How can I know If you don't say anything, though, that's how it's always been with us. You were so nice to me, and that was all I needed. I never looked beyond the surface. I made you into my ideal brother, and I latched onto that image of you. You're a kind person, Mel, you really are. So kind that you played along with my fantasy that you were a prince. But you don't have to act for me anymore. I want to know the real you. I'm done being a princess. I'm just your little sister now, nothing more. Your one and only little sister, Mel.
You need to do this, Mel. You need to tell your story. Until you do, you have no way of understanding what you've been through. We have no way of understanding what you've been through, what you're going through. No way. If I tell you, you'll lose any hope you had left in me. As Nellie has, you need to realize yourself from now on. You need to release yourself from your own idealized fantasy, Mel. You have someone right here who will accept you for who you are. I know good and well just how hard it can be to have someone dear to you see a side of you that you didn't want to show them. I think you want to get it off your chest, though. And I think you want forgiveness. Fantasies are not everlasting. They all crumble eventually. Show us the real Mel. Tell us your story without embellishments or omissions.
Mel.
Okay. I'll tell you. Not like I have any other options. Nellie, if at any point you can't bear to hear it anymore, so be it. You're free to leave whenever you like.
I won't go anywhere. I can almost guarantee you.
I pray that ends up being true. Alright, here goes. The whole story from start to finish of how I ended up in this mess. Until around the time I turned 17, my life was almost uneventful. This is so interesting. We've never been in their perspective. Or at least not to this extent. I would take walks around the house's grounds, sometimes napping behind a tree. It was picturesque, and you were always there with me. You have the same flax-colored hair as me, but yours always seemed to glisten in the sun, whereas mine is flat and dull. You shone like a tiny little dancing sun. At the time, I assumed that was how life would always be. I genuinely wanted it to be. Following my 17th birthday, though, I was met with a deluge of changes. First, father fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. With his death came the question of who would be the next head. As the oldest son, normally it would fall on me to take his place. I was 17, by all means enough of an adult to handle things myself. Or well, that's what I thought anyway. Nobody else did, though. After discussions I had no part in, it was decided that my uncle would be the next head. That they weren't confident I had the spine to do the job properly. I wasn't sure what to think. Part of me wanted to know why nobody bothered talking to me, and part of me was relieved. Somewhere inside, I knew I didn't have what it took. So I was more than happy to let someone else take that responsibility. If it meant I could go on with my quiet life, I didn't care who they picked. My uncle, though, seemed to have caught on to my apathy, which he did not take kindly to. and in response, he formally disowned me. You're not the only one who still had some growing up to do, Nellie. I wasn't quite the adult I thought I was either. Fortunately, if you want to call it fortune, I was given enough money to live on for a decent length of time, as well as a place to stay. It was a small house far from home, his way of making it hard for me to come back. Not that I had any intention of returning, but the best thing to come out of it all was you coming with me, Nellie.
So this is our new home, dearest Mel.
Yep, so it is. It's amazing how little there is. No big yard, no paintings, no vase filled with colorful flowers, no silver bowls full of fresh-picked fruit.
But there is you and me.
You're not going to go and say you want to return home in a couple of months when you realize life isn't as luxurious here as it was back there, are you?
There's only one thing in the whole world I really need.
Oh?
Honestly, I can't live without shiny shoes and pretty dresses like Mother wears.
Oh, I can live without them.
I don't need composers to come and write me songs for my birthday. As long as I have the one thing that matters most to me, I can do without anything else.
Are you saying?
I'm as happy as I've ever been. I don't need all that fancy, expensive stuff. We may not have a huge yard, but the sun shines everywhere. Flowers can grow even without a gardener tending to them.
Nellie.
I'll do whatever I can for you, dearest Mel. Are you hungry? I'm hungry.
Oh, yeah, a bit.
Alright, I'll make something then. Start off with some fruit jam, and then maybe make a pie out of it. What else sounds good? I'm craving cookies.
You've got quite the sweet tooth. You're gonna make yourself sick like that.
That's the first smile I've seen since we got here.
What? That can't be right. I'm sure I've been smiling.
Nope. You've been frowny all day.
Whatever you say.
Forget about all that stuff at home. We've got each other. We can do this. Who cares that we're not rich anymore? We'll figure things out in no time. And then we'll have even more fun than we did back there.
Yeah, you're right.
It'll all work out, dearest Mel. I'll always be here for you. Got yourself an adorable little princess. What more could you possibly need? Cheer up.
Thanks. I'm really glad you decided to come with me.
Oh-ho! Did you think for a second that I wouldn't? I'm your princess, dearest Mel. And princesses belong with their princes.
I suppose so. Until that day, I'd never known how good it felt to have someone who wanted me in their life, who saw me for me. I realized for the first time how blessed I had always been. I was hardly prince material. I wasn't strong or handsome or regal enough for that. But Nellie called me her prince. Calling me her prince gave me the illusion of being worth something. It made me feel like I could keep on being that richly blessed young man, even this far away from home. While I had been given some money, my supply was far from infinite. I knew I would eventually have to find some kind of work, some way to support myself and Nellie. But to be quite honest, I couldn't gather the motivation to do much of anything. My whole life had changed so abruptly, so dramatically, that my mind just wasn't able to keep up. It had knocked me on my backside, and I didn't have the strength to get back up. I couldn't tell Nellie that, of course, so this is what I said instead. I want to stay home. I'm staying home because I want to be with you as much as possible. And she happily took me at my word. Our new life together was quiet and unremarkable. Even so, it was still a constant stream of new experiences for the two of us, having been pampered our entire lives.
Welcome home, dearest Mel. What did you buy today?
I got a chicken.
Wow, I've never seen one so up close before. Are we going to keep it as a pet?
I was, planning on using it for supper.
What? You're going to cook it?
That's the idea. You like chicken though, don't you? Steamed especially, if I remember right.
Yes, but it's all covered in feathers and flapping about. How are we supposed to cook it?
If I remember, the guy said you have to pluck its feathers, then cut off its head and drain all the blood.
Ew! No way! Absolutely not! Not in a million years! You do it, Mel!
What? I've never done this before.
Well, I'm not, so you do it.
Alright. I'll bring it to the...
Not inside. Do it outside.
Okay. Oof. I've never had to slaughter a chicken before. The chefs back home always took care of it. God, I hope I don't screw this up. Well, I'm not gonna accomplish anything if I just sit here worrying. I just gotta give it my best shot. I'm happy to not be in this position. Oh, please don't put up a fight. I can't watch. On the count of three, okay? The count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Come back. It's gone. At first, I was just fumbling about in the dark, constantly messing up everything I tried. But in time, I started getting more comfortable with things, and I stopped pining for my old life. For the longest time, I couldn't shake the memory of the fact that I had once been a noble. I was constantly wondering how I'd ended up here, why this was happening to me. Nellie seemed to have adjusted fairly quickly, but I wasn't faring so well. I was surprised, honestly. I figured if anyone was going to have an issue with our new lifestyle, it was going to be her, not me. Back home, Nellie had tended to be, well, a bit of a princess. She was frequently harsh with the Abigails, scolding them for the smallest things. There were times I thought she might be biting her tongue for my sake, but every time I crossed my mind, she would say, "I've got you, dearest Mel. Everything's just fine." And it was those words that kept me going.
Oh, dearest Mel, I just had the most wonderful idea. Would you like to hear it?
Sure, what's your idea?
We should get married.
What? You can't be serious.
As serious gets. I mean, we're basically married already and everything but name.
We can't do that, we're siblings.
Nobody here needs to know that.
They can guess from our hair and eye color, though.
I don't think we look that much alike.
Anyway, whatever gave you that idea?
If we get married, then we can be together forever.
We can do that just as well as brother and sister.
It's not the same, though. No one ever says two siblings lived happily ever after. I want to be with you for the rest of my life, dearest Mel. And the best way to do that is to get married.
But Nellie...
What are you so hesitant for? Is there someone you pine for?
No, but...
Then there's no problem.
We're blood-related siblings. Does she realize that getting married means eventually having children and everything that leads up to that? That goes against the teachings of the Lord. No, she's still just a kid chasing after a fairy tale ending. doesn't understand the reality of what she's saying. Sometimes I'm not sure what to do with you, Nellie.
So you'll marry me?
But right now, I know you need God's word. Starting tonight, you're getting your own private sermon every night, understand?
Ugh!
My instruction was as much for my own sake as it was for Nellie's. I'm not gonna lie, the thought did cross my mind that her proposition might not be so bad. For one, I couldn't imagine spending the rest of my life with anyone else, and it had been her smile that had kept me going when things got difficult. But I knew that it was a sin, and I didn't think I would be able to live with myself if I crossed that line. So night after night, I taught her, reminding her that we were brother and sister, and that we didn't have to be anything more for her to be the most important person in the world to me. And after about our third month away from home, that life began crumbling. Nellie woke up one day with a high fever that refused to break. At first, I thought it was just a cold, and that she'd be over it soon enough. But as much as I tried to convince myself, oh, she'll be better tomorrow, she just kept getting worse, until eventually, she couldn't even get out of bed. She had visibly lost weight, and I'd never heard her voice so weak and lethargic before. Is there anything you'd like me to get you, Nellie?
Well, I want you to be here with me, dearest Mel.
You really should eat something. I'll make something you like. How about a nice expensive chicken? The last one got away, but I won't let that happen this time.
Not really in the mood for anything too heavy.
Oh, okay.
Don't you worry, Mel. I'll be better before you know it.
Yeah, you will. You'll be just fine. Everything's going to be back to normal soon.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Nellie grow weaker every day scared the hell out of me. I desperately did not want to lose her. If I lost her, then who would be left that wanted me? Who would tell me I was worth something? Who would say nice things about me? Who would be there with me every day? Just when I had started to feel optimistic about this new life, started to feel comfortable in it, it was like it might fall apart again. I searched everywhere for some medicine that could cure her. Healthy foods, fruits and vegetables that with supposed medicinal properties, anything I could get my hands on. I prayed. And Nellie, you were overjoyed. You were thrilled I would go to such lengths for you. But the reality is, I was really doing it for myself. As much as I searched, I couldn't find anything that worked, and I started to panic. I'd go to bed at night, afraid I'd wake up the next morning, and Nellie wouldn't. I was already grasping at straws, and I was ready to try anything that had even the slightest chance of curing her. And then one day, I heard whispers. Whispers of a witch who lived by the lake. They said she was a recluse, that she hardly ever left her house, that she hadn't been down to the city in years. They told me she might have some medicinal herbs that could help, so I rushed down to the lake to see her. Sitting by the shore was a small cottage, even less luxurious than where Nellie and I were living at the time. Seeing the thin trails of smoke rising from the chimney, I was convinced the rumors were true. A witch lived in that house. I wasn't sure what to expect, being a recluse. I figured she wasn't going to be very sociable, at least. To tell you the truth, I was kind of scared to knock on her door. But I had exhausted all my other options, so I clenched my teeth and gave the door 2 firm raps.
Who's there?
The sound of her voice caught me off guard, and all I could do was stare at the door with a knot in my throat. Based on the information I had, I'd assumed I was going to find a wrinkly old woman. But that was the voice of a young girl, and even though she'd only just said 2 words, there was something indescribably enchanting about that voice. I could listen to her talk for hours on end, in some kind of strange hypnotic trance. It was almost like magic, for lack of better words. I stood there, dumbfounded, like my soul had been sucked from my body. "Who's there?" She repeated her question, which brought me back to reality. Though I still had to fight to maintain my wits enough to respond coherently. My sister has fallen very ill. She desperately needs medicine. I was told that the person who lives here is a skilled herbalist. Could I please get something to treat her? What are her symptoms? She's got an extremely high fever that won't come down. She has no appetite, and she's only drinking water. She can't get out of wet bed. We're going to want to lower her fever first. After that, get her on a nutritious diet. I'm going to give you 2 medications. Give her the first while her fever's high, and the second after it's come down. Thank you very much. Her voice wasn't bright and energetic like Nellie's. It was more restrained, somber and quiet, yet simultaneously clear and sharp. The sound tickled my curiosity. I wanted to know what she looked like. I wanted to know what kind of girl stood on the other side of that door. With a voice that pretty, she must be equally lovely, I thought, and I had to see it for myself. My wish didn't fall on deaf ears. When she opened the door to hand me the herbal medicine and take my money, her head peeked out between the cracks ever so slightly. I said I would tell you everything, exactly as it happened, so I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It was unsettling. It was nothing like I had imagined from her voice. Her skin had, I guess, fallen off or something, because you could see the raw red flesh beneath. To say it was hard to look at would be an understatement. Most of her face was covered by a black hood, so all I could see was her mouth and chin, but even that much was harrowing. The last thing I wanted to do was look away. For all I knew, that was why she had become a recluse, and I couldn't let myself hurt her, so I suppressed my own disgust and put on my best smile. People often tell me that I have a very pleasant, amiable smile, so I figured I could use that to prevent her from picking up on what was actually going on through my mind. And when she saw my face, a look of surprise seemed to cross hers. The witch's herbs did indeed seem to help some. Going to visit her was better than talking to any of the local doctors. Nonetheless, Nellie hadn't been cured. She was only feeling a little bit better. So I kept paying the witch's visits, kept purchasing more herbs from her. Every time I went to that cottage and heard her sweet voice, I imagined how much sweeter it would sound without a door obstructing it. Even knowing what she looked like didn't stop the curiosity from growing within me. From what I gathered talking to her, there wasn't much of an age difference between us either. She was 16, and I was 17. And I'm sure you know how it is when you meet someone around your age. You feel a sense of kinship. This girl I had originally believed to be some kind of otherworldly witch was starting to feel like a regular person like me. Through our conversations, I managed to learn her name, as well as the fact that she had come here from a faraway country. We were both a long way from home. Thinking she might open up even more to someone who'd been through a similar experience, I decided to try inviting her to go on a walk with me. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. You've got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? To my surprise, she accepted. Great weather, isn't it? I love the way the sun reflects off the surface of the lake. It's gorgeous. Are you okay? I'm in disbelief, to tell you the truth. Huh? What for? You've seen my face.
You know how hideous I am, and you still invited me on a walk. You're a very peculiar person. Is it really that strange? I mean, we're almost the same age, so I figured we might make pretty good friends. You want to make friends? With me? Well, sure. We've been through a lot of the same things, so we can understand each other better than most. Understand each other? Yeah, we're both young, but we've been through some rough times. I'm going to be blunt with you. You have not been through anything like I have. What? No? If you had experienced the things I have, you wouldn't be smiling right now. I haven't known you long, but I don't need to have in order to know how unequivocally dissimilar we are. That we were cut from a different cloth. Well, yeah, we're people. We're not made of cloth, so... That's not what that means, you know. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so harsh. In fact, I would say you're better off not being in my position. It sounds like you've been through a lot. If you don't mind me asking, what happened to you? I'd be happy to lend an ear. It might make you feel better to get it off your chest. And that is what's so different about us. Huh? I will not tell you about myself, no. That said, I do appreciate the concern. Thank you. Oh, sure, you're welcome. She's not very open with people, huh? I guess that's only to be expected. She doesn't spend much time around other people looking the way she does. I wonder if there's anything I can do for her. At least get her to show a little bit of emotion. Say, if it's not too much to ask, do you think we can maybe do this again sometime? Don't expect me to lower my prices. I am not trying to squeeze a better deal out of you. I just want to get to know you better. Nothing more to it, no ulterior motives, promise. Don't you forget, I've already said I won't be telling you about myself. Alright, then it doesn't have to be about you. We can talk about anything, whatever you want. Do you have a favorite food? Any hobbies? Nothing in particular. Well, that was a fruitful conversation. Okay, crap. He's just as bad at conversing as he is in the future. Glad to know nothing's changed. I have no interest or taste worth mentioning, so if you want to talk, I suppose that leaves you to be the subject. Me? Tell me about yourself. My life's not all that exciting. Anything I had to tell you would probably just bore you. I'm not looking for excitement. Oh, okay. Well, alright then. I guess I can tell you about myself. And so I did. I told her about my family situation. I told her about Nellie. That was pretty much all I had to talk about. For the most part, she hardly even reacted to anything I said. It was difficult to tell if she was listening or not. But she would urge me to continue whenever I'd go quiet for more than a few moments. I suppose she was listening. It's interesting because she was actually really into the conversation too. From the way she talked about it. Every time I came to purchase more medicine, we would go on a walk around the lake together. A single loop around the shoreline didn't give us much time to talk. My attempts to reduce our walking pace or stop to extend our time together were flatly ignored. And she refused to go around more than once, claiming it would disturb her daily rhythm. That said, she never refused an invitation either, so I don't think she particularly disliked me. Yet, anyway. Oh, a robin? What does a robin have to do with your sister? Nothing, I just saw one over there. If you listen, you can hear it singing. They migrate somewhere warmer when it gets cold. They just fly off to someplace more comfortable. If I had wings like a bird, maybe I could be free too. There is not a single creature living in this world that is free. Birds regularly get shot down by hunters or preyed on by larger birds. The idea that they are free is nothing more than man's short-sighted delusion. Thanks, Morgana. Oh, sorry, I guess. No, I should be apologizing. I wasn't trying to attack you. I simply lack the ability to properly empathize with others. I do not understand people. So please, if I say anything that upsets you or makes you uncomfortable, don't assume that was my intention. Sure. Maybe you're hiding it, or maybe you just don't know it yet, but I think you've got more empathy than you're letting on. Surely you can't say nothing affects you at all. You are human. So you don't have to be so closed off. I might not be able to do much for you, but I do want to get to know you better. I want to understand you. So if you ever feel like talking about yourself, just know that you've got an eager pair of ears here. Okay? There were ever someone who could understand me, who could empathize with me, they would not be human. What do you mean? That you would need to be far removed from any kind of humanity to have a chance at understanding me. Regardless, I do appreciate your kind words. Sure. So, out of curiosity, do you have anyone, really important to you in your life? Not at the moment. Does that mean you used to? I'd love to hear about them, if you don't mind. They're all long dead. 4 years ago, something unpleasant occurred. As a result of that, I was forced to part ways with the people who taught me that humans have the capability for kindness. Oh, I'm sorry. Well then, if your sister's condition worsens again, come see me. Farewell. Hey, maybe we could walk a little slower next time, so we have more time to talk. I want to get to know you better. I'll consider it. Does it really require that much thought? So long. Bye. See you soon. Things continued on like that for a while. Nellie bounced back and forth between getting better and getting worse. Emotionally, I followed not far behind, getting very little in the way of peace of mind. Having to spend so much time worrying over and looking after Nellie was starting to wear me out. Even though I knew good and well she had it much worse than me. I wanted to be done with it all. I wanted to be free. I wanted her to get better as soon as possible, so I could stop agonizing over her. So at some point, I started wishing for a miracle. I didn't care if it came from God, an angel, or something less holy. I just wanted someone to cure Nellie and take the weight off of my shoulders. And during one of our walks, I let that slip.
I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. I assumed she would, as she had a tendency to say that people who believed in miracles were delusional. She was, in my mind, very much a realist, which is why her response surprised me so much. Do you sincerely wish for a miracle? What? Do you truly want a miracle, no matter what form it may take? Well, yeah. I've tried everything else. God is all I can ask for help anymore. I know what you're going to say. There's no such thing as miracles. If there were, Nellie would already be better. I've prayed every single night for her recovery. It's all just a delusion, I know. Miracles do exist. What? If you have faith, and you sincerely wish for her to be healed, you will be granted your miracle. What are you talking about, Morgana? You've said many times that you wish to know more about me. Yeah, I have. Well, I'll grant you that wish. As you listen to my story, you will come to understand why I said you will never be able to empathize with me. And as you do, hope will sprout up within you. Here, in my lakeside cottage, I am known as a witch, but I did not used to be called such. No? I am the daughter of God. No. Most people would dismiss such a claim as madness, and I almost did exactly that. But there was something strangely enchanting about her voice, and I found myself slowly drawn into her tale, listening intently to her every word. The more I heard, the harder it was to believe she was lying. And before long, I was convinced that she was the daughter of God, a saint whose blood had miraculous powers. Her first cry ended a lengthy drought in the village where she was born, and her blood cured the sick. She rolled up one sleeve to show me her arm. Practically every inch of her skin, from her shoulder to the tips of her fingers, was scarred from where she had been cut. According to her, the scarring had once been far worse, but she had improved with the application of ointment. Every single one of those scars she had marked, she said marked a person who had sought her blood. And I believed every word. There was something about her that set her apart from the rest of us normal people, like she was some higher being. They were not self-inflicted wounds, not the marks of someone who had tried to take her own life, but symbols of the great sacrifice she had made. She offered to give Nellie her blood, and without a moment's hesitation, I accepted.
Belle?
Hey, Nellie, I'm back. I brought someone with me. A saint.
A saint?
Yep, she's here because medicine hasn't been working for you. She can perform miracles, so she's going to cure you.
Miracles?
That's right, her blood has miraculous healing powers.
Blood?
Fear not, my beloved sister. Hear my words and do as I say. You must have faith for the miracle to be performed correctly. I give you my blessing, that it may bestow unto you salvation. I give you my love, and I give you relief. Hear my words.
I hear them.
This body was created not in a mortal womb. This flesh is not the flesh of man. This blood is not the blood of man. The water that flows through these holy veins flows from the river of creation, Have mercy on them, O Father. May the infirm find comfort in your warmth. May the destitute find reprieve in your generosity. May my flesh bring nourishment and health unto this girl. Bestow upon her your blessing, O Father. Morgana held a pale hand above Nellie's mouth and, without hesitation, sliced her own wrist. Blood slowly trickled down her middle finger into the cut, from the cut, dripped into the gap between Nellie's bluish lips. I stood there, entranced by the scene. It was like I was witnessing some kind of ritual. I wasn't sure, however, whether to describe it as sacred or profane. Watching the fresh blood trickle from the cut on her wrist made me break out into a sweat, feeling like I was violating a taboo. My knees rattled and I could barely stay on my feet. Needles pricked my hands, thoughts slipped through my fingers before they could fully form. Had I crossed a line that wasn't meant to be crossed? Had I stepped into territory man was never supposed to enter? In time, I stopped processing Morgana's prayers as words. It became nothing but a rhythmical sequence of sounds bouncing around in my head. My line of sight grew gradually narrower. What? Ah, you are right. The ceremony's complete. How's Nellie? She is asleep right now, but she should awaken soon. Oh, good. My blood has the power to cause miracles, but you must remember that the miracle is predicted on your faith. So, are you saying we need to worship you? No. I am merely God's progeny. Your praises and prayers should be directed at my Father, the Lord God. I should get going then. Hey, thank you very much. When Morgana had said I would never be able to understand or empathize with her, she had not been lying. Having only heard her tell of it, I'd still believed there was room for me to close the gap between us, that we still had enough in common. But seeing it with my own eyes, feeling it with my entire being, I no longer had any illusions of us being on the same plane. As I gave her my thanks, my voice was audibly trembling.
Mel, come on, get up, dearest Mel. Oh, Mel!
Nellie?
Ah, finally! You're awake, sleepyhead! What's with that look? Am I making a funny face?
Are you good to be up and about?
Yep, I woke up this morning feeling wonderful. Feel my forehead, Mel, see? No fever.
It's gone. She actually performed a miracle.
I only remember bits and pieces, but I remember a really pretty saint lady showing up and giving me her blood.
That's how she remembers it? Her memory is pretty hazy, huh?
Then I got this warm and fuzzy feeling inside me that I had this really strange dream.
What kind of dream?
There were a whole bunch of lights floating all around me. They were changing into all sorts of different colors. It was the most wonderful dream.
That doesn't help me understand at all, Nellie.
It was a good dream, and that's what matters. It must have been the Saint Lady's power at work.
Must be, yeah. I'm so relieved you're feeling better, Nellie.
Sorry for all the trouble I caused you, but now everything can go back to normal.
Yep, all back to normal. She wants to thank me. Yeah, Nellie's insisting I let her meet you so she can show her gratitude. So if it's all right, would you mind coming to supper sometime? That would probably not be wise. Huh? Why not? It would hardly be pleasant having to eat in the presence of a face as grotesque as mine. And I doubt your sister would react well to the sight of it. I don't think it would cause any problems. Nellie isn't the kind of girl to judge someone by their looks, I don't think. Perhaps not, but to her, I'm a saint, not a normal person. In her mind, she thinks I'm beautiful, doesn't she? We must maintain that illusion. It is essential to the miracle that her faith remains unwavering, and on some level, that faith depends on her idealized image of me. You think so? Though our time together was brief, I could see it in her. She's a girl with a great love of beauty. And perhaps the same could be said of you. I don't judge people by how they look. It's what's inside that matters. I'll take you at your word. Thanks. So, are you sure you don't want to come? I really shouldn't. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, okay. Why in the world am I feeling relieved? Nellie recovering was a huge weight off my shoulders. Now everything could go back to the way it was, quiet and unremarkable. I could finally go out and get a real job, forget about my old life, live like a regular old commoner. That was what I was going to do, for the both of us. The problem was, Nellie hadn't actually recovered completely. She was in nearly perfect health in the first few days after drinking Morgana's blood. But soon, her fever came back. She stopped being able to get out of bed, and to top it all off, started having lengthy coughing fits. During some of them, she coughed up bits of bloody phlegm. I nearly had a panic attack. So I rushed down to Morgana's cottage and told her what was happening, to which she responded with a quizzical tilt of her head. Nellie's health meant everything to me. It certainly wasn't the curiosity her head tilt seemed to make it out to be. But it didn't seem to bother her at all. A miracle took place, but it didn't persist? That doesn't make much sense. It's true. She can't get out of bed. And it's not a problem with her faith. I've been teaching her the word of God every night. She absolutely believes in you, in her saint. Lower your voice. I will perform another miracle for her. You'll do it again? I will not forsake those who are in need. And it'll stick this time, right? I cannot promise anything. Why? Your miracles aren't supposed to be temporary, are they? Whether they are or not is decided by you and your sister. This is essentially the entire practice of the church at the time. That we'll do our best to pray for you and do the bloodletting and all of that to make you feel better. But whether or not you get better is not dependent on us, the church. It's dependent on you, who's not been either faithful or you sin too much. Pretty much. You're my only hope, though. Please do not worry. If second blessing is not enough to cure her of her ailment, then I will visit and give her my blood as many times as is necessary. Mel doesn't believe in her enough. I will gladly give her every last drop of my blood in my body. Oof. I assure you, my father does not want to see two young souls like yourselves torn apart. And neither do I. We should get going. All right. I need to BRB. I'm running out of water so fast. 1 second. Okay, I have returned. Whew. Whew. There we go. For the second time, Morgana had Nelly drink of her blood. I And for the second time, she was healthy again the next morning. And for the second time, she fell ill again shortly after. Her fever returned. I went to get Morgana and she gave Nellie her blood. The cycle repeated again and again. And every time, I had to watch her go through that ceremony. It was exhausting. I wasn't sure I could handle it much longer. I started thinking maybe there wasn't anything sacred about any of this. It was blasphemous as it looked from the outside. I was making a girl cut her own wrist and feed my sister her blood. Nothing about that sounded right. But I had nowhere else to go, no one else to ask for help. When I was with Morgana, listening to her words of reassurance, she without fail wiped away all the doubt I had. It wasn't until after she left that the wave of regret hit me. I wasn't sure what was right and wrong anymore. I wasn't sure what to do anymore. Every time I went to see Morgana, it got more difficult to look her in the eye. I stopped asking her on walks as often. I stopped trying to have chats with her. Not so much out of a sense of guilt, but because I was getting to be afraid of her. One of those draining days, someone knocked on my door. I hadn't asked Morgana to come down that day, so I wasn't sure who it could be. Nellie was asleep in her bed, so I quietly rose from my seat and made my way to the door, trying not to wake her. This is gonna be the beast. Who is it? Hello? Who's there? I had an inkling of a suspicion, but having been raised in such a sheltered environment, I didn't understand exactly how dangerous it was to thoughtlessly open the door to anyone who came knocking. I pulled the door inward a couple inches and tried to take a peek through the crack. When out of nowhere, someone grabbed my shoulder and shoved me, helpless to resist, into the house. A man stood there above me. Here we go. What do you think you're doing? What do you want from me? I don't have anything valuable. I'm just a regular old peasant.
I'm not here to rob you.
What?
You're in contact with a witch, are you not?
Huh?
The girl who lives by the lake calls herself a witch.
A witch? I don't know any witch. The only one who lives there is a saint.
A saint? I was told she was a witch. But regardless, there's a girl who lived there with miracle blood, no? Looks like I have the right person.
What? What do you want from me?
I want you to help me.
Huh?
I need you to lure the witch out into the open.
And why do you need that?
Because I need her blood. I need to get my hands on the witch's miracle blood.
Then go ask her for it for yourself. Why should I have to help you?
She won't open the door for me. But you, I've seen you talking to her. You seem to be quite friendly with the witch. Taking little walks around the lake.
Ow.
I need your help.
And what are you going to do once you have her outside?
I have orders from the Lord to take her captive.
The Lord? Why would he?
That is none of your concern.
You expect me to buy that?
All I need from you is to get the witch out of that house.
Why would I?
She doesn't trust me. I could always force my way in, but there's a chance something might go wrong. I can't risk that. If she hears your voice, she'll open the door, yes? The witch trusts you, unlike me. With your help, there's no risk of anything going wrong.
You barge in here and tell me you want to capture her, and you think I'm just going to agree to help? Like hell I will.
Oh, don't worry. You'll get your share. You need the witch's blood too, right?
I don't care about getting a share. You're asking me to deceive her. I don't care what you think she is. She hasn't done anything wrong. So no, I won't help you capture her.
You leave me no choice then.
What?
He approached the bed where Nellie slept, drawing his sword and pressing the tip against her throat. It happened so quickly, and without any warning, my mind couldn't keep up. I stood there, mouth half open like an idiot. If I were courageous, if I were gallant and brave, maybe I would have grabbed him and pulled him away from Nellie, but my legs seemed to be severed from my mind. They were frozen to the floor like two useless rocks.
You have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch,
Get away.
or you help me capture her.
Get away from her. Right now.
And if you choose the witch, I kill the girl.
Get away.
Make your decision.
Get away from her.
You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. So get your sword out of her face. Don't kill her.
I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy.
I felt like jumping into a lake. I couldn't make sense of how I had ended up in such a position. Just a few months earlier, I'd been living back at my family's estate, hardly a worry in the world. Nellie had been healthy and happy. It hadn't been exciting, no, but I'd figured that was how things would always be. And then one day, I would fall for some noble girl. Nellie would get jealous, and I would have to spend several days or even weeks pacifying her. Everyone would be happy, a life free of troubles. That was normal, and I was normal. But what was I doing living in some tiny cottage so far away from home, feeding my sick sister miracle blood? What was I doing walking beside this barbarian? What was I doing at all? I was conflicted. Part of me hoped we would never arrive at the lake. Part of me wanted to get there as quickly as possible so I could be done with all this. But time plodded on no quicker or slower than normal, and we arrived at Morgana's door in short order, irrespective of my own selfish hopes. The thought of what was going to happen next filled me with a crushing sense of guilt. I may have been afraid of Morgana, but I had no grudge against her. I was actually quite grateful to her. She was still healing Nellie, even if the ceremony to do so inspired fear in me. Didn't hesitate to cut her own risk open for Nellie and for me. Didn't grimace or even frown, though I knew it had to hurt. I knew damn well she wasn't a bad person, that she hadn't done anything to warrant being taken into custody. She might very well have been a genuine saint. There I was, selling her out because a man with a sword threatened me. Oh, Father who art in heaven, please forgive me for what I'm about to do. Please, please forgive me.
Quit sniveling. You want to get her to get suspicious?
But how? I can't, please, oh God.
start crying? Or would you rather I kill you here? Just close your eyes. It'll be over before you know it. Do it. Call on the witch.
Who's there?
It's me. I'm not here about Nellie today. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. I want to talk things over. I thought I heard a faint gasp through the door, and then she responded.
I want to talk to you too.
Why? Why did she want to talk? You have to want to talk now. You'd always been so curt, so rational, so quick to cut down on my fantasies. Never want to get emotional or sentimental. She had to always give off the impression of being something greater than we mere humans. Always being so aloof, never giving any indication she thought anything of me at all. So why? Why did she sound like a normal girl now? Why was her voice trembling slightly when she said she wanted to talk? Why now of all times?
No.
Get back! No! Stay away from me! No! Help! Don't kill me!
Take it.
What?
That's your share. Should last you long enough.
Why? Why? Why did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? Why? Why?
It all happened in less than a minute. I told her I wanted to talk, she opened the door, and then I heard a sound like the wind whipping it past my ear. Next thing I knew, her cottage was covered in blood. Never once did I expect anything to happen how it did. When he said he wanted to capture her, I took it to mean exactly that. I didn't thought he would turn brutal, that he would do something so horrific. After the man cut her arm off, Morgana tumbled to the floor, floundering about as he watched, blood trickling down the curved blade in his hand. Her screams were indistinguishable from those of a normal person.
I don't like. Her arm.
Kneeling in the grass at the lakeshore, I vomited and I vomited and I vomited. The things I'd seen in the cabin were far too much for me to handle. I tossed the arm, Morgana's arm, the man had given me, into the lake. What else was I supposed to do with it? It was an arm. A human arm. You would have to be insane to go around carrying someone's severed arm. I tried to convince myself it was all a dream. Some terrible nightmare, but I could still feel the warmth of her skin fresh on my hands. The warmth of her blood on my fingers dragging me back to reality. My mind couldn't keep up with the flood of thoughts and emotions and images. I wanted to close my eyes, but I was too afraid I would find the bloodbath in the cottage on the back of my eyelids, which left me with nothing to do but wail. I was horrified at what I had done. I knew that I was the one who had set it all in motion. If I had kept quiet, Morgana wouldn't have had her arm cut off. But I didn't want to admit it was my fault. I didn't want to accept that I had caused it. I did nothing wrong. It's not my fault. He threatened me. So it's not my fault. I had no choice. I didn't do anything. I frantically scrubbed my blood-soaked clothes in the lake. As I watched the red cloud spread, I knew I was defiling something pure and beautiful, but my awareness of that fact was slowly dissipating like the blood through the clear water. By the time I had gotten all the blood off my clothes, the sun was beginning to set. I came back to my senses at the sound of a bird chirping, and quickly recalled that I had left Nellie alone at the house. My legs were shaking, and I could barely keep myself upright, but remembering her gave me enough motivation to drag myself back home. If she hadn't been there waiting for me, I seriously might have thrown myself into the lake instead.
Mel? What's the matter, dearest Mel? Where have you been? Mel?
I'm so sorry. What? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Will you ever be able to forgive me?
Dearest Mel?
I never meant for this to happen. I'm so sorry, please. I'm begging you to forgive me. I'm begging you.
Were you not able to get my medicine? Is that what you're crying about? It's not that big a deal, Mel. I'm just fine, honest. I'm alright.
Thanks. I wanted to forget everything. I wanted to forget about my involvement, about the horrible things I caused to happen. But whenever I lay down to go to sleep, I heard her screams, Morgana's animalistic howls. I saw her cottage, blood splattered everywhere. I felt her severed arms still warm in my hands. From that day on, what sleep I got was hardly restful. Nellie probably didn't notice anything through her feverish haze, but I'm willing to bet I looked like hell. Praying time would cause the memory to fade, I started looking for doctors again. Instead of clinging to a miracle, I would try to have Nellie's sickness cured the way normal people did. At some point, though, all the money I'd been given started running low. If I thought about it for 2 seconds, I might have seen it coming. I hadn't exactly been frugal in my attempts to find a cure for Nellie, nor had I been especially concerned about money before she fell ill. I was so used to living like an aristocrat, I hadn't succeeded in breaking those old habits, which left me with only one thing I could do for Nellie: be with her day in and day out. Every day passed, I lost a little more hope. If I couldn't do anything and Nellie died, I would be utterly alone. That was what scared me more than anything. The nightmares were eating away at me, leaving me with nowhere to run. And if I didn't have someone there with me, I wouldn't have been able to hold myself together. After 3 or so days of me sitting by Nellie's bedside, hardly moving, there was a knock on the door. Who's there? Who is it?
Open the door. Unless you want me to kick it down.
My suspicion was correct. I couldn't think of anyone else who would come visit. But what I didn't know was why he had come back.
I don't want
anything to do with you anymore.
Open the door.
Leave me alone, please. I want nothing to do with anything you're doing.
Open the door.
No, I'm not letting you in for any reason.
Okay then, I'll break it down.
Don't. My sister's inside, sleeping. I don't need you waking her up.
Then open it.
What do you need? I did everything you asked me to already.
What happened to the witch's arm?
I threw it. I threw it away. You really think I was going to keep that? A person's arm?
Mel, what's going on? Do we have a visitor?
Nellie.
I should get them something to drink.
Don't worry about it, Nellie. You get some sleep, alright? Can we go outside? I'd really rather not talk in here.
Fine by me. So that's your sister. Explains why you look so much alike.
That's none of your damn business.
You wanted the miracle blood to cure your sick sister, did you not? And you're telling me you threw the arm away. Are you interested in getting more blood?
What?
We're taking the witch's blood, turning it into medicine, and selling it through the church.
Selling it? You're doing business in a house of worship?
No. I suppose we're technically giving it away. But we're asking for teeth, so it's the same thing. I'm not from this land, so to me, it looks no different than a business. But the people here, they see it as charity. The Lord says if you'll assist us, He'll provide you with the medicine we're making.
The Lord? Why would the Lord be?
Hell if I know. Because it seems like good money. So will you help us?
You're gonna make me get my hands dirty for you again? I can't. Not again.
Oh right, I forgot to mention one detail. You don't have a choice this time.
Huh?
You know about the miracle blood, which means we can't let you go unattended. If you say no, I have permission from the Lord to kill you on the spot.
Why?
So will you help us? Or will you die here?
Thanks, Yukimasa. What's his deal? What is his deal? I know what his deal is, but what is it? What was the right thing for me to do then? Should I have fought back and died? Should I have tried to run? Should I have taken my own life? I'm sure you've heard enough to know by now that I'm a weakling, a pushover. I didn't have the spine to do anything but agree to meet with the Lord. He told me about the mansion, and he gave me one of a set of 3 keys. I wanted so badly to get rid of the key, but with that man's shadow constantly hanging over me, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Not when I could be the next one to end up losing a limb or 2. There was no way I could have disobeyed them. And that's everything that happened 6 months ago. Every day since I arrived here, I brought Morgana breakfast and supper. She doesn't say anything, but I saw it in her eyes the first time I stepped through the door. How could you do that to me? I've never looked her in the eyes since, because I'm too afraid of what I might see in them. That is how I ended up here.
So he was threatened. He didn't actually want to cause Morgana harm.
That doesn't excuse what he's done, though.
See, what did I tell you? I'm not at all the brother you thought I was. Mock me, ridicule me, call me worthless, a coward, a terrible person.
Mayo. Mayo, I need hug. Give me a hug.
We just got through learning what the first master, Mel's story was in this whole thing. Now we're just gonna short that out. Go on. What are you waiting for?
But you were threatened, Mel. He said he would hurt me. Hurt you. That's the only reason you went along with him. You didn't do anything wrong, dearest Mel. The other man is a bad guy, not you. You did the best you could. You didn't have a choice. That terrible man forced you to do everything.
Nellie.
You didn't do anything wrong, dearest Mel.
No, I didn't. I didn't do anything wrong. I had no other choice.
That's not true. All you're doing is closing your eyes.
Why?
You mustn't coddle yourself.
What was I supposed to do then?
Don't be mean to my Mel.
Did you really do the best you could? Did you even once try to do something about the situation, as hopeless as it might have seemed? Could you not even conceive of any other options? Could you not have come up with something else to say at Morgana's house? Something that might have given her the slightest clue she was in danger? But when she opened the door, did you do anything? Did you even so much as attempt to stop him?
My legs were shaking so bad I couldn't move. There's no way I could have stopped him.
Then at the very least, you shouldn't have fled. You should have stayed and told her the truth. That you weren't there willingly, and maybe she wouldn't have felt so utterly betrayed.
But he was there. You think I could have actually stayed there with him? Not a chance. And it's not like Morgana would have.
She opened the door because she trusted you. She isn't the easiest person to read, but she was opening up to you. And what did you do with that trust?
Stop it. Please, you've made your point. It's not all Mel's fault either. If anything, he's a victim. He was just trying to protect me.
Were you listening to anything he said, Nellie? You were not Mel's first priority. He did what he did for his own sake.
Well, what did you expect me to do? Pull courage I don't have out of thin air? What's so wrong with self-preservation? There was nothing I could have done to stop him. I'd love to see you try and do any better, and maybe you'll understand how scared I was, how little I could have done. It must be nice to be an outsider, to talk about my experiences like you know anything, analyze my decisions, go on about what I should have done. You don't have a damn clue how terrifying it all was. How I felt having to go through it. Oh yeah, you're right. It sure would be the courageous thing to do to sacrifice your life for someone else. But you know what? People like that only exist in stories. Except you don't actually understand that. You just want me to give me crap for not being perfect.
Do you want my pity? Is that all you want?
If I tell you I feel bad for you and oh how hard it must have been, will that satisfy you? Do you not want to know what you can do now? What's even left to do? Nothing I do is going to make her situation any better. It won't make her arm come back. All is not yet lost. Open your eyes. Take a good long look inside yourself. Think about what you can do. Stop sitting on your hands, telling yourself it's too late. There's still time to make a difference. You just have to commit to act. I don't think you're an especially bad or cowardly person. I think you're an ordinary young man. It might sound like I'm telling you to do the impossible. But soon, the time will come when you must make your choice. When you must stand up and take some responsibility for what you've done. No one's childhood lasts forever. The good days are long behind you before you ever realize they passed. When faced with the consequence of your actions, you should not have turned and run, but held yourself accountable. It is perhaps a disproportionately large burden for you to bear, but it's fast approaching, and you need to make a decision. Find your courage. Set Morgana free. Mel.
Mel.
But even if I open the door for her, it's too little too late. She'll never forgive me after. Is her forgiveness a reason you should act? No, it's penance for what you've done to her. Atonement for your sins. Whether she forgives you or not is besides the point. The question on the table right now is whether you are going to do the right thing. And what about her blood? Without Saint's blood, Nellie won't.
You don't have to worry about me, dearest Mel. My life isn't so important that I want to take someone else's away to keep it. I'll think about what I can do to help too. It's partially my fault after all. Please, Mel, set the Saintess free.
Your quiet life is built on a foundation of lies. And I know that by now. You've realized there's no real value in a life like that. You wanted to do something about this. You sought salvation. Salvation? But who? Who would give it to me? I already told you. I would. Why? Because I promised you. And you expect me to believe that? Yes. If you choose to sit here and wallow in your regret, there's no going back. Now is your only chance to make a change. Mel. Well, all right. I'll help. I'll help you set her free.
Dearest Mel.
I knew all along that was what I needed to do. But I could never bring myself to act on it. There was no way I could accomplish anything alone. I'm basically helpless on my own. Everything about this is so completely outside anything I've ever had to deal with before. So I had no way of having any idea what I was supposed to do about it. God can be pretty cruel. Why would he force a boy like me to make such a difficult choice? Yes, he can be. You were made to be part of a more normal, a less tumultuous world. But you've come too far to go back to that. Oh my goodness.
Can you guys believe that Coco removed me from her friends list screen?
I'm pretty sure I haven't. Pretty sure that's a lie, but okay. Oh, I just never added. Listen, I found out very recently that I haven't added a lot of people, okay? And I kind of assumed that I did because I talked to them so much. But then I realized I didn't. And I was like, whatever. I also remove Ollie all the time from it, so. Don't worry, it means very little. Being friends on this means very little to me. No! Teammate, please. Fine, I'll add you now. How about that? How about that? Better? Anyway. Anywho. You've come too far to go back to that. No on Discord. Heck! Guilt trip me. So the least you can do is change the world you're in now. Yeah. I doubt I need to remind you that you know you can't get in with only my key. You need all three and the other two. They don't feel an ounce of remorse. Taking their keys won't be easy. Easy or not, we have to get them. It was so difficult just getting this boy on our side. How the hell are we supposed to get the other two? And I feel like this one would have been the easiest one. How the hell are we supposed to convince... No, not even the Lord, but how are we supposed to convince Beast Boy? Maybe. Maybe he will be, but he also really cares about that one girl, and I don't think he cares about Priestess Lady at all. Or like real Saint Lady. Witch Lady. Whatever. I don't think he cares about Morgana at all. I'm sure there's a way. There must be. What? No! I told you, my gift is a nap. I just want a nap all day, all winter. See you later, Seamape, though. Just so we're clear, you're not going to overpower them. The guy with the sword's much stronger than you think, and he knows how to use a blade. And he's the Lord's bodyguard, so you're not getting near the Lord either. You can gift me a nap. You can say, hey, go take a nap. And then I'll be like, yeah, you're right. Even the two of us together wouldn't stand a chance against him. Yeah. You seem pretty weak from the looks of you. Who knows, maybe I am stronger than you. Damn. God, I really want to hit this boy. Deep breaths, Michelle, deep breath. There must be some way we can get their keys. I know they both have people they're close to. Huh? People they're close to? We can talk about that later. Now that you've made your decision, talking with me isn't your top priority, is it? Mel? Ellie. I'm sorry for involving you in all this. And I'm really sorry for being, well, what I am. I'm no prince, that's for sure.
You always were my prince, though, dearest Mel. You did your best to be the brother I wanted you to be.
Honestly, I adored the way you fawned over me. all that affection just felt so good.
What?
It made me feel like I was special, important. Having someone to care for, to pamper, it was empowering. That's the kind of guy your brother is. If someone else, some other girl were ever to show up and call me her prince, and say she loved me, I'd probably try and act like a prince for her too.
Why would you say that?
It's all this, it's been so hard on me, such a huge weight on my shoulders, that every so often I would think, just how much easier would it be if I could get rid of her? If Morgana was just a regular girl, not a saint or a witch or any of that, just a pretty girl about my age, who would have been the one getting all my attention instead of you. That's who I am.
That's not you, dearest Mel. You're just beating yourself up. Maybe you would have chosen her over me, but that wouldn't make you any less of a kind man. Bye-bye!
How can you say that after everything I just told you?
Because, Mel,
Tell me how despicable I am, Nellie. I'm not the brother you once adored anymore, am I?
You're not what I thought you were. You're still my one and only brother. That will never change, no matter what kind of person you become.
Oh my goodness. Stop! God damn it. Ugh. Can we triple ban? There is a heartwarming scene going on, and you were just like, me! And now everyone has subs. How dare. No one should have subs over here. Everyone should be unsubbed. Can't believe. Can't believe.
Yeah, my mods are gonna do their job and ban. So proud. It was wrong of me to try and make you into my prince, Mel. I should have done my job as your one and only sister in the whole wide world, and been there to help you as much as you helped me. I kept pushing my fairy tale fantasies onto you. And you did your best to live up to them, and I ended up forcing you to pretend to be someone you're not.
That's not true, Nellie. I enjoyed feeling idolized.
But you knew it couldn't last forever, didn't you? I should have been besides you, not looking up at you. I let you coddle me. I let myself indulge in your love. I thought everything would be alright as long as you kept telling me how adorable I was. They were like magic words to me. I kept my eyes shut. Mel, starting today, I'm going to do my best to be your sister. I'm all done holding you to the fairy tale ideals. I won't make you pretend to be my prince for me anymore. And I won't try to be your princess either. I'm just going to be your little sister.
Oh my god, Mayo actually hammered, I just noticed. God damn it.
So just get back on your feet and stand tall, dearest Mel. I know you'll probably have to pay for what you've done when the Saintess goes free. And I know I'll probably cry about it for days. But I won't regret making the decision.
Well, I don't know what to say. I wasn't expecting you to handle this so maturely.
You're putting your big brother to shame, Nellie.
Mother once told me that girls grow up faster than boys.
She was right about that. Thank you, Nellie, for accepting me in spite of all the awful things I've done. For having me as your brother.
You're quite welcome, dearest Mel. Well, it looks like that one problem solved.
They've finally reached the point in their relationship where they belong. If she could have come to terms with herself sooner, come to an understanding with him, then maybe she could have reeled in her ideals before she lost control of them.
Yeah, maybe. This Nellie and the other Nellie seem to be of the same essence. They both have a somewhat excessive love for their brothers. And that love expressed itself by transforming him into a prince.
If she could have done the same thing then as she did here, then maybe their tragedy could have been avoided.
This is before then, though, since they were able to fix things up in this life. Maybe it'll have a positive effect on their next life. This could change the future.
They may share the same souls, but they lived in completely different times. Do you really think something like this could have any effect on the lives of people hundreds of years from now?
Well, there's no way to be certain, of course. But considering how tightly the two seem to be bound, I doubt it will have no effect. I hope it has some effect.
Giselle.
I was there in the mansion as it all happened, and I just stood by and watched. I feel so guilty about that. If I had done something, then maybe it wouldn't have turned out like that.
I hate what I was then. What I was until just recently. From the memories left imprinted throughout the mansion, I showed you bits and pieces of their lives. And as I told you, their tale, the only thing I contributed was disparaging commentary. I don't feel like you were that critical of them. I absolutely was. I talked about them like they were somehow beneath me. Yes, you did occasionally offer an opinion on someone or something you showed me beyond the doors. But the fact that you were mostly detached from the events there is what allowed me to get to the core of their characters. If you hadn't been put in the position you were, so you could tell me the stories the way you did, I would never have been able to talk them into helping. You contributed more than criticism. Your words weren't for nothing. They made this possible.
It makes me feel a lot better hearing that from you.
And if you still regret your inaction, then make up for it now by taking action here and have faith that it will bear fruit in their next lives.
I will.
I wonder if Morgana might have a change of heart too.
It's not like Mel wanted to bring her so much pain.
He deeply regrets what he did, so maybe she won't bear quite as much resentment for him when she learns that.
Yes, I know what you're going to say. If that was enough to assuage her, she wouldn't have held on to that hatred for all those hundreds of years. Still though, I hope it does something for her, however small.
As do I. It's, gotten pretty late, so I'm gonna take Nell back to the cottage. Okay. If you have some secret plan to get the other 2 keys, could you fill me in on it? Tomorrow? Sure. Also, I could get you another room if you wanted. This one isn't the nicest. No, it's fine. I've come to realize I'm more at home and less comfortable in my environments.
Michel!
Am I just imagining it, or was that just as depressing as it sounded? That's not quite what I was going for.
Well, anyway, if you're fine with it, suit yourself. Say, I've got one huge lingering question, if you wouldn't mind enlightening me. Yes. Why would you go to such lengths for me? You seem to know Morgana, so I can understand why you would be fighting for her. But me? I had a part in putting her in that tower. You have every reason to hate me. So why would you want to help me? If this was all it took for me to hate someone, I would curse every lost man and woman in the world. I bear no animosity for you. And even if I did, you've committed to take action. That doesn't explain why you were so concerned about us. It almost seemed like you actually cared about me and Nellie. But we're complete strangers, we just met today. Because some part of me couldn't think of you as strangers anymore. Huh?
That's right. When he came by this afternoon to talk, he didn't feel like a stranger to me either. It was weird, like he'd known me my whole life. So I made him into my second brother.
Your second brother? You're more than welcome to change the order, Nellie. Make him number 2 and me number 1. I wish I could join in and be a big sister number 1.
I'll have to think about it. After all that, you might be number 1 material.
Whoa. Why is that even up for consideration?
Hehe, I'm just kidding, dearest Mel.
Oh. I'm still kind of confused, but anyway, I'm glad someone like you showed up. I've actually been praying every night. Forgot to send someone who can get me out of this. I really am useless all on my own. Constantly looking for someone to help me, unable to do anything by myself. And trust me, I realize how pathetic that is. Now you must have had a pretty good life to be able to be so proactive in the face of adversity. Yeah. I bet you had everyone's respect and helped people in need and had plenty of friends who had your back. And weren't tossed out by your family like I was. You must have been incredibly blessed. I'm jealous, really. Sorry, that came out of nowhere, I know. Well, I should be going. See you tomorrow.
Good night, Michelle, brother number 2.
Good night.
Michelle, he wasn't trying to be.
Yes, I know. I just thought it was rather funny. I'm not taking a stand because I've been blessed, but because I've got nothing left to lose. I fight for Morgana because I understand what it's like to be tortured day after day. Having experienced the loss of my siblings, I didn't want the 2 of them to go through the same thing. If anything, it's those who have lost the most that are most likely to take action.
I'm not sure if you realize it or not, Michelle. But you've gotten to be a great deal more expressive since arriving in this era. I can't see your face, but I can hear it in your voice, and I can feel it in your presence. So I'm sure it's showing that too. Making all sorts of faces I've never seen before. Some of the things you've lost, you seem to be getting back. So you can't say you've got nothing left to lose anymore. Promise me, you'll let me see all of these new faces for myself someday.
I will. I promise. If we can manage to destroy the mansion, that should release you from its darkness. And allow us to see each other once again.
I trust you. I have faith that we can do this.
Wait, But with the mansion's destruction, both our souls should be returned to their rightful places, which would mean erased from existence. Giselle?
What?
I just thought I sensed you grimacing.
Wow, you felt that?
What's the matter?
Sorry, I didn't want to bring down the mood. It's just, well, I know this is asking for the moon, but I was just thinking it would be nice if you had a life you could go back to.
If I did?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you are. Expressive as you've ever been. Walking around outside, being around other people. Talking to them after all the time in the mansion. And without a life of your own to go back to. I'm sorry. I just, after seeing behind your door and learning how cruel and inhumane life was to you, I feel like the world could stand to do something good to make up for it.
It's done all the good it needs to. I have someone who cares enough to lament my fate. What more could I ask for?
Michelle.
Thank you, Giselle. You're not the only one who's asking for the moon either. I wish I could have a life with you as the person I am now. And for that, knowing I have no future feels worse now than ever before.
Alrighty then. That's enough moping around for one night. We should start planning for tomorrow. Things are definitely looking up. It only took one day to get Mel on our side. So let's keep it up and win over the other two.
I would certainly like to, yes.
Gosh, what did all that confidence go?
The other two won't be nearly as easy to convince as Mel. I'm not even sure if we'll be able to talk to them into helping.
We do have a pretty good idea who the swordsman's in this for, though. The nun. Maybe we can get to him through her, like we did today with Nellie and Mel.
Maybe. Alright then. We'll start by approaching her tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan.
The Lord, though, him, I'm not so sure about. Yeah. So I feel like the nun, if she's anything like Pauline, will be super down to help. And she'll super be able to convince Beast Boy, at least. But Maria? If Maria's in this time period, then I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm assuming he's from behind the third door, but we didn't run into anyone he was close with today. And in Morgana's telling of the events of the Harvest Festival, she only mentions 5 people.
Let's see. The Lord, the Swordsman, Mel, Nellie, and the nun.
There's only one person unaccounted for.
We just haven't run into them yet, that's all. If he's the man from the third door, I can't imagine. She won't be here, too.
Who's losing their confidence now? In any event, tomorrow we talk to the nun. I only hope it goes as well as it did today.
You've got me. You don't have anything to worry about. Or all things considered, you might not even need me.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You handled Mel pretty amazingly, though. I'm not going to lie, my heart was pounding the whole time. I was afraid you were going to slip up and say something boneheaded. But you managed to keep it together, and I didn't even have to come to the rescue.
Oh,
I could make a book of quotes out of your performance today.
Oh, for the love of God, please don't.
So I'm not concerned at all. Say whatever you think is the right thing to say. I'm more than happy to sit back and watch.
The more you pile on expectations, the more afraid it makes me I'm going to trip up. Besides, I don't think I could have done any of that without you.
Why not?
Well, my life was hardly as pride-worthy as Mel seemed to think, so I didn't really feel like I had right to talk to him like that. But knowing you were there, urging me on, was what allowed me to act without hesitation. So, thank you.
No thanks necessary. But if you say so, then you are more than welcome. I'm glad I could be of assistance, if just a little.
That you were.
Now let's keep this momentum up tomorrow. It's getting a bit late though, so you should probably get some sleep. What is it?
I kind of don't want to sleep.
What? Why not?
For somewhat childish reasons.
Are you sad you won't be able to hear my voice? Are you lonely, you poor dear?
I am.
What? That's the last thing I expected you to admit to. Okay. Well, do you want to stay up and talk for a little longer then? Not too long though, you need to rest up for tomorrow. And who knows, maybe I'll show up in your dreams if you wish hard enough.
The fact that I'm even able to talk with Giselle right now is a miracle and a blessing. So it is avarice for me to yearn for more, knowing I've already been granted such a great bounty. I want to see her face as much as she wants to see mine. She's infinitely more expressive than me, and I want a good long look at all those many expressions up close. I want more than her voice. I want her whole body. I want to feel her warmth. In this era, I have all 5 of my senses in full working order, as I did when I was alive. Giselle, though, she doesn't. She remains dead. As lively as she may be now, that's one thing she did not get back. I truly wish she could have been here too. She'd have certainly found more joy in her renewed life than me. And she certainly belongs under the sun far more than I do. But she, rather than me, was the one left behind in that realm of darkness. A fact that frustrates me immensely. In life, I would have considered her remark about seeing her in my dreams silly and saccharine. But now, I very much hope it happens. Oh my god, that was long. What do you mean? Then this might not be the last week. That was what I was kind of worried about for the whole thing. I was like, oh my god, my voice is kind of dying. My voice is kind of dying, but we're only on Mel, and there's like 2 more people, and there's 2 more days. Maybe this day will be shorter. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, I'll continue then. But I'm gonna BRB for a second. I'm gonna get some tea. Why is Swordsman a big asshole? Because you'll find out from his little story, or like his whole door in the future that we saw. This boy is just a psycho. He's just a terrible person. He's a terrible person who tried to be good for like 2 seconds, and then he realized, hey, I'm still terrible, so Like, his whole route, you're kind of like, maybe he can get better. I think he can get better. I think he's doing better. And then you're like, wait a minute. He was never a good person. He just sucks. He just, like, happens to have someone who's anchoring him down sometimes. Like, he had Pauline, who's like, I want to make, like, you're a good person. You can be a good person, right? Like, she didn't know anything about how he was. And the other girl, whitehead girl, was like, yeah, you're not a beast, you're a person. He was like, yeah, sure, I am, yes. And then we realized, no. Yeah, I feel like there's a chance that he's not as, or everyone isn't as extreme as they were before. I'd assume he's definitely still a killer. I mean, he is a killer. We know that. But he might not be as psychotic as he was in the future. So, like, Nellie wasn't as obsessed as she was. And we still have Nun Lady, who he seems to genuinely care about. Much like Pauline, but you know. You know.
Oh, heck. No. I was just stating the facts, and now I'm gonna get hammered. Heck. Ah.
I feel so much better now. Kinda. I'm ready to go through this. Aw, yeah.
Are y'all comfy? Everyone comfy? Ready? Yeah. Let's do this.
I don't know if I can make it to the last day, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Okay? Yeah. Cool.
Let's do this.
Oh, this one's called The Blood of the Saint. Fun. Wake up? Come on. Wake up, please. Come on up with you? Ah, Giselle. Oh no, Mel. Oh, thank goodness. All right, now he's gonna be on our side. We have an ally. For once. That's nice. Oh, thank goodness. You were out so good, I was scared you might be dead for a minute. Yeah, we have an ally and Giselle. We got things working out now, maybe. I don't know if he's gonna help much though with Beastie Boy, but we've got the nun that we can go over to soon. What, huh? Why are you looking at me like I just kicked your cat? Oh. Michel, please. Relax. It's incredible how much more pleasant it is to be woken up by a woman than a boy. That's all the thanks I get for waking you up. Or did I interrupt a nice dream? Haha, I did, didn't I? And it was a dirty dream too, I bet. You definitely seem like a mind in the gutter kind of guy. I will murder you. Whoa, let's not be hasty now. You said you were going to help me out. That doesn't sound very helpful. And the worst part is how similar his wake-up call was to Giselle's. Yeah, I was so sure it was her. I'm just kidding. And you know, I can get up on my own. Fair enough, I guess. Though, put yourself in my shoes for a sec. I came in and you were still a corpse. It startled me enough I took your pulse. He touched me while I was sleeping. It was faint, but it was there. That's wonderful news. They're handing out breakfast in the dining hall. You can go get a plate yourself if you want. It's just some bread and wine, though. Dining hall? There's quite the crowd. All the people here are helping with the festival prep, so you should probably hurry if you want to get some. Hold on, I need a minute. My mind's still waking up. First off, I thought you said the church wasn't offering boarding at the moment. So why a dining hall? Oh right, it's not, but they do still offer breakfast. For free, of course. I see. Now what do you mean by festival prep? As I mentioned yesterday, the heart of the Harvest Festival is here at the church, but it's a citywide event. There are all sorts of supplies that need to be purchased and decorations made and put up, that sort of thing. So we got volunteers from the city here to help. I see. I believe today they're supposed to be putting up decorations outside the chapel, so the courtyard should be a bustle. The courtyard? Yeah, less court and more yard, really. We passed through it on our way here yesterday. Oh, right. I think I know what you're referring to. So, as long as I'm here, I don't have much choice but to help with prep. I'd honestly rather set Morgana free right now, but the other two are bound to find out if either of us do anything too conspicuous. So for now, I should stick to my routine, at least where people can see me. That would be the smart thing to do. Yeah. Anyway, let me know when you're planning on doing anything. If there's anything I can do to help, I will. I'll let you know. Okay, well, I should get going. See you later, I guess. Mel, do you know where I could find the nun? Huh? She should be in the dining hall. Thank you. And the other two men? The Lord and his bodyguard? They're only around early mornings and nights, so I doubt either of them are here right now. Why only then? That's when we go up into the tower. Though even if they were on property, you wouldn't be able to just walk up and talk to them. Especially not the Lord. Also, I don't keep track of where they go or what they do, sorry. I don't really want to know what they're up to. Fair enough. So I've kept my distance. Understandable. Thank you anyway. See you later. He's holding it together fairly well, all things considered.
Finally resolving to do something about Morgana took a big weight off his shoulders, I guess. Oh, Giselle. Oh, good morning, Michelle.
Morning. It's a bit soon to be feeling relieved, I think. There's still work to be done before Mel can face Morgana.
That first step is still a big one, so at least for him.
I suppose.
Anyway, it sounds like the Lord is going to be difficult to make contact with, which is why I was afraid of.
Our only opportunities are when he's here to feed Morgana.
Mel did say he didn't keep close tabs on the two of them, so there might be more than just that. First priority is getting you fed, though. So off to the dining hall we go.
I like the image of like Giselle just kind of like tagging along with him like a spirit thing in the air. Even though she's seeing it through his eyes.
It's just like, Michelle's finally going out in the world, and Giselle's just like, yeah, I support this.
Out of curiosity, did you sleep at all?
I haven't been sleepy once since I became the maid. But I'm used to it, so don't worry about me.
You said you see what I'm seeing there in the darkness, didn't you?
That's what it looks like, at least.
Which means, when my eyes are closed, she has no light at all. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to sleep after all. Michelle, what were you gonna do?
I know what you're thinking, Michelle. And no, you're wrong. You need your sleep. You won't have the energy to do anything if you don't keep yourself all well rested and nourished.
You're right. We should get going.
To the dining hall. It's so weird, we're going around this mansion, but it's like the mansion that we lived in for so long, and we're seeing all of these places, and they're like places that we've been to. And had cute moments in, and not so cute moments. Really bad ones, too.
I make my way through the halls to the room with the fireplace, the area I used as the living room, and the area currently serving as a dining hall. Sitting in the center of the room is a long table, lined with bread and wine. Standing behind the table and handing out food to the long line of people is a nun. This being a church, no one is speaking especially loudly, but there is still a distinct buzz hanging in the air as dozens of people whisper back and forth. The majority of people in the room look poor, like they genuinely needed the assistance, but there are a handful of those who look more than well off.
There's a lot more people than I was expecting.
They don't turn anyone away, which, as I recall from Morgana's account, nearly drained the church of everything it had once.
They don't seem to be for want of supplies at the moment, though.
I assume that's thanks to the Lord's patronage. More likely, yes.
In any event, I doubt we're getting anywhere near her in the mornings. She looks like she's got her hands full.
That doesn't change the fact that we need to speak with her. I'm going to try and squeeze past the crowd.
Michelle, wait a sec.
Hey now, no cutting in line, young man. We've been waiting since dawn. Please let me through. I have business with the nun. I ain't letting you through just 'cause you told me to. This is important.
No more important than any of our business. Our lives depend on this food. So get your tail to the back of the line.
Here we go. What seems to be the trouble?
Could I ask for a moment of your time? I need to speak with you.
Well, as you can see, I'm a bit preoccupied.
I won't take much of your time, I promise. But it's very important to you. Give it a rest already, young man. Can't you see she ain't interested? Give me a hand getting this guy out of here, fellas. What? Wait.
Just don't get rough, okay?
Of course, our Saintus. Pick it up, young man. You need time outside to cool off. Oh, heck. Stop. Watch the hair.
Michael. Yeah, she's Pauline, maybe.
She's a nun over here, but they're like, she looks very much like the girl from the second story.
So I think she's Pauline.
That went extraordinarily well.
You know, Michelle, sometimes I can't decide whether you are calculated or reckless.
And now I realize I never got that bread.
We should wait and try to talk to Susie Nan when she's not so busy. She has to have some free time during the day.
You're right.
What do you say we take a look around the mansion while we're waiting? Who knows, maybe we'll run into someone else.
All right.
Don't let it get to you.
As Mel had said it would be, the mansion was packed compared to yesterday, and most everyone I saw appeared to be excited for the upcoming Harvest Festival. A number of them even greeted me as we passed in the halls. They were so nonchalant about it, I wasn't sure quite how to react. I was amazed that anyone, let alone multiple people, would treat me so normally, considering how far from normal I looked. There were a few surprised looks, of course, but no one called me a demon or an angel based solely on my appearance. Perhaps they were just used to seeing people of all different colors around the city, so they had an easier time accepting the way I looked. No matter what the reason, though, it was quite nice being treated normal. After meandering through the mansion for a while, I made my way to the chapel. Despite knowing I have no way into the tower, part of me still wants to be near it. So I head around the back side of the podium, where the stained glass window towers over me. It's the same as I remember.
I've always loved this window. It makes me feel like I've got an angel watching over me.
Had I been given a different name, maybe I would feel the same. That said, I don't dislike it as much as I used to.
I'm glad to hear it.
Off to the side, at the very back of the room, is the door leading to the observation tower. It's chained shut, though there's no surprise. The lock is the same one I saw back in the mansion, but the chains are just regular chains. They're not glowing with that awful black light, they're simply dull and grey.
If only I had an axe, then we could chop the door right down.
I don't think an axe would help. If it were wood, maybe, but this is metal. And rather heavy at that.
You never know. Hit it hard enough and anything will break eventually.
We'd be in change ourselves long before we made it through that door. What are you doing there?
Huh.
Oh, heck. I'm not ready for this. So the question is, do I give him the beast voice or do I give him the Yukimasa normal boy merchant voice?
How are you, Kimasa? It is him.
I was under the impression you and the Lord were only around morning and nights.
And why would you know that? Oops. Who are you?
He's getting suspicious, Michelle.
I'll take care of it. I'm the friend of Mel's. A friend? A friend of his. Does that surprise you? Never once have I seen a friend of his before. He has plenty of friends, I'm sure. No one has an opportunity to pay him a visit, that's all. Never mind this boy's social dealings. Was he the one who told you my schedule? That I work for the Lord? I've got to be careful about what I say here, or he's going to start getting suspicious of Mel. Oh heck. I asked him. Asked him what? I heard some talk around town saying the Lord was seen coming in and out of the estate on more than one occasion. Naturally, that caught my attention. A lowly peasant like myself almost never has the opportunity to cross paths with the Lord. So, hearing he was a regular visitor here, I was hoping to have the honor of catching a glance at him. When I asked Mel about the Lord, he mentioned he had a bodyguard, which got me wondering, what kind of person would someone so distinguished entrust his life to? Dig around too much, and you're liable to end up in the ground yourself. So he told you I was the Lord's bodyguard. Was he not supposed to, for some reason? No. It's true. I am his bodyguard. The question is, how did you know it was me? It wasn't difficult. You do rather stand out from the crowd. From Mel's description, I was able to recognize you almost immediately. If our roles were reversed, you would have similarly little trouble identifying me from a short description. The only thing distinct about me is my race. Where do you come from, if I may ask? Beyond the Silk Road. From the east, then? What country? Is that any of your concern? No, I'm just curious. Why is your hair white? Why are your eyes red? They're naturally that color. Is that so? Nature can be quite the ball and chain.
Is it just me, or does it sound like he's sympathizing with you?
It's hard to say. Honestly, I'm still having trouble reading him.
Either way, it sounds like he bought your explanation.
So it does, which is a relief. Now, what business do you have with this door? The door was not my objective. I came to look at the stained glass window. I happened to notice a door with an unusual lock off to the side, so I got curious and went to look at it up close. The area behind the pulpit is off limits. I was unaware. Maybe I'll have to put ropes up then. Why is it off limits, though? Is that any of your concern? No, but the way you're talking about it has piqued my curiosity. Do you not know how to keep your nose out of places it doesn't belong? Get out of here, and don't come back. As you wish. Doesn't like where he's from, and he's likely has as much, if not more, trouble with his race here. Probably. I mean, if his story was any indication of that, probably. Hold on. Yes? Your name? Michel. Michel. Almost the same as the angel there. And that would be because I was named after him. I see. what an unfortunate name. I despise angels.
Thanks.
May I ask what yours is? I have no name. You don't have... What do you... No, never mind. Farewell. But you can call me a beast.
Oh, Vows, that was scary. He does not want anyone getting near that door, huh? I thought he was going to pull his sword on you.
I wonder, would I die if he tried to kill me?
There aren't many people who could get away from a blade like that, especially in his hands, unarmed.
You're probably right. Having already died once, the idea of doing so again feels wrong somehow. Yeah, that would be crazy, right? Yeah. Let's try and avoid killing Michel again.
You managed to talk him down, so I'm surprised. You're quite the accomplished liar, Michel.
Is that so?
It's hard to believe that was the same awkward, stuttering Michel I know and love.
Am I really that much of a bumbling fool normally?
I wonder what he was doing back there, though. It's well past dawn.
Standing watch, presumably. With as many people as there are roaming about, he's probably worried about people, like me, getting near the door. I doubt he plans on spending much time anywhere else until the festival's over.
And with him on guard, we've got pretty much no access to the door. I sure hope we can talk him over to our side.
Mel was never an enthusiastic accomplice. His guilt is what allowed us to win him over and get him to confess everything. On the other hand, he's not likely to be so forthcoming.
It all depends on how deep his ties to the nun are. Presumably, she's the reason he's involved.
That said, we managed to communicate well enough.
Are you so sore that I called you awkward?
No, I don't mean me. I mean him.
What? Oh.
He was far from rational or coherent when he was living with you in the mansion.
You're right, he does seem like a completely different person here. Losing his memory in the shipwreck was probably what triggered his transformation to the beast.
Oh.
So I guess that must mean this must be what he was like before that.
What he carries inside him is no different now than it was then. He's simply able to hold himself in equilibrium now. He's keeping a balance between his rational human side and his violent beast side.
He does somewhat remind me of Bestia during his short period of calm.
That, or the glimpse we got of him on the ship while he was still a merchant. I would say that's probably closer to the man here and now.
Huh? The ship?
Oh yeah, she wouldn't have known about that. You were the one who showed me the memory.
What? I've no recollection of that. Oh yeah, you also mentioned seeing another woman's memories behind the second door, didn't you? From outside the mansion.
You didn't see them though, as I recall?
All I am aware of is what took place within the mansion, as well as whatever Morgana felt like telling me.
Resonation.
What?
Nothing. Morgana mentioned something about me resonating. I don't know why I would be capable of such a thing, but because of what it allowed me to see. It's all but impossible for me to ignore the plight of these people. Anyway, the point is, however rational he may appear, we mustn't forget that that is not the whole picture. He is as much a killer in this life as he was in the next. He's a man of many faces. The gentleman he was around his lover, the brutal, merciless man he was on the ship, and the beast that lurks beneath it all. Everyone acts differently depending on who they're around. but there's something unsettling about how he does it. Yeah. I do wonder what he meant when he said he had no name.
As I recall, he was from somewhere far, far away in the second door. And he looks Asian here too, so maybe he's from the same country.
He said that he crossed the Silk Road, so the eastern end of the continent, presumably. I wonder if he has the same name or not.
It was an unusual name. Oh, what was it? Ukulele!
That's right, Giselle. Ukulele. Great. No, that wasn't it. It was... eucalyptus, I believe. Great. Thanks, Michel. Glad to know these are our two people that we have to help. You know what? Close enough. I get the feeling that we're both wrong and that I'm farther off than her. It's not the kind of name we're used to hearing or saying.
Hopefully we'll be able to get it out of him.
Hopefully. But for the time being, we should go looking for the nun. I imagine she doesn't have her hands quite as full by now.
Probably not. To the courtyard we go then.
Well, Michel hasn't even eaten breakfast yet. Although, if I recall, nuns never actually ate more than one meal a day. And priests and monks and stuff. Yeah, probably better that they don't now.
Wow, the crowd just keeps on growing. Are they all helping with the decoration?
It would seem so. Preparation for the festival is in full force.
Ah, I found the nun. She's over there. She's got a bunch of people around her, though.
What should we
do?
I'll force my way through.
How about plan B this time?
Thanks, Giselle.
Michel!
Who? Nelly?
Are you alright, Michel? You went down pretty hard.
Nelly!
Oh, you're such a weakling, dearest Michel. I don't weigh that much. Not enough to knock you over, jumping on your back.
You gave me no time to brace myself.
Pish posh. My Mel would have had no problem catching me, and then he would have spun me around like a princess at a ball.
Unreasonable doesn't even begin to describe your expectations. Are you sure you should be running around like that? I thought you were in rather poor health.
Amazingly, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm actually feeling pretty good, and I haven't even had any medicine today.
Please don't have any more medicine.
Maybe because I cleared things up with Mel yesterday. I cried my eyes out last night, but I feel better now.
I'm glad to hear it. They do say health is as much mental as it is physical. So you might keep getting better if you stay positive. Just don't push yourself.
Why, thank you for your concern, my dearest Michel. He's taken quite a liking to you. How do you like that? It's nice, isn't it?
I'm more not sure how to react.
Oh, just go along with it. You know you want to. I wish I could be that too. I want to pat that sweet little head of hers.
What do you think she is, a cat? Now that she's opened up, though, I will admit she is rather sweet.
Oh, there you are, Nelly. Don't run off like that. You scared me. It's not my fault that you lost sight of me, dearest Mel.
I'll try to keep a better eye on you. So, you came to check out the courtyard, Michel. You know, you really stand out from the crowd. You're so pale I could tell it was you from way off in the distance. I am well aware of how conspicuous I am, but everyone's acting so unconcerned it's honestly kind of disconcerting. I can't say people don't think you look unusual, but no one's afraid of you or anything. It's not easy looking different from everyone else, is it? It comes with its disadvantages, yes. And she would have had to deal with the same thing. That's another thing I regret. I wish I could have treated her more like a regular person. I guess I just wasn't mature enough to accept her. You spent much of your life in a very sheltered environment, so it's only human that you would have difficulty accepting something that didn't fit within your view of the world. That doesn't make you a bad person. Regardless, you did treat her like a regular person. That's the reason she accepted your invitations to go on walks. I guess. Question, you know what she looks like, right? I do. What did you think the first time you saw it? I know that's not the most tactful question, but I thought nothing of it. I simply saw her as a person, as a girl. I see. Well, what do you know? It looks like I am a bad guy. And you're a right saint. No, I've simply seen much worse. You know, you kind of remind me of her. I do? I mean, you're much more personable than her, but what's the word? It's not just the way you look. There's something a little different than everyone else about you. Like an aura or something. I'm not sure.
Maybe because we're not in this time period.
Oh, I'm sorry if I offended you. I wasn't trying to insult you or anything. I mean, like yesterday, you were talking like a prophet. I'm almost beginning to think that maybe you really did see a vision from God.
Enough with all that grown-up talk already. You lost me ages ago.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Who cares if Michel's a saint or a prophet or the archangel himself? Michel is my second brother. Besides, he doesn't look at all that weird to me.
Sorry, I had to talk to someone for a second. It's fine, I'm back now. I also finished my tea and I'm a little sad about that.
Saintus is probably just an ordinary girl too.
Oops.
I'm big enough now that I won't think badly of her no matter what she looks like.
You are, yeah.
And when she's free and feeling better again, maybe we can get together and bake something. That would be lots of fun. She'll forgive you, I'm sure of it.
You know, maybe we shouldn't be talking about this so loudly. We wouldn't want anyone to overhear us, especially not the beast.
Oh, right, sorry. Everyone's so busy prepping for the festival, I'm sure we're fine.
Better safe than sorry, though.
As you say, dearest Mel. So, Michel, are you here to help with the prep?
No, I was hoping I could find some time to talk with the nun.
With all the people coming and going, she's going to have her hands full until the festival starts.
Well, that's unfortunate. Is it that important that you talk with her? She may be able to give us information that could assist in acquiring the second key. The second key? You're not saying she's involved too, are you? By my estimation, she doesn't know anything. She is, however, very much connected to the swordsman. Much like how you acted to help your sister, I believe the nun is his driving force. Are you serious? I find that hard to believe. I mean, she's such a loving, charitable woman, and he's, well, a savage brute. A murderer. It has to be her, though. Have you ever seen the two of them acting particularly close? Never. She's kind to everyone. I've seen them talking once or twice, sure. But she wasn't acting any differently than she does around anyone else. It certainly didn't seem like they had anything going on.
Maybe they're hiding it. Surely there's something between them.
I would certainly presume so.
Nuns aren't allowed to be romantically involved, so they could be having secret trysts.
Just like the world without you. Wait. The world ends. Wait. World without end. Ever since Beats mentioned world ends with you as like a relation to world without end, now I keep getting them confused. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just this whole relationship going on with the nun and everything. It just reminds me of all of that.
A forbidden romance, how exciting!
Oh my god, Nelly would love reading all of that stuff. She'd be so into K-dramas. Oh my god, she'd get along so well with Dr. Kong.
So you need to talk with her then, Michel. Leave it to me.
You can do it?
Well, right now she's showing people how to make the decorations. Weaving straw into crowns and flowers and other things. I know how to make them too, so I can take her place teaching for a little.
I appreciate it, but if anyone should be offering to help, it's me.
There's a bunch of them already done, like over there, hanging off the tree branches. Can you make those?
They're very intricately designed. You'd have to be really good at weaving to make those, let alone teach other people how. You should take her up on her offer. You're right. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated.
You got it. I'll let her know you want to talk, so just hold tight. And you, dearest Mel, are coming with me. You get to help make decorations.
I'm no good at this stuff, though.
Nope. I said you're coming and that's all there is to it. With me as your teacher, you'll be a pro in no time.
Yeah, alright. You win. Let's go.
Yay, they're spending time together now.
Nelly seems to be in good shape, and it doesn't look like last night might have caused any problems for them. I'm relieved. Hopefully, they can continue down this path.
They'll be fine, I'm sure.
I pray that they will be. Now, we should have a little time before the nun is available to talk, so I would like to find some shade.
Ah, is it pretty bright out today?
I thought you could see through my eyes.
I can, yes. I can see what's going on, just not as clearly as you. Not enough to tell how strong the sun is, for example.
I see.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. I say, but the backs of my eyes are starting to hurt. 2 days now with hardly a cloud in sight. Oof. That's gotta be tough.
Pauline!
Ah, there you are. I hope I didn't keep...
They're playing her music. No, I can't. I'm gonna cry. Oh no, that hit me too hard.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
No, no worries. I apologize for pulling you away from your duties at such a busy time.
After that little surprise this morning, I figured you must really have something you want to say.
I do. Something very important. And if possible, I would like to discuss it with you somewhere more private. I wonder if Harvey's here. I doubt it, but... I want him to have a happy end too. I feel really bad. Yeah, because they were playing music from the other parts, so I should have expected it, but it just hit me.
Let me guess, you're gonna propose to me. Now you should know better than that. I'm a servant of God the Father. He is the only companion I am permitted to have.
No, I just wanted to.
I know, I'm kidding. I just wanted to tease you a bit. I can't be away for very long though, alright?
I will do my best to keep it short.
Okay, let's head inside and find a room then.
After you. Yeah, I feel like this one might be a little less severe than Jacopo and Maria. Or if Maria's even in here, I don't even know if she's in here. And that's gonna be worrying in and of itself. So, woo! May I ask you something, Giselle?
What? Yes, what is it?
Is there something about me that makes people want to tease me?
No, not at all. What would ever give you that idea?
If you say so. What about her tone of voice made you think that she wasn't? Misha. Oh, Misha, you pure bean.
Alright, you have my undivided attention. Make yourself comfortable and speak whenever you're ready. I'm here to help those in need. My ears are at your service. The good, the bad, the ugly, tell me anything and everything.
You're a nun. You should probably be a little more particular with your conversation topics.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I actually want to talk to you rather than myself.
About me?
You, or the people you associate with, I suppose. Are you acquaintances with that Asian swordsman?
The Lord's bodyguard? I mean, I know of him, but I can't say I know terribly much about him.
What? I was under the impression that you were quite intimate with him.
Did someone tell you we were?
No, that was just the feeling I had.
Remember, I am a nun. Whatever you think you saw, you were probably imagining. I'm not allowed to give any man special treatment, let alone be intimate with one.
There's something between you two, though.
What do you mean, something between us? Maybe you should try telling her what we know about him here. His primary motivation is to keep her church running, after all.
Is he not here to keep this church, your church, in operation?
Is he... what? Did he tell you he was?
He did.
Oh, really? That's a little... no, that's quite surprising. I hardly ever see him talking to anyone. Are you friends with him?
Perhaps, acquaintances would be a better word.
Ah, well, he seems to be a nice enough fellow.
Are you really not close with him at all?
No? If he told you he was trying to protect this church, It would have to be out of a sense of gratitude, nothing more.
Gratitude for?
A while back, he was in a pretty bad place in life, and I gave him some food. This was when I wasn't all the way out here, but at a church in the city.
There were other nuns there too, as I recall.
Right. We also served as an orphanage, so it was us and a ton of children. I've since fallen out of touch with them, though. But as a servant of God, it's our responsibility to offer assistance to those in need. Which is exactly what I did for him. No special treatment, I just did the right thing. So whatever you think you saw between us, there's nothing there.
You're Pauline, though, aren't you?
No. My name is Marie.
Marie? How can that be? How can she not be her?
Marie? That sounds a lot like a name we heard behind the third door. But I don't think they are the same person.
I concur.
What an odd...
Huh. Well, there's no guarantee everyone's name has to be the same. Mel's and Nellie's were, which just made us think that they all would be.
Yeah, I guess.
That would make sense, maybe.
That's true.
And on the subject of assumptions, it's possible her connection to the swordsman is also a flawed one. Because again, all we have to go on is Mel and Nellie. Although in Morgana's story, I'm pretty sure he said something along the lines of doing what he did to keep her church running. Was he not referring to this woman?
I should get back down to the courtyard then. Nellie won't be able to handle everything on her own. It would be great if you could help her with the preparations too.
1 second. There's absolutely nothing going on between you.
Why can't you accept the answer I've given you? I don't like being so blunt, but you're really overstepping your bounds. I said there's nothing, and there's nothing.
What do I say? If she leaves now, it won't be easy getting another chance to talk to her. Will I be able to get him to tell me his story without having her on my side, though? Will I be able to get his key?
Maybe you could try talking to him with Mel there. The two of you together could convince him to give up his key. I doubt it.
When I encountered his shadow in the mansion, he told me that if he had mentioned the key to him in the past, he would have cut my head from my shoulders on the spot. Yeah.
Then, should we try to find the Lord first instead?
The Lord would shoot us. I mean, probably no guns over here, but still. I think I'll try to shake her up. Take a leap of faith on there being something between them.
Happy now? I should really get going.
Hold on. Just one last thing.
Yes?
Would it be possible for you to grant me access to the observation tower?
The tower? Why?
Because the Lord and his bodyguard are keeping someone imprisoned at the top of it.
What?
They've locked up a girl with miracle blood.
It's not very appropriate to joke about things like that.
I'm not joking. The medicine you are handing out, that's real human blood.
What proof do you have?
I have someone else who can corroborate my story.
What proof do you have that they're telling the truth?
When you hear what he has to say, you'll know. But the greatest proof is his key.
Sorry, but there's no way I can believe someone's being imprisoned here. Your claims are an affront not only to the good people who give their time, money, and hard work to
for the church, but to God himself. Open the door and you can see for yourself. I can't. I don't have the keys. And does that not seem the slightest bit unusual to you? Does it not make you think they might be hiding something? No, because I know what's being kept in the tower. You know? The observation tower is the Lord's personal property. He stores his money and valuables there because the church is less likely to be broken into than his manor. His money. Even thieves fear God. You can understand why he would want to keep his property there. Does that actually make sense, though? If he's so afraid of thieves, surely he can afford to hire guards. He doesn't like keeping guards around. Why not? Haven't you heard? There have been several failed assassination attempts. The Lord is not a bad man. He can just be rather aggressive in his work, which has a tendency to make a man enemies, some of whom want to see him dead. And keeping his wealth at hand only increases that risk. Now are you satisfied? Insist all you like that he's not keeping money in the tower. He's got a... Are you after the Lord's wealth? Is that what this is about? What? Again, I don't like being so blunt, but... Who do you think I'm more likely to believe? The Lord, who has been supporting me in this church, or you, who showed up out of nowhere demanding me to open the door? I'm telling the truth, there's a dying girl in that tower. I'm sorry, but I don't want to do this, but if you keep this up, I'm gonna have to call the guards. Welp. I really must be going now. The swordsman, he helped imprison the girl in the tower so we could get the money necessary to keep your church up and running. With your help, we could stop this. Take some time to cool off. Would it have killed her to be a little more open-minded? I really hope she considers the possibility of yet telling the truth, even just a little bit. What if she is Maria? What if she's Maria, not Pauline? Yeah, maybe she's just both of them. Is she so defensive because she trusts the Lord that much, or is her trust in the swordsman? Or maybe, is it simply because she doesn't trust me? I think I'll head back to the courtyard. I need some time to consider our next move. That's a good idea. There might be something Mel and Nellie can do to help too. Perhaps. With the nun denying any involvement with the swordsman, and him being so inscrutable, I find myself at a complete loss as to how to go about crossing the wall, standing in the way of getting the truth out of him. My mind brings me back to the events of the second door, the most savage of the three tragedies. The things he did then were undeniably inhuman, which makes me wonder if his perspective on these events would have any influence on Morgana's perception of him. If at all, a positive influence seems less likely. Was he a man, or was he a beast? Oh, she doesn't believe you're making... Our church is maintained, but also... Yeah, of course. Right. You just... you just take the E from Pauline, and you put in Maria, and you get Marie. Same girl. It's just the two. Yeah. Because we haven't seen Maria at all. So I'm just saying, could be.
So strange. It's so strange. If nothing else, he wanted to be human in the beginning. What was it that he truly desired? I'm going crazy right now. If he hadn't been under Morgana's curse, would he have wanted to be the same killer he was?
Go get that food, Mayo. Get me something tasty too. Is this the beach?
No, I guess not.
Where's Harvey?
Blinding sunlight drags me from my thoughts, a radiance brighter, more intense than I've ever been under today. Or rather, it's probably more my mind interpreting it that way because my eyes can't handle any more. In a matter of moments, all I can see is white.
Michelle, are you alright?
I feel a sharp pain, like someone's yanking at the back of my eyes. I'm fine. I just need some shade. Giselle's voice fades away. From somewhere, I think I can hear her calling my name, but instead of a sound, all that reaches me is more pain. Then the word starts tilting towards me. Not the world. It's me who's falling. Isn't this a witch's cabin? I'm not at the mansion. Where am I? You're awake. Morgana? What are you doing here? Does my appearance disturb you? That is to be expected, I suppose. I'm hardly what you would call attractive, after all. Morgana. How do you know my name? How do I know your name? I came to save you. Where is this? Aren't you in the... I'm gonna try and check this out to see if this is different. No, it's not. Interesting. Huh? Oh, what just happened? I tried to say observation tower. My voice completely disappeared. Where is this? I'm not sure how you couldn't know. This is the witch's cottage by the lake. I found you unconscious outside my door, so I presumed you came here in search of my herbal medicine. Unconscious? Outside her door? Your arm. What? This is before she lost her arm. Does that mean I've traveled even farther into the past? Could this be... You must get yourself far away from this place, Morgana. Better yet, escape to another country entirely. Where did that come from? I have no means of survival if I leave. In that case, beware of two men who will come to visit you. You must not open the door for them. What do you mean? They're a head boy and a... No! Why do I lose my voice for all the important details? Is this really the cottage by the lake? Take a look out of the window and see for yourself. There's nothing there. Nothing outside the window. No, that's not exactly right. A reddish-black fog churns beyond the window. A pretty lake, is it not? Not that I have any place talking about beauty. Now I understand. This isn't the real world. Is it your world then, Morgana? Or is it a world within our dreams? May I ask who you are? I once spent much time at your side. This is also very strange. It was always you who was talking to me, and now you don't even know my name. Shall we talk for a bit, Morgana? If you are going to try to convince me to leave, I won't have it. And please watch what you say. There's something very unsettling about your choice of words. As you wish. In that case, let's talk about ourselves. For so long I fought to fend off the things you said, not because I had any particular dislike for you, not because I was afraid of how entrancing the sound of your voice was. I empathized with the feelings seething through your words, and that understanding almost allowed them to consume me. There was a mysterious magnetism to your voice, and as emotionally unstable as I was at the time, I couldn't possibly have withstood giving into it. You're saying my voice is unpleasant? Not at all. It was beautiful, frighteningly so. I want to try again. I want you to tell me about yourself, about the things you see and feel. I will not be telling you or anyone else about myself. Because they would have to be inhuman to empathize with you. In that case, we can start with me instead. Honestly, I don't want to talk about myself either, because it makes me feel pitiful, worthless. It's a story I would rather pretend never happened. And it's not a story I can tell just anyone. But you can tell me. Indeed. I was born into this world female. What? From a young age, being a girl felt somehow wrong, and as I grew older, my body developed like a boy's. Not entirely, though. My body is incomplete. I'm missing one thing every man is supposed to have. The change drove my mother to madness and she hid me away, where I was unfit to be in the presence of others. That was when I was 14 years old, and that marked the end of any semblance of normalcy in my life. Morgana, you once told me that our fates were decided before birth, both yours and mine alike. I spent my whole life rejecting that notion, insisting I was a normal person, fighting to prove that I was indeed male. But now that it's all over, I think you were right. My fate was always set in stone, and perhaps if I had stopped trying to fight it, if I had shut up and accepted it, I could have lived a longer life. I could have not left Giselle behind. Do you regret your choice? No, I do not. No matter what could have been, I had to hold my ground. I had to keep shouting, because if I hadn't, I would have rendered my very existence meaningless. No matter what misfortune the decision may have brought, I must not regret it. Everyone has some principle, some belief, some fundamental aspect of themselves that they must always stand in unwavering support of, or perhaps must not lose sight of would be a better way to put it. For if we do, we lose sight of ourselves. For most people, these beliefs would probably have been internalized so deeply they aren't even aware they hold them. But what we carry inside us is unique. Difficult for other people to understand, to accept, forcing us to walk a path of solitude and persecution. I believe you genuinely do have miraculous powers. And who knows, maybe your blood is special too, but I think your real power lies in your voice, and its ability to enchant anyone who hears it. But it was something you were born with, not something you asked for. Was it not? I am a saint, and the daughter of God. That is the lot I was given. That is the path I must walk. If I stray from that path or stop walking, I will no longer be myself. It would make me worthless. We mustn't lament the solitude we were dealt with. Maybe not, but I think that if either of us had had someone,
even one person who accepted us, it would have caused us to see the world in a much different light. I know you had people like that, who treated you like a regular girl. But they are gone now. And have you never leaned on their memory? It comes back to me from time to time, but even then, they were different than me. They were so full of kindness, so very human. And while they taught me to experience their joy, not even they could change what I ultimately am. I left my humanity behind far too early in my life. And what about you? Do you have anyone special? I do. And do they treat you like a normal person? She does. However, you still know that you're different, that you can't fit in with everyone else, that you are abnormal. You do, don't you? I am very conscious of that fact, that on a fundamental level, I am still grey, and that so long as I am who I am, that will always be so. Nevertheless, her acceptance allowed me to step onto the path she walked, a path wide enough even for me, despite my abnormality. You are, I expect, only half right about that. You are a man capable of making compromises, with a spirit strong enough to try to walk the path of humanity, while still being an outsider to it. I could never do that. Someone could be standing there, some ordinary but incredibly kind and accepting person, holding their hand out for me, and I don't think I could take it. Because I know that if I do, it will only bring more pain. So if I am to take anyone's hand, it must be someone inhuman. Someone fundamentally abnormal. Not just mentally or emotionally, but on a deeper level, intrinsically different. Morgana, maybe you. Maybe you could do it. Maybe you could understand even the tiniest bit of my fate. You could do that, couldn't you? Then do it. Understand me. Empathize with me. Take some of the weight off my back. Morgana. I have every intention of doing anything I can. But you have to understand, I'm not from this time, Morgana. I cannot promise you I will be around much longer. So instead, take as much time as you need to find someone who will accept you, and with them slowly bring yourself back onto the path of humanity. It will not be easy, I know. Constant fear at the looks people give you, dreading the things they think and feel about you, terrified by the thought that they might abandon you at any moment. The ever-present anxiety about whether you're able to fit in with them. I know you can do it. I know you can bring yourself back to a place you can love. Like what you had 4 years ago.
You really are.
Michel. You may think talking to my past self can change something, but you're sorely mistaken. Nothing of the girl you see there remains. Poke and prod at the past all you like. It won't change anything, my dear. It's all too far gone to have any effect.
Michel? Michel, are you there? Are you alright? Get up, Michel, please.
Oh, thank goodness you're awake. Did I pass out?
Are you awake? Are you okay? Did you hit your head?
Nellie.
You gave everyone a big scare, dearest Michelle. All of a sudden you were just on the ground. Were you feeling unwell?
No, I just have a natural sensitivity to sunlight. I apologize for any concern I caused you. Sorry for worrying you too, Giselle. And for the rather shameful display.
No need to apologize. Like you said, you are sensitive to sunlight. I'm just glad you are alright, Michelle. If anything, I should be the one apologizing for putting so much pressure on you. I had no idea it was so bright out. As long as you're not sick or anything. So you're feeling better now?
My head still hurts a little, but yes, I'm fine. What time is it?
It's almost supper time. Which means I'd better get back to the cottage.
Was I really out that long?
At least you woke up before supper. I should get going though. See you tomorrow, Michelle.
Good night, Nellie.
We used up a whole day. Oh, heck.
Tomorrow is the day before Morgana's supposed to die. Our time is limited enough as it is. That said, Giselle, I saw Morgana.
You... What do you mean? How?
I don't know if it was in a world of her creation or simply a dream, but in it I spoke with Morgana when she was still alive.
What was she like?
Not like the Morgana we know now, not someone who seems to feed off hatred.
But she really was a saint in life, like Mel described her.
Though I got the impression being a saint was more like a chain around her ankle, the only way she was able to derive meaning from her life. Not to mention the utter sense of solitude brought about by the knowledge that no one like her would ever come into her life.
Do you think she wants to break free from the chains then?
Even if she were able to, she would never be able to return to anything resembling normal. Much like I will never have a normal body. Although... Oh, you're awake. That's good. What, you came to check up on me? Oh, don't act so surprised. I'm plenty capable of showing concern for others. That said, no, that's actually not why I'm here. He looks pale. I know you're not feeling well, but if you're up to it, would you mind joining me for supper? I don't know why you would make such a big deal about asking me to. He's the one asking. I think he's getting suspicious. I see. I apologize for not handling my encounter with him better. Don't be. If you were sure I was playing him, I wouldn't be here. Don't blame yourself. Oof.
Imasa's taking us out on a date? I don't like that. I don't like that book.
Though I would still appreciate it if he came. Absolutely. Turning him down would only give him more reason to be suspicious. True enough. I'll do my best not to let anything slip. You try and do the same, alright? Of course. Well, let's get going then. Could a nun have told him what I said to her?
Whatever this is about, we don't want to keep him waiting. Be on your guard.
I will. Yeah, he is. Here he is. I see that. I've been waiting. I saved you a couple seats, so go on, sit down. Well, this isn't tense. This is unbearable. What's the matter, Mel? You've hardly touched your food. Lost your appetite. I've never been a very big eater. No? Then why didn't you give the rest to your friend here? It's a bit bland, but it's possible. Wouldn't you say? This pressure is nothing if not overwhelming. How does he expect anyone to eat with air so tense? And Mel refuses to even look at him. Considering he's the reason Mel's involved in this at all, I can understand not wanting to make eye contact. Or even being in the same room. Are you not going to eat either? Don't worry, there's no poison in it. The thought never even crossed my mind. Why would you think I'd be concerned about my meal being poisoned? It was only a joke. So strange. I don't see the Lord anywhere. He's gone back to his manor. I thought you were his bodyguard. He's a lord. He has more than one guard. Why did you invite us to supper? Is there any reason I shouldn't have? There are plenty. Such as... like... I imagine anyone would feel a bit overwhelmed dining with the Lord's personal bodyguard. Like that. In fact, I'm surprised you two knew each other at all, let alone were on good terms enough to share supper together. You haven't told this man anything, have you, Mel? Nothing. All I told him was that you were the Lord's bodyguard. I see. You want to know what kind of terms we're on? What? We're accomplices. Oh. Such a shame. This was how our reunion had to turn out. You finally get to see him again, only to learn he's a criminal. Wait, what are you? What crimes might you be referring to? Take a guess. What sort of atrocities do you think we're committing? What is he doing? Why would he tell you that? He wants to gauge my reaction, I'd assume. I have to choose my words carefully. I can't say too much, but I won't get anywhere saying nothing either. How should I handle this? I have no idea. All I'm asking you to do is guess. Just say the first thing that comes to mind. You're putting me on the spot, telling me my friend is a criminal, and asking me to guess his crime. Do you honestly think you would get any sort of answer out of me? You make a fair point. Then allow me to change the question. If you found out a friend of yours was a criminal, would you still be able to be their friend? That question make you uncomfortable too? Consider it a sort of slideshow to liven up our meal. Don't take it too seriously. It would depend on if they feel guilty about what they've done, and if they have any intention of making penance for their crimes. And Mel, well, he's someone who would be ashamed of any wrongdoing he might or might not have participated in. I see. Tiger Shark. What about you? If you had done something you knew to be wrong, would you be ashamed? Would you make penance? Maybe.
Maybe not. You have one hell of a friend here, Mel. Michel, that was your name, wasn't it? Do you have any other friends? I don't have many, no. You have one more at least. Any in this land? No. Why do you ask? I don't have any friends here either. Or maybe I never had any at all. Wow, shocking. Maybe he wants to be your friend, Michel. Oh, Giselle. Somehow I doubt that. Yeah, I guess not. Any family? I left home some time ago. Are they too far to visit regularly? Why do you want to know? I'm in a similar situation myself. I thought it might be nice to find some common ground. I find it difficult to take him at his word. So you made the long journey all the way out here so you could see him? That I did. This is just a small detour on his travels. That's what you told me, isn't it? That's right. How very gracious of you to go so far out of your way for him. Oh, and Mel, I have a question for you as well. What kind of question? Think of it like a little game. You're standing on the edge of a cliff. On your left is your sister. On your right, him. They're both about to fall. You can only save one of them. Whose hand do you grab? Surely this isn't the first time you've heard the scenario proposed. It's not real, it's just hypothetical. Don't take it too seriously. Come on, it's just a game. You know that, right? You don't need to answer. As he said, I am only here to see him. When I heard there was going to be a festival, I requested permission to remain until then. If that displeases you for any reason, I apologize. But hypothetical or not, a question like that makes it uncomfortable for everyone involved. Or are you trying to make him feel cornered? Not at all. It was merely a question. I never meant to make him uncomfortable. My apologies. Now, I suppose I should take my leave, as it seems my presence makes it hard to enjoy food. Relax. I'm not staying here tonight. I won't get in the way of your reunion anymore. You said you would be here until the Harvest Festival. They're supposed to be putting on quite the impressive event. Look forward to it. May I ask you one thing before you go? What do you think of the nun? Are you very close to her? Michel, what? This is gonna... Oh my goodness! Oops! I held down the X button too much. Oh no! Sorry. Oops. I'm not close to anyone. Ah. So, yeah, thank you. I was hoping to handle it better than that. I just can't seem to keep it together around him. I'm really sorry. I can hardly blame you. Thanks. There's something really unsettling about him. I can't say I disagree. What was the deal with that question anyway? The cliff one? Yeah. I think it's best if you don't linger on it. He's lingering on it. Any way you look at it, he had to be. Never mind. Anyway, keep your eye out.
You probably want to be extra careful tonight. After all that, scared he might be up to something. There's no saying where he actually went. I am Vidmel. I have a bad feeling about what he might do. After a conversation like that, you'd be crazy not to be on alert. That would be wise, yes. I plan to head straight back to my room. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. You really think we'll be able to get his key? I still can't bring myself to believe that there's anything between him and the Saintess. And the Lord's pretty much always inaccessible. Does the Lord say anything when you're all together? Such as? Anything at all. Something to give me some idea what kind of person he is. Sorry, I've got nothing. I usually keep my mouth shut when I'm with them, and they hardly talk to each other either. I see. Sorry. I'm pretty sure you've already heard this, but the Lord's an incredibly suspicious man. I'm not sure he's capable of trusting anyone at all. So it's not really a situation where I can go up and ask him about his personal life. Oh, name your grab lock? Name it Ugly Speckles. There's a good name. After several failed assassination attempts, among other things, he's just grown to be suspicious of everyone around him. Mark 3, yeah. If someone's walking up to him and he even thinks they might try something, that's all it takes for him to have them beheaded. Oh my god. That was surprises me. I got an emote, yay! But also you're banned. Good thing Mayo's not here at the moment and they're getting food, because otherwise it would have for realsies banned. Mayo, don't play around. If someone's walking up to him and he even thinks that they might try something, that's all it takes for him to have them beheaded. As a person, his reputation's awful, but he has done a ton to improve the city's economy. So the merchants and artisans think he's alright. And out of curiosity, what is the Lord's name? Huh? Oh, you don't know that either. His name is Jean-Francois Barnier. Interesting. You're only not banned because Mayo's not around right now. As soon as Mayo comes back, you're gonna get banned, but also we can't ban mods, so... Maybe not. But also, interesting. This is not how I thought this was gonna go at all. What? That name doesn't fit him at all. Not one bit. He does not look like a Jean-Francois. Francois? Francois? Don't know how to pronounce these names. Oops. Shh. Shut up, Bokash. I did. We named it Ugly Speckles. Mark 3. Could that mean he's not the Lord then? No, the Lord is the only other person who did enough to earn Morgana's wrath and be on the receiving end of her reconstruction wish. It has to be him. But between this and the nun being named Marie, things are starting to get a bit muddled.
Hold on a second. I think I've heard the name Barnier somewhere.
Me too. I feel like I've heard that name. There was a diary in the library when I lived in the mansion, as I recall, written by someone named Barnier. Actually, now that I think about it, the same diary also showed up in Mel's next life. In it, he was complaining about not having gotten the larger of the family estates. I think, yeah. It came up in Mel's one, I remember that one clearly.
And a bad harvest, I think. That was one of the books your family sent you, right?
Actually, that was the one book they didn't. It was already in the library when I arrived.
You think he could have written it?
And here I thought it was just the scribblings of a disgruntled noble. The book really is that old. I'm amazed it was in such good condition for so long. It was made of parchment. They tend to last really long. We can't be more than 100 years behind our own time, so it's not inconceivable it would still be in good shape then. But Mel came back many hundreds of years after that. It's almost like it was frozen in time.
You know, I think time actually may have stopped during the times the mansion wasn't present in the living world. I keep it clean, yes, but one person going around dusting wouldn't be enough to keep it from falling into disrepair over hundreds of years.
So what on earth is that mansion? Is it also part of Morgana's miracle?
What's the matter? You've just been standing there staring off into space.
Oh, sorry, I got lost in thought.
You seem to do that a lot, just go off into your own world. I swear you've got to be more absent-minded than me.
That's not important though, I guess.
Anyway, so I've been trying to think of ways I can help, but sorry, I haven't been able to come up with anything.
It's fine. I'm simply glad to have you on my side.
Sure.
Well, I should get back to my room. If you have any good ideas, let me know. I will. Why did I think this was gonna be one of those, talk to Pauline. Pauline's gonna be like, hey, I wanna help you maybe. I don't really believe you maybe. Then we talk to Yukimasa and then he's like, I don't like you, man. Then he tells us his story and then Pauline's like, yeah, I believe you can change. Why did I think it was just gonna be like Mel's one? Of course it wouldn't be like Mel's one. That would be silly. I should head back too. It doesn't like being that straightforward, does it?
You know, we don't have much time, Michelle, and that concerns you. Try not to agonize over it too much.
Sorry. After how well yesterday went, it just feels like we've come to a screeching halt. Honestly, I'm having trouble processing everything.
How about for now, we just focus on the immediate issues?
I suppose.
To start with, we are going to want to talk to the nun again tomorrow. We might have an easier time of it if we brought Mel or Nellie along. She'd probably be more inclined to believe us about the observation tower if it came from them.
That might work. Though it presents another potential problem. What if she doesn't believe them? It could put the two of them at risk. There's also the chance she's not involved with the swordsman at all, as she claims. In which case, convincing her doesn't seem to get us any closer to getting the truth out of him. Maybe it would be better to approach it from the Lords.
Did you hear that? It came from over by the window. Maybe it's a cat.
I'll go check. I'm worried. Yes, same Giselle. Eek. Damn it, there's someone in there. Oh, thieves?
It's a ghost! There's a ghost out there! Get away from the window!
Giselle, you know you're like a ghost pretty much.
Harry, you don't want it to possess you.
Calm down. Your scream startled me far more than anything.
How am I supposed to calm down? We have to go find Mel and get another room. We can't stay in this one any longer. No way.
Giselle, you are a ghost. You are possessing us right now. See, I don't know about Michel, because Michel has a flesh and blood body right now. Hence why he can get hurt and also die. But Giselle, a bona fide ghost. I don't think it was a ghost. In fact, I'm going after them.
What? No, you can't be serious. Michel?
I'm pretty sure they went this way.
Let's go back to the mansion. You're chasing a ghost. You're out of your mind.
You know, now that I think about it, she's essentially a ghost herself, afraid of another ghost. I think I saw movement in the bushes over there. Is this the one? Oh my god. Maria? What is that outfit, Maria? And just when we were thinking about, maybe we should go to the Lord thing first.
You found me?
What's her voice?
Is that who I think it is? Be a good boy and pretend you never saw me, got it? I'm off.
Hold on.
Go after her.
Stop, please. I want to talk to you.
You stop. Why are you chasing me? For the record, I wasn't breaking in for nefarious reasons. So you don't need to take me to the guards.
I'm not going to report you. All I want to do is talk.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Well, I do, so please stop.
What is your deal anyway? You some kind of creep?
No.
How the hell is a man chasing a woman down a dark road not a creep?
As if you look any less suspicious.
Screw off and stop chasing me, damn it!
Then stop running.
Is someone there?
Perfect.
Help! Please, I'm being chased by a strange man.
What are you?
He's going to do terrible things to me.
Oh, there was a woman. Oh, heck. No! Pauline or... Wait, Marie, please? No, it's not what it seems.
Is this as bad as it looks?
It's worse.
What's going on here?
Wait a minute. Don't do anything rash. I can explain. I'm completely innocent. Oh, her name is Maria. Maybe the nun isn't Pauline at all. Maybe there is an actual Pauline around here. Also, yeah, why wasn't she at the cottage? Maria. Oh, shit. What?
Shark, please. Maria? Well then. Things are suddenly looking better for us. So it would seem. What are you doing here, Maria? Wait, are you? Is that you, Pauline? Oh, she lied to us. Can't believe. Can't believe. What? They know each other? And she called her... Ah. Shark, please. These. Nuns aren't allowed to lie. Also, yeah. How dare. I liked future Pauline better. She wasn't as big of a liar. And also she ate some nice ham. Just saying. So I was right. That is your name. Oh, was she? What? That is my earthly name. It is not who I am now. I am Marie. I no longer go by that name. Marie? That's your name? That's a fucking laugh. You joking? I am not. And that outfit? You became a nun or something? That part of the gag? Glad to see Maria has not changed. That's why you call yourself Marie, huh? Name suits you a hell of a lot better than me. The Virgin Mary's namesake grows up to be a whore, while sweet little Pauline grows up to be a genuine Virgin Mary. We need to ban Rishark for realsies. This cannot stand. What do you say? Want to take my earthly name and I'll take yours? You don't have to be crude. This seems like it goes south very quickly. That reminds me. I heard word that there was a saintess or whatever at the church here. That you? A saintess, huh? That's just what people call me. I don't actually consider myself a saint. Pure as ever, I see. I see. Trying to make her Western too, oops. But when me, I let them put me up on that pedestal, bask in their worship for a while, then swipe all the teats and get the hell out. You're unbelievable, Maria. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't take what I say so seriously. What did you come here for, Maria? That's what whores do. We come and go. And we're anywhere and everywhere, and then we're gone. You do realize this is a church, right? I know. Sacred ground, no place for a dirty old prostitute like me. I'm going to hell, yada yada. I didn't say that. I really want you to. Please. Please, please, please. I appreciate your company. I'd rather you not donate to this. Whatever this is. Whatever any of this is. I would prefer you refrain from working on church property. I was on my way out, in fact. But then that whitehead dude came after me. I do believe you tried to break into my room first. What? You keep your mouth shut. God damn it. You tried to break in? What for? What's it matter? What for? I'm a whore. Maybe someone hired me. Or maybe I came to pillage the teeth box. Was it the Lord? Is that who you came to see? Huh? Why would you assume the Lord of all people? There are plenty of other men in need of my services. I thought there might be something between you two. There's nothing between us. Fair enough, but also hopefully enough. Everyone's denying their connections to each other. It's like the only way Mel and Nellie couldn't deny their connections was because they're related. So, since you're here, Maria, do you want to stop by my place for a bit? So you can grill me about what I'm here for? No, I will admit I'm curious, but if you don't want to talk about it, I won't try and force you. We just haven't seen each other in so long. I'm sure we've got plenty to catch up on. Come on, surely you can stay for tea at least. They don't call you to Satanist for nothing, huh? You'll even invite a whore into your house for a friendly chit-chat. I wish you'd stop calling me that. You're an old friend who I haven't seen in years. It's only natural you want to catch up, is it not? They're old friends? I'm not sure that exactly applies to us, you know. But sure, why not? Though, to tell you the truth, I have no idea what the hell we'd even talk about, so I'll agree to come on one condition. Whitehair here comes with. Yes, this works. This works out. Who, me? You can't let this opportunity go. Now that we know the nun is Pauline, we might be able to get more out of here. Oh heck. Be lucky. I have my trusty pal Flintu to always talk to on this game. Try playing a game with someone then. Maybe like invite a friendo to play with you. That way you won't have to like worry about talking to someone in chat. That's fair, but still. I'm not sure how comfortable I am bringing a man into the house with only girls. And I'm not sure how comfortable I am going. What's the big deal? You afraid he might turn feral? No, he ain't that kind of guy. You've got nothing to worry about. She's turning into Maria into... I don't know what the heck. You seem to trust me quite a bit for someone you just met. Not so much trust, more like the air you give off. Air? You don't look like you've got the balls to do it. What did you just say? Damn it. That stings worse than she has any way of knowing. Don't let it get to you. There's nothing you can do about that. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on, get your butts moving. Oh, okay. That's... oof. Not sure I like where this is going. Giselle's right, though. This could be a good chance to get some new information. Ah! What is it?
I just remembered.
Something vital?
She called me a creep. In the third door, she kept calling me a creep.
Oh. That's true. She did. I remember.
It just occurred to me how she was talking about me like that behind my back. I can't believe she would do that.
Let it slide for now. It's something she does in the future, after all.
I'm not a creep, am I?
Well, considering what you were like at the time, I can't really blame her for thinking that.
I wish I could erase that phase of my life entirely. Even I get shivers thinking of the maid me.
I honestly don't think it was that bad myself.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Please do. That maid outfit, though, is quite alright. Damn.
Nelly! Oh, hello, dearest Michel. What brings you here so late? Did you come to see me?
Oh my god, everyone is here.
Who's the pipsqueak? She lives here. I took her in. Oh, it's a strange lady. And she's wearing almost nothing. Are you not cold in that?
Girl, you don't make it in the business worrying about the cold.
What kind of work do you do? Your clothes are really pretty colors, like something a princess would wear.
Oh no. Lots of voice swaps, oh no. And I hate that Nelly has like a younger version voice that Maria has. In a way, I am kind of like a princess. A wicked princess who goes around Maria, she does not need to know that. Oh, what's the fuss? I'm just giving her a glimpse of the real world. And you think now is the time for that? This isn't awkward or anything. Also, what's this dearest Michel thing about? You two a thing or something? Seems a bit young for you. No, that's just what she calls me.
That's what I call my brothers. He's my number 2 brother, but we're not related. My real brothers are back at the church. He's got the same color hair as me and we look a little alike.
Oh, really? Must be a pretty good-looking fella if he's related to you.
Of course he is. I wouldn't let him be my brother if he didn't look good.
Oh. That's quite the assertion, Nelly.
It is so lively in here.
I'm stranded in uncharted territory.
Oh, I bet you're stiff as a board out there. Relax, take deep breaths.
You're asking the impossible. Alright, well, sit down and make yourselves comfortable, everyone. I'll go make some tea and something to snack on while I'm there. It's fine, Grishark. Don't worry, you're always welcome here.
It's a girls' night in. This will be fun. Why is Michel here, though?
You have no idea how much I wish I knew. Oh, that's not important, but you know what is? 3 girls, 1 guy. That's got to be tough.
Actually, make that 4 girls. Why would that be rough?
Tell me, you've got 3 girls in 1 room. What do you think they're going to be talking about?
Love, romance.
And there he sits all alone in a pink cloud of girl talk.
Well, that sounds uncomfortable.
Uh-huh, and we get to watch him twist and squirm.
That sounds like fun.
Nelly, no! You were supposed to be on my side. What do they think I am? Their plaything. Giselle, no, not you too. I didn't just sense you smiling too, did I?
Oh, no, not at all. I was just thinking I feel kind of bad for you.
Why don't I believe you? We don't have time for this. Morgana's still locked up in that tower even as we speak.
I get where you're coming from, but I don't think this will turn out to be a waste of time. All 3 of them have ties to the men with the keys. We could very well learn something from their conversations that could lead to a breakthrough. So I say we participate, see where it goes.
What's this? Already friends, you two?
Yep, I like this new lady a lot.
She's a sweet little girl. What's not to love? You know, that kind of makes me jealous. It took you a long time to warm up to me, Nelly.
What? No, it didn't. I don't think.
I don't know. It felt to me like you were keeping your distance.
Well, you know, it's not easy to work up the courage to talk to a real live saint.
Oh, Nellie, you know it's not that big a deal. I'm not even a real saint. So, what's a conversation?
Love, romance.
How about your taste in guys? Uh-oh. Do you have anyone? A crush? A special someone? You do, don't you? I am a servant of God the Father. So no, I do not have anyone.
Now come on, we won't tell, promise. Forbidden love, so romantic, so exciting.
You know, I think you should go first, Nellie.
I like princely boys. My brother's the closest thing to my ideal. Oh, and I mean my real brother.
You don't say.
And you, Maria? What kind of guys do you like?
Me? I like a nice subservient man. Someone who knows I'm in charge. Subtlety isn't her strong suit, huh?
Why not someone you can always count on, or encouraging and supporting, or sweet and kind? Someone like that would be...
Guys like that only light you little tween girls' fires. Things get a little more complicated as you get older. Life stops being quite so simple. So you start wanting to find someone who will make the daily load of shit even a little bit easier to swallow.
Really? I'm not sure I want to grow up anymore.
Haha. Though I guess it's partly a result of who I am. So who knows, maybe you'll have it a little better.
I hope so. Okay, now it's your turn, Sister Marie.
Me? I suppose I could tell you who my favorite angels are.
No. It has to be someone real. You have to have someone.
I already told you. There's someone else who hasn't gone yet. I can go after that, can't I? Who else is there? You know, that's not a half bad idea.
Agreed, I want to know too.
No dodgy answers either. What?
What kind of girl do you like, Michelle?
You're not supposed to bring me into the conversation. Lighten up, loosen up, let us have it. But it's a very complicated personal matter. And how about we make things simple? Turn it into a choice. Heck. A choice? Heck. Of the three of us, who ticks the most boxes on your complicated tastes? I don't like this. Don't think too hard about it, just pick one. Me? The teensy tiny one? Or the nun? Hide Michelle. Who'll it be? What on earth have I gotten myself into? The way they're staring at me, I'm not getting out of this. Can we say a May? I already have someone. I already got my girl. I already got my girl. What? Really? That's no fun. You can still tell us what lights your fire at least, even if you've already got someone. Loving your someone is a beautiful thing. Right? I feel like all of these would be so fun. I don't know. Honestly, I might go back myself later on and just see what some of these responses are. Like telling Mel that we were God in the beginning. Loving someone is a beautiful thing. I will pray for God to grant you both His blessing.
What's she like, though? I want to know. Tell us about her.
what she like. She's always smiling. She's a very cheerful, energetic person, the opposite of me in many ways.
So is she staying at the mansion with you?
No, I'm here alone.
Does she not feel the same way about you?
Unrequited love, is it? You poor thing. It won't be cheap, but I'll keep you company for the night if you want.
She loves me too.
Yeah. Then why isn't she here? You're a couple, you're supposed to stay together. Did you leave her behind when you left?
Unfortunately, she's dead, so... Unfortunately, she's a ghost tagging alongside me. Circumstances prevent us from seeing each other right now. I can always feel her there by my side, but I can't see her.
What circumstances?
Now, Nellie, don't be prying. It's a personal matter, one I'm sure isn't easy for him.
Will you ever be able to see her again?
I have faith that I will, because when I see her next in the flesh, I need to take her by the hands, look her in the eyes, and tell her something very important.
Misha. Is she somewhere really far away? Or something else getting in your way?
Women are fickle creatures, though. You may think she'll always love you and spend enough time apart. Who knows how those feelings might change? We're not as bullheaded as you guys tend to be. While you're here away from her, she might find someone else she likes. Or maybe she already has.
I would never!
Her feelings will never change. She has spent more time waiting for me than you can possibly imagine. Though there were times she lost sight of what she was waiting for. Deep down in her heart, she never forgot about me. I know that for a fact.
I don't buy that sickly sweet, her love is eternal crap one damn bit. It's short-sighted, ignorant. People change, their feelings change. It's the ones you think you care about most who'll inevitably stab you in the back one day.
Oh, I wonder who she's talking about right now.
That's what people do. You've just never had the pleasure. But one day you will. You'll taste the bitterness of betrayal.
Is there anyone in your life you care about more than yourself?
Not a one.
You wouldn't understand what we have together then. But someday, if you ever find someone who means that much to you, I think you'll come to understand that it is possible to love someone even if they do sometimes cause you pain.
You're telling this to a whore. That already has me out of the running.
I don't think that's true. Anyone can find someone no matter who they are. It doesn't matter how old you are, what kind of work you do, or if they're noble or a peasant.
Oh, come on. You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy here. In that case, she might actually be more mature than you, Maria. Oh, shove it.
Now that Michel's answered, it's your turn.
What? Do I really have to?
You do. Everyone else has answered.
Like I said, I don't have anyone. Don't forget about the tea I made. It's gonna get cold. Anyway, I'm more interested in catching up with you, Maria, than talking about boys. What happened after you left? Alright, sure. We can talk about that. But 1 second. 1 second. Right? Pauline is a monster distractor because she distracted me for a second too. I'm not actually gonna get tea right now, but I am gonna BRB for 1 second.
Okay. An orphanage? Yep. Neither of us had any parents or family, so we were raised in an orphanage. Oh heck, I didn't move this close enough. Beyond the second door, Pauline had a family and seemed to be quite well off. I guess that's not the case here.
So you grew up together then? Sister Marie's never told me about her childhood before.
I don't like to talk about the past. Not the best of memories, after all. I'd say we're both lucky we made it this far in life. You still keep in touch with that shit heap of a director?
Now don't talk about him like that. He's not a bad person.
Yeah, I know. I know. In your mind, everyone's not a bad person.
He isn't really. But yes, he stops by occasionally to check in. He was the one who set me on the path to becoming a nun.
He always was fond of you, perfect little angel that you were.
Doubt he liked me any more than anyone else.
Compared to you, I was a damned gremlin.
You were a naughty girl, weren't you, Maria?
The naughtiest girl around. I'd throw rocks at the walls, making all the little holes, and one time I even filled the director's shoes with dog shit. That would make anyone angry. I wasn't always a little twat, mind you. The director either loved you or hated you. There was no middle ground. And if he didn't like you, life was hell. He'd make you go on without supper or force you to sleep outside, shit like that.
That's awful.
I had no idea he was doing that to you. You could have said something. Like that would have made a difference. You adored the damn director. Oh my god.
I have a little bongo cat thing now.
Wait, no thank you. How dare. You never would have believed me over him. Once you put your trust in someone, you refuse to believe they could be anything less than perfect. Completely blinded by faith. Heck.
I don't.
You do. The only reason you're willing to believe me now is because it's been so long. Because there are other people here.
This would probably be a good time to step in, Michelle. Change the subject or something. I feel kind of bad for her.
God damn it. Rishark, please. Oh, hey, Summers. I didn't notice you here because Rishark kept the same color name, and it's difficult for me to tell because I have to keep looking back and forth. I'm sorry.
Hello, Summers.
Just slipped, huh?
I feel kind of bad for her.
How long were you two together? Oh,
Until we were around 10, I think. Does that sound about right?
sounds about right, yeah. Got fed up with everything and ran off. Ended up in a brothel. Been a whore ever since. It's been, what, 10 years now? Practically a veteran.
Did you like life at the brothel better than at the orphanage, Maria?
Between the two, I'd take the brothel any day. There, I've got friends and colleagues. Although, I did lose a bunch of them 4 years ago. Oh, heck.
I love you too, Summers.
4 years ago? I remember hearing word of a brothel raided by bandits around that same time. Was that where you worked, Maria? Yep. What a nightmare that was. I mean, why the hell you'd raid a damn whorehouse? Why not go after some noble's estate, or damn lords for that matter? Brothel, raided by bandits. 4 years ago. What's the matter? Trying to make those forehead wrinkles permanent? I know I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm beginning to think Maria might have had some contact with Morgana in life as well.
Oh?
4 years ago would make Morgana 12, and where was she then?
Ah,
I have a question for you, Maria. Was there a girl by the name of Morgana at the brothel?
you know Morgana?
So my suspicion was right.
Yeah, Morgana was there.
Me and the other girls look after her together. After the bandits razed the place, I never saw her again. What a travesty that was. It was chaos, only a handful of us even survived. I figured if she'd either been killed or sold off somewhere. But if you know her, that means she's alive, right? That's great to hear. I've been worried about her ever since.
You sure? Morgana's the saintess's name, isn't it? That's what you told me.
Huh? Saintus? That's right, Nellie. That is indeed the name of the person who performed your miracle.
She's locked up in the tower now.
Locked up?
You told Nellie all that nonsense too, Michel? It's not nonsense. Mel told me everything. It's all true. He feels terrible about what he's done, but he can't set her free by himself.
Now you too.
We need the other 2 keys. The Lord has one, and his bodyguard has another. After learning the truth, I knew I had to tell you. I was too afraid you wouldn't believe me. And if you didn't believe me, something bad might happen to Mel.
It's not good to tell lies, Nellie. This is so strange. I remember thinking, Pauline will believe us and she'll be like, yeah, we gotta change things. But she's like the least, you know, it's interesting. And the same goes for your brother as well.
What?
The Lord stores his valuables in that tower. That's why it's locked up and you can't get in. Or are all 3 of you after his wealth?
Of course not.
And you, Michel, you need to stop planting these strange suspicions in.
See? This is exactly what I was talking about.
You haven't changed one bit. You won't even give someone the time of day if they're saying anything that contradicts something you've decided to trust.
Can the watchtower, was it? Can you not bust a door down? I'm still lost as hell here.
The long and short of it is Morgana might be in that tower. She is, yes. It might be possible to break down the door with a dozen or so people to help, but that's infeasible. Besides, opening the door is our only objective.
So we need the other keys?
Correct.
It's not true. He would never do that to someone. People think he's scary and mean, but they're wrong. He's sweet, respectable man. He would never lock up an innocent girl.
Even though everyone else is saying he would.
If I don't believe in him, then who will?
So you are more than acquaintances. Aha. If you really have that much faith in his goodness, then tell us why. Tell us that after you've seen what he's done. Pauline.
Assuming, hypothetically, there really is someone in that tower. There is nothing I could do about it. I'm a nun. I have no real authority here. I'm just a pretty face.
Nevertheless, he started this to help you. So if you tell him to stop, he might actually listen.
Hey, Sister Marie. Help us set the saintess free.
Your ability to trust someone so completely is actually pretty amazing. But if you let it turn into blind faith, I'll come back and bite you in the ass.
Could I please ask the 2 of you to leave?
An old friend of mine might be being held prisoner right now, and you expect me to just scamper on home? Go. Ch. She is a little too innocent, perhaps. I don't think her faith is entirely blind. You are a woman who is capable of making decisions for herself. I know you are. Yes, you've placed your complete faith in one man, but that hasn't stopped you from considering what you should do with your own life. You were never short-sighted.
We only met yesterday. What could you possibly know about me? Give me some time until tomorrow. Time to think about what to do.
As you wish.
So, is all that really true?
It is. How do you know any of that, though? Because... what story should I go with this time? Should I use the letter again? Forget it. That's not important. That pipsqueak ain't one to go throwing around accusations like that for shits. Point is, I'll take your word for it. And if we get the door open and it turns out there's no one there, no harm done. So you believe me? You're not lying, are you? No, I'm not.
And that's that.
The frustrating part is, winning over a whore isn't going to get you very far towards fixing anything. That's not true. Just knowing you believe me is reassuring. If you say so. Could I ask you something? You did come here in search of the Lord, didn't you? He has the third key, without which we cannot get into the tower. My gut tells me you're the one who's going to make that possible.
Why would you think that?
Because you have a very strong connection to him. You may think I sound crazy, but your souls are inextricably bound together.
Our souls? Don't even joke.
I know how it sounds, but that's the only way.
Okay, you got me. I'm done lying.
You're right. I came here looking for the Lord. There are rumors going around saying he's been seen coming in and out of the church here.
So I figured I'd take an opportunity to cave his fucking skull in.
You... what?
What you gonna do about it? Call the guards on me?
No, I won't. But tell me, why do you want to kill him?
Why? What, are you not a rom around here? You should know he's one hell of an aggressive ruler.
I won't deny he's done some wonders for the economy. The city's a great place to be in if you're a merchant. Taxes are lower than anywhere else, and all you need is enough money and you can buy citizenship. But for the people who've lived here our whole lives, the poor, the peasants, those who need the most help, it's only getting harder to stay afloat. The gap's getting bigger by the day. With the main street looking lavish and lively, people are literally starving to death on the back streets. He tore down this vineyard that's been around for generations to make room for more shops. And sure, you can import some damn fine wine from some other city, but where does that leave everyone who can't afford it? That reminds me, in the third door, he ran some other company's factory out of business for his own profit. Different businesses, same practice. Giselle? Oh, is that... Giselle? Merchants, especially those who came in from other cities, get treated like kings, but the Lord still has plenty of enemies. I see. So you're someone who doesn't think highly of him, then? Pretty much. What would killing one man accomplish, though? Not much, probably. It'd make me feel a hell of a lot better, though. Do you not actually know the Lord in person, then? I've met him before, so I know who to look for. But that's about it. There's none of this, what do you call it? Inextricably linked souls crap. No fucking thank you. Maria says she's met him. Morgana's mentioned seeing prostitutes at the Lord's manor when she was first taken there. Could she have been one of them then? Maybe the Lord isn't... No, he would have to be. I'm so confused. His name is the only one that isn't the same. And maybe Yukimasa. Changing the subject a bit, there's something I wanted to ask you about Pauline. Frankly, her being a nun doesn't make a damn lick of sense to me. What do you mean? I mean, this isn't what she wanted with her life. When we were kids at the orphanage, she wasn't exactly this pillar of faith. We said grace before meals, but only because those were the rules. Oh. All ceremony, nothing more to it. She appears quite devout to me. I'm thinking something had to have made her that way, forced her into the role. The girl I knew was pretty unexceptional. Had her head in the clouds, though, so we never really got along. But she was always talking about how when she left the orphanage, she'd find the perfect man, fall in love, get married. You could practically see the hearts in her eyes. They'd buy a comfortable house, have a few kids, maybe get a dog. Be a happy family, warm and peaceful. And every time she told me this, I'd snort and tell her she needed to get herself a more original dream, at which point she'd start crying and calling me mean. Wow, Maria was an impressively jaded 10-year-old girl. She was a girl in love with love. And now she's a bloody nun. I guess it kind of makes sense as an extension of her unwavering trust shtick. But I mean, come on. Surely she could have chosen someone better to put her trust in. Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is, as unreceptive as she was back then, she wasn't doing it maliciously. Oh, back there. Not that I have any right to defend her after all the shit I give her about it. You know, you're making it very hard to tell whether you like her or not. Don't think too hard about it. Just sticking up for an old acquaintance. Anyway, I think I'll head back. As concerned as I am about Morgana, there ain't much I can do. Guards aren't gonna believe the ramblings of some whore, especially not when she's making accusations about the damned Lord. That part's gonna be a real bitch, I figure. If there's anything I can do, let me know. You can find me at the brothel in town. Well, I'm off. It's late. I'm not sure how safe it is for you to be wandering around the dark alone. Maybe I should accompany you. Don't worry, this is my home turf. Besides, if someone did attack, I'm pretty sure I could outrun you. And overpower you at that. The worst part is, she's probably right. But... I feel like I want to hang out with her for a bit because something might happen. I would feel better knowing you made it back safely. I'm telling you, I don't need an escort. But if you insist, you're welcome to accompany me. The brothel's in the back streets. If you want, you can even stay for a bit, have a little fun. I think I'll have to pass. Ha! Maybe one day I'll get that stick out of your ass. Giselle.
What? Ah, hello, what is it?
You've been so quiet, I was getting concerned. It's good to know you're still there.
I guess I sort of dozed off for a bit. It's fine, though, no need to worry.
Yeah, I was like, where is she?
Are you sure?
Yeah, just remind me what's going on, would you?
You're positive nothing's wrong?
Positive as positive can be. I promise I just nodded off.
I just convinced Maria to let me escort her back to the brothel.
Seriously?
Should I not have offered?
I didn't think you was thoughtful enough to accompany a lady home at night.
Oh. That's a low blow. I thought that's what Didier would have done, so that's what I did.
Ah, I see. Well, make sure she gets back safely, then.
I will. Yo, you just gonna stand there? Get moving or I'll leave you in the dust. Haha. God damn it. Alright, this should do. Back streets aren't particularly welcome to new faces popping up and wandering around after dark. Wouldn't want you getting mugged on your way back. I don't need that on my conscience right now. Alright. Out of curiosity, is the brothel you work at now the same one that was attacked 4 years ago?
Nah, different place.
Unless someone's done something with it, the one from 4 years ago is still abandoned. I thought about fixing it up, getting everyone back together, but there's not many of us left and, well, not even sure I want to go back there myself, you know? Understandable. What was Morgana like when she was there? Not sure what to tell you. She never talked much, so I'm not sure if she even liked being around us. I can assure you she did. She told me her time at the brothel was one of the few chapters of her life she remembers fondly.
Well, if that's true,
That's great to hear.
there were times I thought,
Maybe we shouldn't take her back. Maybe we should take her to an orphanage somewhere. But, well, you know my experience living in one of those went, so yeah. At the same time, it's not like a bunch of orphs were going to make better parents, so I was never really sure what the right thing to do was. And then after the raid, well, I felt like shit. You didn't have to be there, but I stupidly thought it was a good idea to keep a little girl in the lawless back streets. I can't tell you what the best choice would have been, but I can tell you her time with you changed her for the better. So you don't need to feel guilty about choosing to keep her there.
haha, I appreciate it.
If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me about Morgana in more detail?
Bit late tonight. How about tomorrow? Got a little something I want to give you, too.
Oh? It's nothing much, but you'll see. I'll sneak into the courtyard again tomorrow night. Alright. I'll meet you there then. Anyway, I'm off. Actually, one last thing before I go. Take this. What? A knife? To protect yourself. You sure don't look like you're carrying anything. I'm not, but if I take this, then you...
It's fine, I've got two.
You have.
Collecting pointy things is one of my hobbies.
That doesn't sound like the safest hobby.
Anything with a nice sharp tip sends shivers down my spine.
Oh, isn't... No, right, that was Giselle, not Michelle.
Makes my heart skip a beat.
I'm not sure those are appropriate feelings to have about blades.
This reminds me of the time Jacopo gave Maria a cartridge. She got pretty excited about that too.
I can understand taking an interest in weaponry, but hers seems somewhat excessive. Dangerously so.
Anyway, I don't see why you shouldn't take it. She has a point. It is dangerous out at night.
If we didn't go with her, we would have never gotten this knife. Thinky. Which means either we will end up using it and it will go badly, or we will need to use it and it will go great. I'd honestly rather not be carrying a knife at all.
What? Why not?
They scare you.
Ah, I'll be fine. It's only for self-defense, not hurting people. Really, you don't have to worry about me.
I do appreciate the consideration, though. If you say so. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. It's nothing. Just give it back to me tomorrow night and we're all good, yeah? Anyway, see you then.
Stay warm.
I'm pretty sure I'm dressed much warmer than her.
We should get going too.
Alright. It is chilly tonight, though. It drew...
Did you hear that? I thought I heard a voice.
I did. It came from the bushes over there. I'm going to see if I can get a little closer. Oh! Ah! Oh no. If she tells him about the observation tower, then what if he thinks Mel told it or I told it? He's gonna be like, you guys told on me.
About the observation tower.
Ah! Do you believe it is?
Are we witnessing a tryst?
In any other circumstance, I would just walk away and let them be. But she mentioned the tower, so I can't. We should listen in and try not to get caught.
Agreed. Several different people have told me the same thing. There's someone being held in the tower.
Who was the first to mention it?
God damn it, Pauline! What's my name? Mayshel, you know, the man who showed up yesterday. He's staying in a room in the mansion.
Ah, the one with white hair.
Yeah, him.
Who else told you?
Nellie? And while he hasn't said anything to me personally, she says Mel confirmed it as well.
Pauline, you're getting all these people killed right now. I see. There is no need for concern. The only thing in the tower is the Lord's fortune. Trust me, please. Pauline. You know how many enemies the Lord has. I don't like this. You know how many of them would like nothing more than to see him fall. This allegation that he has someone imprisoned on his personal property is nothing more than a fabrication by these people. Don't be one of them. Support him. Support me. It's a terrible shame Mel and Nellie think the Lord would do such a thing. Don't listen to him, Pauline. He's lying to you. Should I stay hidden or should I intervene?
I believe you more than anyone in the world. You have my complete trust, you know that.
Heck,
I would still like to see it for myself. If there is no one in the tower, then that proves their accusations are baseless. Pauline, I want to trust you even more, so please let me see what's in the observation tower. Please. You say there's no one there, so that it shouldn't be a problem, right?
okay. I'll talk to the Lord when he's here tomorrow. I can't let you in without his permission, of course. But once I've spoken with him, I'll take you to see what's in the tower.
Thank you.
It's getting late. You should head back.
Okay.
Don't look so glum, Pauline. We'll see each other again tomorrow night, as usual.
Yeah. Well, good night.
Good night.
It sounds like she convinced him.
I wouldn't be too sure about that. He could always move Morgana before letting Pauline in. We'll have to keep a close eye on him tomorrow. Oh, heck! I know you're out there. What? Show yourself. If you won't come to me, then I'll have to come to you. I have a good idea where you're hiding.
Michel.
Finally decided to show yourself, did you? How did you know I was there? Simple. I can sense the presence of others. That's hardly what I would call simple for most people. I was hoping to enjoy the show a little longer. Huh? You remember what I said at supper about our little sideshow? What about it? Well, it looks like we have to go off script. No! Hide! What are you doing here? Go off what? You still don't get it.
He sounds pretty agitated, Michel. You need to get out of here now. Find Pauline. He can't attack you when we're with her.
Oh, do you not see Giselle?
What?
He's got his hand on his sword. I can't risk turning my back on him. I should have stepped in while Pauline was still around. I don't have many opportunity to do this these days, so I was planning on taking it nice and slow. There are so many obstructions outside, it makes this kind of work difficult.
Michel.
If you care about the nun, about Pauline, she really means something to you. You need to set Morgana free. Keeping her locked up will bring no one anything but pain, and that includes Pauline. And why should I care?
Michel.
I feel something resembling a gale. The next thing I know, the man's inches away from me, swinging his sword down. The knife. Oh shit! Miraculously, I managed to get the blade out just in time, catching his sword mid-descent with a sharp clang. For a very brief moment, a look of perplexity crosses his face. Now's my chance to run. Oh no!
Michel.
How? I stagger from the impact, and as I fall to the ground, I catch sight of it. The curved blade sticking out of my chest. He must have thrown his sword to prevent my escape.
Michel. Michel, what's happening? Stay with me. You have to stay with me.
Again? Have we got a death again? I focus on the searing pain spreading through my chest to keep my mind from growing hazier, and begin crawling, trying to put some distance between us. From behind. The man slams his heel into my back.
How anticlimactic. I thought you'd hold out a little longer, considering you managed to brandish that knife.
Don't, please. What are you doing? Get away from him. I'm begging you. Spare him.
There's a name engraved in the handle. So it's not even your knife. Maria.
Put that down.
Michel.
Who did you get this from? Answer me. Not feeling cooperative, are we?
No, don't torture him, please. That knife has always belonged to me. Maria simply refers to the Virgin Mary.
Well, it shouldn't be too hard to find who they are. I know it's not her, at least. So Mel, his sister, and this Maria are all colluding with you.
What are you going to do to them?
And that should be obvious.
Leave them alone.
No, why did this have to happen?
Haha.
It's not funny. The more lives you take, the farther you become from human. That's not what you want, is it?
I've always been a killer. I've always had this insatiable urge to take life.
But I know you also wanted to be...
Enjoy your reunion with them in the afterlife.
Michelle! No.
At least beg for your life, would you?
Don't, please, stop this.
Crawl through the dirt like the worm you are. Beg for me to spare you.
Why are you doing this? No, please, please stop.
Not even a scream, really. Haha, you're no fun.
Stop it, don't do this. No.
Ay. The man's deranged cackling, and Giselle's desperate screams begin fading into the distance. I've long since lost any sort of idea about the condition of my body. In my attempts to save Giselle and Morgana, I've managed to not only fail that, but endanger anyone who is kind enough to help me. What have I accomplished? Anything at all?
Heck. Why do bad things happen?
We did get information, I guess. Yeah, I would assume. Probably miss that entire encounter. Hopefully it is this choice and we don't have to go even further back. Or maybe we will, who knows. If you're certain, very well.
I appreciate the thought. See ya.
Hold on a second.
Something else you needed?
I would like if you could tell me about the time you spent with Morgana. Okay. Know what kind of life she had there? Tomorrow I'll sneak into the courtyard tomorrow night. One at a time you get things true. Okay. Not even a chance to get another word in. Also, I feel like I'm dressed much warmer than her. Tomorrow night. That doesn't leave us with much time. Giselle?
I think we should head back too. We've done everything we can today.
You're right. Running into Maria was a great stroke of luck. Thanks to her, we now have confirmation that the nun is indeed Pauline. Maybe potentially convince Pauline to try and talk to the swordsman.
Depending on how things pan out tomorrow, we should be getting very close to accomplishing our goal. I'm sure it'll be smooth sailing, just like with Mel.
I certainly hope so. Yeah, just like with Mel. I'm sure Beastie Boy definitely won't try anything.
Before you go to sleep, do you want to talk for a bit?
Of course. In fact, I was about to ask you the same thing.
That's what you say, but on the inside, you actually enjoy being surrounded by girls more than talking to me, don't you?
And you seem to enjoy teasing me.
I'm just kidding.
Truthfully, I don't think I've ever wished you were there to save me more than then. I've never been uncomfortable in such spirited environments.
Put 3 women in a room and it'll be like that, yeah. It can be overstimulating.
I could not have been more out of my element.
I don't know, you seem to fit in pretty well to me.
You really think so?
You made for a great plaything.
Oh yes, I'm quite good at that, aren't I? I will say, there was one thing about the whole affair that surprised me.
Oh, what would that be?
I did not expect I would be able to have such a normal social interaction, not because I'm awkward or a poor conversationalist. Most of my life I was cursed, irregular, and you were the only one that didn't treat me like that. That came to be what I saw as normal. And as such, being able to participate in a social gathering like that is a very exotic sensation. It feels almost like it shouldn't be possible.
You are normal, Michel. An ordinary man.
This right here, this is why I wish I always had it. What I wish I always had in life. For me to finally attain it in death. You think this will be the last scene of the game day? You think we should stop for now? We have been going for 8 hours. I mean, not the record of time that we've spent on a game. See Kingdom Hearts and see the last Fata Morgana one that we did. That was 13 hours. But only because we combined it with Final Fantasy XIV, so. Though I suppose lamenting the details would make me ungrateful. I'm glad to have the experience, though.
I'm glad to hear it. So, I know I've been talking about how much I want to save Morgana, and that hasn't changed. Neither has my desire to change everyone's future. But if you want to leave this place, to go somewhere far away and have a life of your own, you have my full support. You've got everything you ever wanted. You have the right to choose to stay here, live in this time.
I wouldn't dream of it. I'm not going to leave you trapped in that darkness. I will not make the same mistake twice. Regardless, there's no point in me choosing a life without you there as well, in the flesh.
Okay then. Well, I'll be here, waiting.
Hopefully not for long. I really think Morgana and I have a great deal in common.
What?
One, the daughter of God, one, a demon child. We were both forced into inhumane roles. Living lives of solitude, constantly having things we cared about taken away from us. Including, ultimately, our lives. The big difference between me and her is that I had you. If you hadn't been there at the end of my mortal life, perhaps I too would have grown to despise those who had put me through such misery. Cursed their very souls. She had no one, though. Not a single person to be there for her final days.
What she told us, though. Her life wasn't all sorrow and misery. She did eventually come to find happiness in her time at the brothel.
In fact, she said that was where she learned to experience joy. Well, I know there were a number of girls there. If Maria was one of them, she was particularly close with, perhaps her being there could have a positive effect on Morgana.
We'll have to see what she says tomorrow night.
That we will. And then our time limit is noon the next day. We'll need to have everything necessary figured out by then. Everything it will take for her to have a change of heart.
I'm not worried one bit. I have complete confidence in you, Michel.
I am somewhat worried.
What's there to worry about? Yeah, I'll shout. You can do it 100 times.
Please don't. So you're planning to cheer me to death?
I just want every last bit of you to know I'm rooting for you.
I assure you, you've made that abundantly clear.
Hey, there was something I wanted to tell you. Is that alright?
Yes?
When I learned about your past and about your body, it came as a big shock to me. That said, I'm confident you know that my feelings for you haven't changed one bit.
I do.
I know, Giselle's just being our cheerleader in our head. What I want you to know is that even if I had found out back then, instead of after having waited hundreds of years for you to return, my feelings still would not have changed. If you had told me while we were alive, I would have still accepted you. Now, of course, I know it's not something you could have come out with so easily, especially considering everything you went through because of it. We only lived together for a little over a year. We were only partners for a month. So I understand how difficult it would have been to think I wouldn't push you away. But I'm not sure you grasp how much I loved you, even then. My wounds ran deeper than even I knew. And then, fully healing was simply not possible. Anyone else's touch, anyone else's warmth my heart and body would have rejected. I sincerely wished I had expressed that to you more clearly. That it had to be you. That I needed you. I did believe at the time that I could start over with you. That we could have a normal life together. Or, well, I fooled myself into believing it. But I could never rid myself of the guilt and shame at how it was impossible for me to give that to you. I would imagine our future together. You smiling with our children in your arms, playing with them, scolding them, teaching them. And then I would remember I am incapable of giving you those children, of even engaging in the prerequisite acts. The more I wished for your happiness, the tighter that guilt constricted me. I do apologize for not saying anything. You carried far more weight than any one person should ever have to carry alone. But you don't have to do that anymore. For one, I'll support you no matter what. And in this time, you're normal to everyone, not only me. Have allies. You don't have to take everything on yourself anymore. I love you, Michelle. I do. I absolutely adore you.
Where's this coming from?
I wanted to say it, so I did. Is that a problem?
No, not a problem.
You're blushing, aren't you? Your cheeks are as red as tomatoes. I wish I could see you now.
I'm going to open the window.
Why? It's night. It's going to be cold.
Exactly, I need to cool down.
Haha.
Ah,
What are you eyeing at?
it's a spring snow. It's gorgeous. There was hardly a cloud when I was outside earlier, and now it's snowing.
Yeah, don't let Swordman break in and murder. Are you worried Maria might catch something out in this weather?
Hopefully she's in bed by now. I've never seen it snow in the spring before. Maybe I just wasn't paying any attention to what lay beyond the dark walls of that house.
Maybe.
Have you
Have I?
seen a springtime snow before?
3 or 4 times, perhaps. Not very often, no.
So you've seen this already?
Would it have been better if I hadn't?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I just thought it would be nice if it was the first time for both of us.
You sound like a little kid. I've never seen a springtime snow before, so...
Is it that childish? Well, I don't mind either way. I'm still glad my first time seeing it isn't alone. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Little specks of white drifting through the darkness. This fits more when I don't have this filter on. Hold up. There. Now it's an actual snow.
Yeah, I can see it. It is beautiful. I'm happy I could see this with you too.
What if he wasn't seeing anything and he was trying to test if if Giselle could see anything?
You don't want the wind to cool you off too much now. I think it's time for you to warm back up.
Sorry, I was so engrossed by the sight.
Maybe it'll stick and you can see it again tomorrow. The grounds would be quite lovely covered in snow. But for now, you should get some sleep.
I suppose.
You already passed out once today. You need to make sure you're well rested.
Hard to argue with that. I'll be counting on your help again tomorrow. Our success or failure depends on how tomorrow goes.
That it does. Let's make it count.
Good night, Giselle.
Good night, Michelle.
Giselle, don't be sad. So, we're ending it here, yeah? We're gonna wrap up here now. Cool. That was nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, because now I think it's gonna be 2 more days, right? 1 more day and then the entirety of noon for the next day. Yeah, I think that's good. I think we may. I'm glad we stuck through at least 1 more day. Definitely didn't go. Actually, it probably did go almost as long. I feel like once I pass the 4-hour mark, I don't get tired anymore. Once I push through that point, then I'm like, I'm just gonna go on until like the next day. It's fine. Like right now, I can honestly just continue, but I'm like, I really wanted to hang out with Friendo, so I want to do that while I can. And I feel like this was a good ending. Although last time we ended on like, yeah, we fixed Mel and Nellie's problem, and we got them to be on our side. And then we had the very spooky encounter with the beast. Although I really found the music during that section kind of relaxing, so it was ominous, but I found the music really relaxing. So that's something. Let me just put some nice relaxing. Speaking of relaxing. That caretaker music, right? The springtime snow was cute. Yeah. No, we're gonna put some actual relaxing music now. The cute doggo animation is done by, if you look up Doggy Corgi, you'll find all of their YouTube videos for this. And it's really nice. They have some really good stuff. And they also have them on Wallpaper Engine if you want to put them for your wallpaper. It's pretty neat. It's pretty good. Oh hey, Je te vu. It's a nice one.
Yeah, there's a channel. It's got all of her stuff. Thank you for posting that link. I should actually have a thing for that. Because I use so much of their stuff.
But yeah, go check them out. They have some really nice stuff.
And I think they made some new stuff recently too, which I haven't seen yet. So I want to check that out too.
But yeah, I'll see y'all later.
I would say tomorrow, but I wanted to hang with some people too. So maybe next week. I mean, definitely next week. If not tomorrow, so next week. Yeah. Continuing this and probably ending this next week.